Hey guys, welcome back to my channel. What if Naruto was overpowered gym leader in Pokemon Verse movie? It was a overcast afternoon for those located in the northern part of Ulula Island, with the dark gray clouds overhead threatening to unleash a downpour on the earth below. However, that still didn't deter some people from wandering about doing what they needed done, as it would be best to do it before the rain slammed down on them. It was a shame that the northernmost section of the island received the harshest of weather changes. One minute it could be bright and cheerful outside, the next, it was in the middle of torrential downpour that threatened to rise the water levels of the local lakes and rivers and threaten the many crops that have been planted. It was one of the few reasons why hardly anyone actually lived in this little area of the island. While the other reasons were unclear, it was easy to see why people wanted to move to a more stable environment, nature-wise, anyway. However, that didn't stop two individuals, one boy and one girl, from wandering down a path that looked like it hadn't been cared for in years, as it had weeds overgrowing from what looked to be very old small garden beds. The very path itself looked to be a mixture of cracked concrete, that also had various greenery growing out from said cracks, before it eventually changed into a more simple dirt path. Almost like the local residents of this part of the island simply gave up in laying down the new pathways. It didn't help that large, overgrown trees stretched nearly 20 feet high, casting some rather interesting shadows upon the ground, and some people swore that the shadows moved and shifted to look like various things, but it was a mere trick of light or the overactive imagination of people, as they were creeped out and their brain was creating images that weren't even there. No matter how many times I see it, this always gives me the chills. The girl said. Her voice was rather bossy, but a hint of fear could be heard in her voice. It's like this place has been abandoned. She pointed out, eyeing their surroundings a bit more, and shivered lightly at the eerie feeling this place was giving off. The young woman stood about 5 feet 5 and looked around 15 years of age. She had golden yellow eyes, which could easily unnerve most she looked at, and bright white eyeshadow which contrasted with her skin and eyes. She had pink hair with interesting yellow highlights with an interesting metallic fashion piece allowing the hair to travel through it, making it look like they were separate strands. She wore a black sleeveless tank top, which showed her developing breasts and showed her tanned skin and toned stomach with an X pattern under it, black, baggy pants with white zigzag patterns that hid her figure below her waist, and simple gray sneakers covering her feet, with hints of white being seen, meaning her socks were white in color. She also wore a black bracelet on her left arm, a gray locket around her neck with what looks to be a skull logo insignia, and a pink skull tattoo on her toned belly. All in all, she looked like a mixture between a punk and a goth with her outfit and body language. Plum, while it may look like this, it is a perfect cover for our base of operations. Ya follow me? The older male responded. His voice was rather stern and mature despite his age. The teen in question is a young man who stood around 5 feet 8 and looked to be around 19 years of age, with white messy hair top with a shaved lower black hair, showing that he originally had black hair, dark eyes and black eyebrows. He wears a black jacket with a zigzag pattern on both sides of his jacket, which has a white skull logo on the back. He also wears a white shirt, some black, slightly baggy pants with 2 white X's under his knees and pair of white shoes. He also has a purple tattoo of a skull on his left arm and a golden watch, while on his right hand are black and white bracelets. He also wears sunglasses with a golden frame, one side is slightly damaged and bent slightly, and a locket that has the yellow logo of a skull dangling around his neck. He certainly held some sort of intimidation factor to him. Maybe it was from his height or maybe it was from his attitude to his very stride that he took, one that oozed confidence and arrogance. The girl now known as Plumeria, also so affectionately called Plum, rolled her eyes at the other teen. Yes, Guzma. I hear you, she said to the older male beside her, who was now known as Guzma. While they may look like normal teens going through some sort of punkish phase, they were actually both members of a relatively new group named Team Skull, with Guzma being the leader and herself being relatively new, but due to her skills in battle, she was made the admin, hence the obvious references to skulls on their person, and was their signature calling card and one of the recognizable features of the group. No need to get snippy, he said, holding his hands up to try and placate her ire. We just need to not lose ourselves to this mental stuff. I know there have been some rumors about this place, but that is what they are, rumors. He added on, shaking his head as he continued walking at his quickened pace. Besides, if anything was to happen, we have our Pokemon with us. He added on once more, patting down his pocket where his Pokeball lied with his partner inside. I know that, Plumeria said, huffing a bit as she felt a small breeze rush by her, messing her hair up slightly from said gust of wind. Is it even possible to find a place that will actually have shelter around here? She said, wanting to know if this was actually worth the journey they had. Of course, Guzma said, before looking at Plumeria out of the corner of his eye. Ever heard of a place called Po Town? He questioned, still not breaking his stride as he continued. Thinking for a bit, Plumeria racked her brain for any information or memories that she had of Po Town. However, it was few and far between, and the details weren't exactly there. I think so. Why? What's so special about it? She couldn't help but question him. Chuckling lightly, Guzma decided to answer her question. Po Town is rather small, but from what I remember, it had plenty of shelter for us to use and is barricaded. He said, before placing a hand upon his chin in thought, although, I have no idea why it has been abandoned, which is why the paths in this area look so overgrown and eerie. What do you mean, barricaded? Plumeria asked. In her mind, she had no idea why a town needed to be barricaded. Another thing that interested her was the fact that it was abandoned. Sure, there are abandoned buildings in and around the main islands, but for an entire town to be abandoned. It was odd to say the least. As another large shadow fell upon the duo, Guzma looked up, before he glanced over at Plumeria, who was looking at him with an expectant look. She was still waiting for him to answer. See for yourself, was all that he said and gestured to something in front of them. Craning her neck upwards, Plumeria was left speechless as she saw a massive man-made wall that nearly doubled in height from the average overgrown tree in the area. It almost looked like that this man-made object was to keep people in, or to keep something out. Looking back at Guzma, you mean to tell me that a town is behind this wall? She couldn't help but question, some skepticism in her voice as she did so. Of course, I don't know why this is a thing, but apparently it's from many generations ago, hence why it has never been taken down, as it is technically historic to the Alola region. Guzma said with a small shrug. Placing his hands upon his hips, he couldn't help but marvel at the large man-made structure. Building something like this to that height must have taken a lot of resources and time. All right then, how are we meant to get in? It looks like it was meant to either keep something out, or to keep the townsfolk in. Plumeria added, looking at Guzma with a raised eyebrow. Plumeria watched as Guzma was trying to figure out a way in, squinting both directions whilst doing so. The thing was almost crude, and if something had gotten out, it would have needed a bird Pokemon or a Pokemon that could fly to get out, and they didn't have one on their team to do so. As both were contemplating on what to do next, they heard a bush rustle in the distance before hearing distinct pitter-patters of feet running along the ground. Looking at each other, they both shrugged and went to see what the noise was, both hands ready and itching to reach their Pokeballs in case it was something they needed to battle. As they came closer to the rustling bushes and shrubs, they both peeked over the overgrown shrubbery. They were met with a rather interesting sight, and one that made them most curious indeed. They saw a purloin. However, that wasn't the thing that made them curious. It was the fact that it was carrying a rather small and worn red knapsack with its tail wrapping around the top of the knapsack to keep it closed and for keeping the contents inside. It was also carrying a few small blue berries in its mouth, with one orangish-yellow berry resting atop of its head. As the purloin walked with extreme caution as not to knock the berry resting on top of its head off onto the ground, it slowly made its way past the shrubberies, where the duo eventually saw it come out of the other side and start walking down the path, heading towards the direction of the massive, yet crude man-made wall. Well, that was a thing. Plumeria couldn't help but point out the obvious. It was so weird to see something like that. Not only was the purloin using a knapsack that seemed to be filled to the brim with items, presumably berries, but it was also carrying a lot more in its mouth and one on its head. It was almost like it was hoarding. I think we found our way in. Guzma spoke up, before getting up from his crouched position and brushed any specks of dirt, leaves or grass from his pants. Looks like that purloin is heading towards the town, and that must mean it knows a way in as well. Guzma said, puffing his chest out as he found a way into the town, even if it took a random Pokemon to give him that idea. Deadpanning at her team leader, she couldn't help but give him a deadpan and rather sarcastic response as well. So, are we going to follow the purloin, or are you going to stand like a loon even more? Gaining a small tick mark on his head, "Hey!" he yelled, before clamping his mouth shut and looked in the direction the purloin was. Good, it didn't seem to hear him, or if it did, it just didn't care. "I am not a loon, maybe a bit chaotic, but nothing else," he said with a small huff as he started to walk in the direction the purloin was going, muttering things about smart asses ruining some moments for him. Sighing to herself, she had to shake her head at the actions and sheer emotional roller coaster that Guzma can enter sometimes when he is upset or just annoyed, but she just had to say to herself that everyone is unique and has different quirks and values to them. With that being done and dusted, she soon followed after Guzma and they both followed the purloin to wherever it was going, and hopefully, it would be a way into the town. However, as soon as they made it closer to the massive walls while following the purloin, it seemed like the heavens opened up and let loose a downpour, just to make the mood and eerie feeling of the place much more worse. They just didn't care. They were following the purloin that hadn't seen them following it. Little did they know that purloin did indeed spot them, but allowed them to follow. It decided that the child it was looking after needed some form of human contact, and maybe those individuals could help him. Leaning against the side of one of the many run-down and near-destroyed houses sat a young boy who couldn't be over the age of 5 years of age, yet he was here, sitting and really doing nothing to make time go faster. He had rather light blonde hair, which actually used to be golden blonde, which looked like it hadn't been groomed in a long time, and was caked with dirt and mud, rather dim blue eyes, and he had interesting marks upon his cheeks, which looked like whisker marks. He had 3 on either cheek. His tanned skin that he had from birth was becoming rather pale due to the lack of sunlight and nourishment from this abandoned town, with him even struggling to get one solid meal in a day. His clothing was dirty, ragged and basically useless on his body, with many tears and holes within the fabric. He didn't even have a pair of shoes to keep on his feet. If someone were to find him, they would be rather horrified at the state he was in, as one could see how thin he was, and it wasn't a good thin either. It almost looked like his body was trying to prevent himself from growing or gaining muscle just to survive on a day-to-day basis, and it showed in his posture, as he seemed to even struggle to expend a small amount of energy to keep himself upright fully. He was just lucky that the house he found himself under had an awning, as that allowed him to stay out of the rain. However, he was still at a large risk of getting the flu or any other sickness from just being in the overgrown and abandoned town. This small boy who looked like a skeleton and was barely clinging to life was Naruto Uzumaki, a young child who had ran away from the orphanage, yet, he still found himself worse off than he did when he was in the orphanage. He didn't know how or why it happened. He went to sleep one night after rummaging through some trash cans for something to eat, and when he woke up, everyone was gone. Even when he peeked through the windows into the houses that were once well kept and clean, the citizens of the town packed everything of note or of importance overnight, leaving nothing behind that could be scavenged. At least there had been some leftover food in some of the houses, and some of the trees planted in the gardens actually bore fruit that he managed to snag for himself to get himself a feed. Yet, even that ran out, and that left Naruto eating food that had expired or had gone moldy to survive, and that probably wasn't doing his body any help. Tiredly blinking as he heard the small pitter-patters of paws hitting the path ahead of him, he turned his head just enough so it didn't hurt, and he saw his only friend and company for who knows how long. He had lost track of time long ago. "Purloin." He croaked out, his voice quiet, raspy from disuse and his long periods of time he spent in complete silence, before wincing as it felt like he was being burnt with something when he talked. Seeing the small feline Pokemon make its way over towards him with some berries on its person made him smile ever so slightly. Purloin is a primarily purple, feline Pokemon. Its head has tufted fur on its ears and cheeks. There are long, tapered violet markings above its green eyes. It has a diminutive black nose on its creamy muzzle, and a small, oval, cream-colored marking above each eye. Its neck, shoulders, back, and hind paws are also cream-colored. The tip of its tail has a curved, vaguely scythe-like extension. As the small feline Pokemon made its way closer to Naruto, it gently placed the berry that was resting on top of its head down, right next to Naruto's hip, before it lowered its head down further and dropped the berries in its mouth to the ground while also placing the worn and torn knapsack down, which made it split even further and had some of the berries stuffed inside spill out onto the soggy ground. Bringing his rather bony hand towards Purloin, he gently scratched the Pokémon behind the ears, eliciting a small purr of pleasure from the Pokémon. "Thanks, girl," Naruto whispered out. That was another problem for Naruto, since his body was so weak, and he could only go so far without seriously injuring himself due to his body frame. He had to rely on Purloin to gather some food. It was challenging enough to walk from the bedroom inside the slowly rotting house to the outside section, and it would be near impossible for him to actually exert more energy to try and exit the barricaded town. His body was already weak, as apparently the people of this town didn't care that he was a child living on the streets. No one ever seemed to care either, not about his life, not about his slowly diminishing body fat or anything. The only one that cared was indeed this Purloin who had stuck with him, even during this entire thing. He was thankful as well. He would most likely be dead if it wasn't for the feline Pokémon, and if he was somehow still alive, then he would probably be insane. Reaching out and grabbing one of the larger berries, a citrus berry, he reminded himself, and took a small bite out of it, wincing at the general toughness of the berry, even if it was slightly soaked due to the soggy ground it landed in. As he was enjoying the juicy berry that was both quenching his thirst and somewhat satisfying his hunger, he suddenly heard something that he hadn't heard in who knows how long, another human voice. Oh my! Turning his head to where he heard the voice coming from, he visibly showed surprise at what he saw, two people, one boy and one girl approaching him. However, due to his memories of the people living in this town before everyone left, he still flinched as they came closer to him. Plumeria and Guzma did indeed find a way into the barricaded and rather fortified town by following that Purloin. It just meant they had to crawl through an opening that they could hardly fit through, and it was getting filled with mud that was forming from the steady downpour that was currently happening. So that meant that their clothes were covered in mud, grime and who knows what else that managed to free itself from the soil. Like what they were expecting from the rather over-the-top fortification from the town, they expected something noteworthy to be kept. Maybe that was why they had done all of this to the town, but that wasn't the case, as the sight that greeted them just underwhelmed them. Instead of having anything noteworthy, other than a Pokémon Center located on the far right side to where they entered, and a nice-looking mansion at the very end of the rather linear town that looked to be in some shape, and needed a few touches. It was generally a depressing place to be, and the steady downpour didn't help to liven things up either. They made sure to keep the Purloin in their line of sight, but not being too close to it and risk startling it. However, their fears were all for naught when the feline Pokémon actually turned around and looked at them, somehow keeping the large berry balanced on top of its head. It then stuck on of its front paws in front of it and mewed quietly, as it still had some berries in its mouth. With that little bit done, it turned its head back to the direction its body was going and walked into one of the open driveways of one of the many rundown buildings of this town. Blinking in confusion, Plumeria turned to look at Guzma, confusion clear in her eyes. "Does it want us to follow it?" she asked, never having seen a Pokémon such as Purloin be like that. From what she had seen, it hadn't been up to anything mischievous like they were known for. Instead, it seemed to be on a mission for something, and for the Pokémon to be so neutral towards humans was odd. Shrugging his shoulders, Guzma merely replied, "Seems that way. Let's see what the little fella wants." With that being said, Guzma continued walking in the direction where the Purloin disappeared. His interest had been piqued and he wondered what this was about. Never would he have followed this Pokémon after finding a way into the city. However, it seemed that the small feline Pokémon had other plans. Sighing to herself, Plumeria really didn't have a choice but to follow him to where he was going. It really wasn't like she wanted to. She just wanted to get out of the rain. Yet they were being sidetracked by a Pokémon that they had no right to follow, even if it wanted them to. This better be worth it, she thought to herself before once again moving and heading towards where Guzma and the Purloin disappeared to. It didn't take long for Plumeria to catch up to Guzma about a dozen feet away from where they left the path to follow the Pokémon, yet, she was surprised to see her boss looking like that. He looked lost for words and even had this look in his eyes which she had never seen before. "Guzma?" she questioned, concern evident in her voice as she tried to garner the attention of him. It was all for naught as Guzma still stood there, his eyes never leaving whatever it was that got the attention of him in the first place, throwing lightly at being ignored. she turned her attention to what he was looking at. What she saw shocked her to the very core, and ignited something within her chest that she never felt before. Not for anyone. She saw a kid that couldn't even be that old, looking like he was too weak to even move as he was just that skinny. She could see how dirty his clothes were and how awful he looked. His clothing looked like they were falling apart at the seams and were on their last legs in itself. Every single time he took a breath, it was a labored one, and she could see how the clothing wasn't even the right size for him, and she could clearly see the ribcage of him every single time he breathed or moved. It was his eyes that really got to her the most. They were so full of sadness and all of these other negative emotions that she couldn't comprehend a small child like that having. Yet, here he was, sharing some berries with a purloin. That must be what he has been eating for who knows how long. She thought to herself with a frown. She didn't know how long the kid had been here, but it must have been a long time for him to get that skinny and malnourished. The fact that he had to eat berries was one thing, and it clearly wasn't enough for his body to sustain itself and try to help him grow, and his body was basically eating at itself for him to survive. The amount of pain he must feel every second of every single day made her shiver, and not in a good way. She could even see that his teeth were nearing yellow, meaning that he didn't even have supplies to brush his teeth. The fact that he could still smile and continue showing affection to the purloin with him, who was eating some smaller berries from the soggy ground, it was astounding. How could one still see some form of happiness while in this situation? Her shocked silence was finally broken after everything finally caught up to her and the fact what she was seeing was real, and not some sort of daydream. Oh my, she couldn't even finish what she was saying, as her voice must have been loud enough for him to hear even from the distance they were at, and the reaction was one that was predictable, but it still broke her heart seeing. Raising her hands in a placating manner, trying not to frighten the malnourished boy in front of her, she slowly walked over to him, all the while smiling as to make him feel some sort of comfort. Hey, it's all right. We're not here to hurt you, or the purloin, she gently said, before coming to a halt about half a foot in front of him, where she crouched down and gently brought her hand down and ran it along his arm. While his muscles did weakly flinch under the touch, she could feel his bones and for the fact that his arm was so skinny that she could wrap her index finger and thumb around it. You weren't supposed to do that with plenty of room to spare. Guzma, who was watching this interaction happening between this small child, who was clearly in a bad place right now, and with Plumeria, probably one of the toughest members of his little group being this maternal, he just couldn't bring himself to separate them. Plumeria. He called out, calling her by her full name to show that this was a serious matter. Hearing her name called, she swiveled her head so that she was looking at Guzma, who looked a little uncomfortable at this mushy stuff that was happening. Yes? She questioned, her voice suddenly gaining an edge to it that made Guzma sweat lightly. Listen, I will be back with the other members. You don't have to come with me, as I can see that you want to be with him. He said, shifting his balance a few times to try and avoid the look that he was receiving. I'll see you in a bit, it depends on how long it takes for the other Nimrods to move. With that being said, he was about to turn around, however, he stopped in mid-step, before looking back at the small boy, giving a small smile towards him. Be good for Plumeria, okay? She will stay with you, and then, we will help you. With that being said, Guzma turned his head back, placing his hands in the pockets of his pants and walked away, his heart aching a little from seeing such a young boy in a state like this. That boy was definitely suffering more than he had when he was a child, with his mother passing away at a young age and his father becoming, well, a terrible man. He just couldn't take away Plumeria, who seemed to have bonded with the kid the moment she laid her hand upon him. Sometimes, females worked in such odd ways to him, yet, it was also comforting to see Plumeria breaking out of her tough girl shell and being maternal, despite only being a young teen herself. He guessed that the question of females being more maternal than males was correct. It wasn't her kid, but yet, she was beginning to act like it and having bonded to him, he just couldn't break that apart, even if it were for a few hours at max. He sighed to himself, now he needed to figure out what was going to happen next. Would Plumeria want to help the child as much as she can, adopt him even? Or would she eventually tear herself away from him and leave them both in shambles? Looking up at the sky, he noticed that it had stopped raining and the sun was slowly peeking behind the darkened clouds. Guess the heavens are opening up and shining light down upon us for her choice. he muttered to himself. Blinking to himself, Naruto felt odd to say the least. He hadn't felt the touch of another person in so long that he nearly forgot what it even felt like, and he also nearly forgot what it was like to have some form of human companionship. As the rays of sun finally hit the area they were in, he couldn't help but bask in the glow of it. It always seemed to have overcast weather or simply raining all the time, so it was a pleasant surprise for him. It was also giving his body some vitamins that it desperately needed, with his body working overtime to try and absorb as much as it can in case the weather shifted once again. Looking at the woman's rather interesting eye color, Naruto couldn't help but smile. The feeling that she was giving was something that was foreign to him, but he enjoyed it too much to even question. He wanted to feel like this more, and not be alone once more with only Purloin being his only form of companionship. Hello. He weakly greeted out. Hello. The girl with rather nice-looking pink hair replied, smiling at him despite the odd silence that had suddenly formed around them. He saw out of the corner of his eyes that Purloin was looking at the girl rather closely, like she would attack if she even did a single wrong move in his presence. So, is the Purloin yours? She questioned, trying to break the silence that had formed. Shaking his head weakly, Naruto brought his free hand up and lightly scratched behind the feline's ears. Number. She is a wild Pokemon. He answered, surprising Plumeria just a tad. A wild Pokemon helping a human willingly. It was odd to think about. I see. She nodded her head, before looking at the purple feline. Thank you for that. I assume that the berries you were carrying were for him. She questioned. Who was that man? Naruto couldn't help but question. In his mind he looked rather odd and acted rather odd, and they both wore weird clothing, but he had to guess it was something they liked. That was Guzma, and don't worry about us leaving you, she said, ruffling his hair lightly despite the fact it was messy and rather greasy to the touch. He is bringing some acquaintances over, we are staying here, and hopefully, keep you some company, she said, smiling lightly as she booped his nose. Really, I won't be alone anymore? He questioned, his eyes gaining some form of light in them, making them much more appealing than their dull variant. Feeling herself flutter with emotions as she saw the light enter his eyes, it was something that she wanted to keep that way. Of course, you will even have more friends, she said, before looking at him and throwing once again. We will try and get you to recover from this, and feed you a proper meal. Purloin too, she added. If Naruto could have moved his body with pace, he could have, but he was just too weak to do so right now, so instead, he opted to grasp her hand and smile as brightly as he could towards her. Thank you. It was at this moment that everything changed, and it would be for the better, as Naruto would grow to be one of the most cheerful and bright people to ever be around them, and his happiness was so contagious that it would brighten everyone up, even the most bitter members of Team Skull, and of course, he would be coddled to death by all the female grunts, much to the male grunts' ire and annoyance. Lavere City was considered by many in the Kalos region to be one of the most beautiful cities in the region, as it was filled with thriving nature, and the nature had been incorporated into the daily life, and instead of destroying it, the people who built the town and all of the houses, factories and even the Pokemon gym had built around it, giving the city one of the most natural vibes. The bright and cheerful colors always brought the mood of the population up, and it never seemed like it had a dull day in its life. Many people from around the world thought that maybe the entire feel and rustic feel to the town was similar to Ikrutik City from the Johto region, as the fashion trends that started here in the common female clothing art style was indeed a kimono. Even the gym leader herself was from the Johto region, yet she decided to move here. That was why some people believed it to be the second Ikrutik City. Speaking of the Lavere City Pokemon Gym, it had an odd design to it, with it being shaped like a doll house of a little girl, yet it also had some unique features to it, as it had a catwalk that led from around the back that traveled inside the gym itself, which was a popular destination when it came to modeling the new brands of clothing and the possible upcoming fashion trends. Another notable feature of the gym was that it had a massive tree that was sprouting through the building itself, although the gym was made so that it could be built around it without risking damage to the tree or the building's structure itself. If one were to be near the catwalk, they would be able to hear the sounds of powerful Pokemon moves being used and blasted around, along with the cries of said Pokemon as they fought in a tough battle. One could even hear the slight reverb of the trainers commanding their Pokemon inside. Inside of the Lavere City Gym, there was currently a battle happening between the gym leader and the challenger. The battlefield was an interesting one, as it felt large and very open. Despite it being inside of the building, it was even lifted up off the ground slightly and made to look like a path that one would find in a garden. A moderate-sized stone wall surrounded the area, preventing anyone from taking an unfortunate tumble off of the side and causing possible injury. How one would get to the battlefield itself is by the two arched wooden bridges on either side of the battlefield with a small garden on either side. There were also wall-mounted digital displays all around the area, making it feel much more unique and antique than any other gyms in the Kalos region. The lingering smell in the area was definitely aromatic, with the scents of the wood and flowers meshing together to create something pleasant to smell, along with the colors being rather bright and cheerful, something that contrasted nicely with the rustic and antique look that they had. The gym leader of the city was a young woman, about 18 years of age, and stood at about 5 feet 8 counting the heels she wore, and looked to be a natural beauty with some exotic features to her, mainly her eyes and her flawless pale skin. The young woman has long black hair that reaches her knees, her eyes are wide and are purplish-gray in color. She also wears purple hair clips slightly resembling the ears of an autono and string-like tendrils, as well as a purple choker. Her outfit resembles a stylized kimono spliced with a gothic Lolita style, creating a rather interesting fashion image. The sleeves bear the resemblance to butterfly wings with pink, mist-like patterns followed by a yellowish cream color and tipped with black. She wears a pale yellow corset intertwined with purple strings and lined with butterfly patterns with strings. She also wears a short, puffy skirt with the color of pale purple, pink, and black with frilly ends, although the skirt hardly came down to her mid-thigh, so it was distracting at times when she moved. Finally, her outfit is completed with black socks with Renaissance flares on the top, and black high heels with bright pink soles and ribbons. This was Valerie, the fairy-type gym leader of Laver City, and the 6th gym leader when it came to the Kalos League. Of course, that didn't mean they had to follow the pattern in order, as all gym leaders have multiple teams depending on the amount of badges the challenger has. On the opposite side of the field from Valerie stood her challenger, who happened to be Naruto. Naruto had changed a lot during the past 10 years and stood about 4 feet 8 and looked to be around 15 years of age, and he was still rather skinny, just not as skinny as he was when he was a child, although his size meant that people mistook him for someone younger. He wore a simple black hoodie with the Team Skull insignia located on the back of the clothing, along with a simple red t-shirt on underneath. He also wore a pair of loose-fitting black jeans that was held up by a red belt with a skull belt buckle. On the belt were 6 different poke balls, and finally, he wore a black bandana with the image of a jawbone that was currently around his neck. Fit snugly around his neck, which was nestled just behind the bandana, was a simple green gem that had been hollowed out in the middle. In it contained a blackish-purple gemstone with the helix formation in the middle. The reason for his short height despite being in his mid-teens was simple, the fact that in his childhood, he was living off the bare minimum with berries and sometimes, when he was lucky, some other food that Purloin managed to snag. It left a large detrimental impact on his growing body, with it basically destroying itself to give him the required energy to function during the day. Since he lived on his own for so long before Plumeria or Guzma took him in, it meant that his body had lost a lot of the nourishment and nutrients that normally came with the standard meals that a family would have, and this meant that his body was slower and weaker than other kids his age, and for the fact that he struggled to move around meant that his muscles sometimes seized up or just stopped working. It was why that he and Plumeria, along with another female member of Team Skull, nicknamed Rap, moved to the Kalos region, to get the medical attention that he severely required to keep himself alive. At least it wasn't so bad in the Kalos region. He got the medical attention that he required to live a healthy life, despite his age being something that he wouldn't enjoy as much, since his early years caused so much problems for him and basically stunted his growth. The most surprising thing that happened to him, both of which made him angry, yet joyful at the same time, was that he got to meet his uncle. The only problem was that Guzma and the rest of the grunts had to stay over in Alola, to do whatever it was they wanted. He just didn't know what they were aiming for by staying in the island region. Scorpio. Use cross poison. Naruto called out to his Pokemon. The Pokemon in question was a large, purple, scorpion-like Pokemon. Its eyes are a pointed shape, with blue-colored upper portions. Drapion has 2 small, pointed protrusions between its eyes, and one on the back on its head. The Pokémon also has protrusions on its jaws, 2 on the upper and 3 on the lower, with large, fang-like, white-colored features extending from its mouth. Its body is composed of many violet to lavender body segments which ends with a tail with 2 stingers. It also has 4 segmented legs with pointed toes. Its most distinguished feature is its huge claws. This Pokémon was Drapion, the ogre scorpion Pokémon, or as his trainer nicknamed him, Scorpio. Drapion crossed its large, clawed arms above its head with a fierce purple glow surrounding the pincers. A purple X then appears in front of its crossed arms before firing the X of pure purple and rather sinusider energy towards its opponent at frightening speed. Sylveon, dodge it, Valerie called out. Her voice was rather soft, yet one could hear the passion that she had for battling and for her Pokémon. Sylveon is a quadruped, mammalian Pokémon covered with pale cream-colored fur with pink feet, ears, and tail. It has light blue eyes, long ears with blue interiors and thicker fur, a tiny nose, and 2 stray tufts of fur on top of its head. There are 2 bows on its body, one at the base of its left ear and one on its neck. Each bow is pale cream with a pink center and trails a pair of ribbon-like feelers. The feelers are pale cream with light blue tips. Before the tip of each feeler is a pink and then a dark blue stripe. It has slender legs with small, 3-toed paws and a fluffy, slightly curved tail. However, it was obvious that the damage that it took over time from the previous battles got to it, as it wasn't quick enough and one of its hind paws got caught by the large poisonous X that was speeding towards it, causing a small explosion of dust and slight bubbles to linger in the air. Sylveon, Valerie called out, trying to push away the slowly drifting cloud of dust and grime away from herself. How she managed to use her arms properly inside the wing part of her outfit, people would never know. As the smoke and grime eventually cleared from the air in the arena, they were finally able to see what was the outcome of the devastating super effective attack. Sylveon is unable to battle. Challenger Naruto wins. The referee called out, raising her hand towards Naruto's side of the field, making it official that the battle had ended with his victory. All right, Scorpio, that was a fine hit right there. Naruto called out. His cheer caused his Drapion to swivel around, which was creepy as his upper half had rotated a full 180 degrees whilst his lower half remained the same. Draw, it roared out, before the lower half of its body finally followed the upper half and made its way over to Naruto, before it leaned its head down and allowed his trainer to rub his head. Seeing the large and aggressive Pokémon acting like this was odd, however, to Naruto, it was normal. Despite his Pokémon looking tough and fearsome, they were really big softies outside of battle. Whether that was due to his short height or for something else, he didn't know. His female Pokémon were especially careful around him, with Leopard being the most protective one of the bunch. Speaking of Leopard, that was the same Purloin that helped him when he was all alone in that abandoned town. She stuck by his side thrust thick and thin, even becoming his first ever Pokémon that he caught. Taking his attention from the Drapion that was leaning into his touch, he turned his gaze towards the benches along the side of the arena, and he saw his Leopard making her way over towards him. Leopard is a slender, purple feline Pokémon speckled with yellow rosettes. It has a pink mask marking over its eyes, a pink nose, and small yellow markings over its green eyes. It has 2 pairs of long yellow whiskers, and a tufted yellow underside. Its lower legs are yellow, and each small paw has a pale pink pad that allows it to be able to move swiftly and silently. TT also has a long, curving tail with a sickle-like shape toward the tip. Purring softly as she petted by Naruto, she stuck her tongue out and gently licked his hand, showing her affection, despite the odd texture of her tongue which felt like sandpaper rubbing along the skin. Naruto. Hearing his name being called, Naruto moved to stand in front of his Drapion, who had also turned around and was looking at Valerie as she was approaching, keeping a watchful eye on the stranger that was approaching his trainer. That was a great match. I'm proud to present you the fairy badge, as proof of your accomplishment. Valerie said, her soft and near melodic voice carrying its weight as she presented the fairy badge to him, which was resting on the wing-like part of her outfit. Smiling lightly as he took hold of the new, shiny badge and placing it in his badge case, he finally felt a sense of joy. He had defeated all of the gym leaders, and that meant he could participate in the Lumiose City Conference, and he now had an entire 2 months to prepare and train for it. thank you," he said softly, closing his badge case and placing it in his pocket, before looking up and seeing the slightly surprised face of Valerie. "Something wrong?" he asked her. "Oh, no, nothing at all," Valerie said, snapping herself out of her little stupor before shaking her head and giggling softly. "I was surprised that you have collected all the other badges before coming to challenge me," she said. It was very rare for challengers to do that. Normally they would always want to challenge her quicker than the other gym leaders. Maybe it was of her track record or for the fact some people feared fairy-type Pokemon and wanted to defeat her with her weaker teams. Shrugging his shoulders at that, Naruto replied, "Well, I wanted a challenge. I got to say, you were on another level, maybe the toughest gym leader I have faced." The way he said that simple statement was enough to take Valerie off guard. "Really? I mean, you put yourself at a disadvantage by bringing dark-type Pokemon to a fairy gym leader," she pointed out. "I chose to come here with my team. I wanted to be challenged. I wanted to push myself to the limits, and you did that for me. If it wasn't for some luck on my side, I would have lost," Naruto said, grasping her outstretched hand and shaking it in a sign of good sportsmanship. "The simple and unexpected movements and strategies caught me off guard, yet it was the determination of my team that eventually came through." Giggling once again, something that rang bells in Naruto's ears. He already took a small liking to her for her personality and for the eccentric and unique way she dressed. So hearing something like that again and being so close, it definitely made his heart pound a little faster in his chest. "I see. Quiet the charmer. I'm ain't no charmer, I just speak what's on my mind." Naruto vehemently denied the simple statement from Valerie, who was starting to lean in a little bit closer to him. "Well, that is what makes you different from the others," she spoke out softly, before doing a traditional bow. "I wish you good luck in the conference," she said to him, before starting to move back away to the side of the field she came from. "Thank you, I appreciate it," Naruto said, waving to her one last time before heading out of the gym. He needed to heal his Pokemon and let his uncle and adoptive mother of the results from the battle. Valerie sighed to herself as she made her way through the gym. It did get rather empty and lonely in the building sometimes, with the only real time that people were around was when a fashion show was on, and the next one wasn't happening for a while. It did leave her a lot of time to ponder on what to do next, and maybe think of ways she could improve her training along with the beauty of her Pokemon. Valerie, humming out in acknowledgement, she turned her attention to the official match referee, who also happened to be one of her closest friends that she had in this city. Leaving behind her own city in a completely different region didn't sit well with her friends or other family members. She couldn't even remember the last time that they visited her, and she had been in this region for a solid 4 years now. "You have taken a liking to that young man," the female referee spoke out. The referee in question was wearing something of nature of this city, with it being a modest dark green kimono with some distinct patterns of the falling leaves of autumn. Sweet dropping at her friend's bluntness, something that she always had in spades when it came to speaking her mind. She was trying to deny it, however, she saw the look of victory that she had on her face, meaning that she had no way out of it, and if she denied it, then she wouldn't let it go. "Maybe I have, however, he is much too young for me," she simply said, before making her way into her private quarters. Yes, not only was this her gym that also acted as a catwalk for fashion shows, she also had a private room and her own private little area inside the gym in which she lived her day-to-day life when there were no signs of challengers or fashion shows coming up. You do understand that he said he was 15, right? I even checked on his official registry for the league and it told the same thing," the referee told Valerie, sweat dropping a little at the rather unique gym leader and friend. "Oh, I thought he was lying," Valerie stated, before going over towards her mahogany desk. "He is very short for his age," she added, before looking through the small file of papers that had built up over time. "Yes, but that could be either his genetics or something caused that to happen." "I do suppose you're right," Valerie said, nodding to herself as she finally found the correct paperwork. "However, my duties as gym leader mean that I can't follow up on this until the gym season is over." The paperwork was something every gym leader had to fill out and send to the Kalos Pokemon League committee to prove that the trainer had actually beating the gym through legal means and didn't break in or steal the badge. If the paperwork wasn't filled out or sent to the committee in time, then it would be possible for a trainer to be disqualified by the time the Pokemon conferences were about to start, and said trainer would be fined and also have a possible penalty of losing your trainer's license. It was sad because it happened once before, and it spread like wildfire. It not only forced said trainer to be looked down upon, but rumors said that he didn't take the news too well. It was only after the league ended and a few months had passed did the KPL committee came out and apologized directly to the trainer, yet he was nowhere to be found. Then go chase after him. I'll take up the mantle of the gym leader for you. The referee suddenly spoke, taking a seat on one of the few chairs in the room, which also happened to be just before the mahogany desk. Blinking a few times, Valerie resisted the urge to clear out her ears, as that would make her outfit dirty. Turning her attention from the paperwork, she looked flabbergasted at her friend. "Excuse me?" she questioned. "You know what I said. Tiffany, I can't burden you and leave you or suddenly take a break. What of my fashion shows?" Valerie said, denying her friend, now known as Tiffany, of the thought that entered her mind. "What about?" "No, trust me," Tiffany said, cutting off whatever else Valerie had to say. "Val, when was the last time that you had a break from this, and just enjoyed being free from the duties of a gym leader?" Tiffany asked her friend. As she saw Valerie opened her mouth, she quickly cut in once more. "Don't say your fashion shows, those don't count." Shutting her mouth with a small audible click, Valerie thought long and hard, and if she was being honest, the last time she had a break, not counting when the Pokemon conference season was over, it had to be well over 2.5 years since she enjoyed a break without the responsibilities or duties as a gym leader hanging over her head like a rain cloud. "Can't think of any time?" Tiffany asked with a raised eyebrow. "No, I can't think of a time when I had a break," Valerie admitted with a small sigh. Sometimes being a gym leader wasn't always fun and games, especially with the amount of work that had to be done, not only keeping the gym up and running, but being able to keep yourself competitive when it came to battling. Gym leaders actually get fired if their win ratio is too low for the high amount of loses they had. The absolute minimum one gym leader was allowed to have was a 35/65 ratio, and even then, it was a challenge to keep the position. "Well, now is your chance. Chase the boy you were interested in, and if what I heard and saw was correct, he had gained all 8 badges, and will now most likely be training for the conference," Tiffany stated, before making her way towards Valerie and gently grabbing her shoulders. "Please, take this opportunity, have some freedom and try your best with the boy. I'll take care of the gym and the Pokemon you keep behind, and maybe you will be able to capture some new fairy-type Pokemon to use." "Fine," Valerie eventually admitted. Sighing to herself, she made her way over towards the door that led to her room. She had some stuff to pack and some choices to make. "I will go, just let me pack some stuff." Tiffany nodded her head at that, watching as her close friend walked through the door and into her personal room in order to pack. While she liked her job as a referee, that didn't mean that she was a terrible trainer as well, and she was rather close with some of Valerie's Pokemon, as all of her teams that were scaled to the amount of badges the challenger had needed to be cared for. "Well, might as well let the higher-ups about what is happening," she muttered to herself, before taking out a holocaster and dialing the number that would allow her to, hopefully, come into contact with Mr. Goodshow, the president of the League Competition Committee. Coming out of the Pokemon Center, Naruto sighed as he was washed over by the sun's rays that were beaming down the city on this fine afternoon. It had been a solid bit since he received his 8th and final badge, as he went to the Pokemon Center as quickly as he could to heal his team, which had suffered significant damage from the battle, and he also got some lunch while he was there. He was already there, so why not get lunch while waiting for his Pokemon team to heal? It was a win-win in his book. Broken out of his thoughts as he felt something brush up against his leg, he looked down and saw Leopard was there, looking up at him with those beady eyes he has come to love so much. "Come on, girl. I couldn't use you in the gym, way too risky," Naruto said, before rubbing gently behind his Leopard's ear, getting a purr for his troubles. Although, that didn't stop her tail from whacking him on the back. "Oi!" Naruto yelped, feeling the slight sting to that as he saw the tail coated in a soft metallic sheen, showing him that Leopard had used Iron Tail on him. "Come on, even if you know that move, it doesn't mean I want to risk you in the battle for long." He tried to placate the feline. All he got, however, was a stare that he was all too familiar with from the Pokemon. "Don't use that look on me," Naruto said, huffing a bit, having fallen prey to that look one too many times in the past. Trudging his way along the soft gravel road, he eventually came towards a bench before sitting down on it, leaving enough space for Leopard to join him. It didn't take long for the slender feline to make herself comfortable on the bench, mainly by using Naruto himself as a cushion, with herself curling up like she used to do as a purloin, only she was slightly heavier and too long to fit on his body, so it left her hind legs and tail resting on the wooden bench. Whilst one hand was gently stroking Leopard's incredibly soft and smooth fur, Naruto pulled out his hollow caster from his pocket. The hollow caster was something akin to the X-transceiver from the Unova region, although it had been taken one step further. Along with being able to answer calls and communicate that way, people were also able to project themselves as a hologram using the special function of the device, which allowed a face-to-face talk. It was also developed a few years ago by Lysandre Labs as a way to make communication more efficient. It was a small, handheld device and could come in a plethora of color, with Naruto's being a simple black color which made it look slick and shiny, along with a burnt orange tint around the edges, making it stand out a little compared to others. It was also one of his gifts he got from Lysandre himself. Quickly going through his short contact list, he eventually found who he was looking for. Tapping away at the screen a few times, Naruto held it in front of his face, far enough away so his face wasn't the only thing being projected. "Yes, who is this?" a rather sharp masculine voice answered. However, there was no hologram to appear with it. "Ah, come on, uncle, it's me," Naruto spoke out, rather annoyed that his uncle wouldn't recognize the ID being sent to his device. "Oh, sorry, Naruto." The voice apologized. Naruto himself could actually feel the embarrassment coming out of his voice. With a small beeping noise, a rather large holographic projection sprang to life. The projection was about the size of a small sign, which was rather large compared to the small handheld device. As the image cleared, it revealed a rather tall and imposing man with blue eyes and with pointed red hair, that sometimes people mistook for a mane, and a red connected to his beard. He is a man of very tall stature. From what could be seen through the deep blue hologram was in fact a rather fancy black, fur-lined suit with a red trim. This man was none other than Lysandre, and also Naruto's uncle. To be precise, Lysandre was his mother's brother. "I see you are doing well," Lysandre pointed out, raising an eyebrow as he seemed to notice how excited Naruto was despite his best efforts to hide it. Only someone who had a keen eye to detail or had children themselves would be able to spot. "Aha, I got my final badge maybe an hour ago," Naruto said, nodding his head. He also couldn't help but let a smile loose on his face. Hearing the chuckle coming from his uncle, Naruto looked at him with a confused look on his face. "What was so funny?" "Sorry, you just sounded like your mother." She too had trouble keeping her excitement at bay when she accomplished something like that. Lysandre said, his eyes almost glazing over as he remembered the simpler and much more happier times he had. Shaking his head from those thoughts, he cleared his throat, getting rid of the awkward silence that had been brought up by that simple statement. "Anyway, why don't we meet up at Glore City tomorrow? That way we can talk in person. Lunch will be on me," Lysandre offered to Naruto. Pondering upon it for a moment, he realized that it was a little bit away, and that he didn't have a flying type either, so it might take longer. Hopefully there was a train station in this city, as he really didn't want to walk halfway across the region again. Doing it twice was enough for him in one journey. "All right. I will see if I can make it there," Naruto agreed. "Bye, uncle." "Goodbye, Naruto. Have a wonderful day, will you?" Lysandre said with a small grin, waving goodbye before the hologram petered out, leaving only the black screen of the device showing how long the conversation had been going on for. Sighing to himself, Naruto leaned back on the bench as he pocketed his device. It was still weird for him to imagine that he actually had blood-related family still around. He never knew his father, and he could only remember small bits and pieces of his mother, mainly the fact that she had red hair and great purple eyes. So when he found out he had an uncle, it was only fair that he was angry and upset at him. The many questions as to, "Where were you?" or, "Why weren't you there?" were the main ones, and those were mainly thrown around by Plumeria once she found out about him. To Naruto, he needed to hear the answers to make himself feel at peace with himself and finally be able to know the answers as to why his uncle wasn't there for him when he was all alone and starving, living off of berries every single day, and nearly dying due to his malnourishment and lack of vitamins and minerals in his body. However, Lysandre didn't give a reason until he was 14, a few months after his birthday. The reason why Lysandre wasn't there at all for him was because he and his sister, his mother, had a falling out, and basically that tore away the close bond they had. From what he could understand, Lysandre knew something was off about his father, but apparently, Kushina didn't listen, and still moved away from the Kalos region into Alola, and when she finally gave birth, she didn't bother to contact him. Shaking his head from those depressing thoughts, Naruto muttered out, "At least he is making up for the lost time." He knew that sometimes when lost family members reunite with each other, there is always some hesitation on both ends, and that normally leads to skewed relationships forming between them, but at least his uncle was trying to make up for the lost time. He had already done a lot, paid for his medical bills, allowed Plumeria, Rap, a female Team Skull member who he met when he was 6 and still in Alola, and himself to live in one of his summer houses rent-free until they were able to stand on both feet, gave him a hollow caster free of charge and even gave him a Pokemon. While it didn't make up for the fact he simply wasn't there for nearly 6.5 years of his life, at least he was making an attempt. He knew from hearing stories from Guzma and some other members of Team Skull that not all families are like that, some of them just don't care about their children. It was sad, but it was the world they lived in. Naruto-san. Turning his head to where he heard the voice coming from, he was surprised to see Valier standing there, fiddling slightly with the strap of the travel bag that was on her back. "Valerie, what are you doing?" he asked, looking around for anything that might be the problem with why she was here. Maybe it was something that he did, he just didn't know. Hearing the familiar voice of Valier, Naruto's leopard opened one of its eyes, and stared directly at her. It wasn't a stare that one would be comfortable with, it almost felt like the feline was judging every move that Valerie made. "I was hoping that you would allow me to travel with you, and maybe help train you," she said, a slight squeak in her voice. Despite being a gym leader and at such a young age, she still wasn't the best at interacting with others. "Why?" Naruto questioned, wanting to know why a gym leader would want to leave their post and travel and train someone they only just met. What about the gym or the fashion shows? He questioned further. He did know of her shows that she performed when it came to fashion. He remembered Shauna talking about it all the time. "My friend is taking over the gym for a while. I think it's time to have a small break from my duties as gym leader," Valerie said, giggling lightly as his expression. "My fashion shows, I will still attend. I will just need to leave a day or two before it starts so I can get ready." "I see," Naruto said, nodding his head at that. He understood that everyone needed a break at one point. Hell, even his uncle took breaks and he was an owner of Lysandre Labs and he helped his scientists daily. "Why with me? I mean, why do you want to travel with me?" he questioned, trying not to sound rude or uninviting. "Well, I say that you have piqued my interest," she simply said, bringing one of her winged sleeves up to her face to hide her small smile that was slowly growing. "Well," Naruto drawled out, running through some different possibilities of this. While he did enjoy being alone with his Pokemon, it did get lonely sometimes, and maybe having someone to actually have conversations with would make things easier. Plus, he wouldn't say no to more opportunities to train and get his Pokemon stronger. "I guess that's fine," he finally agreed. Looking down to the leopard resting on his lap, he asked, "What do you think, Sylvia?" Leopard continued to stare at Valerie for a few moments, before she stuck her hand out with her knuckles closest to her nose in a sign of non-aggression towards the feline Pokemon. Sylvia seemed contemplative for a few more moments, before she finally nudged her head against the back of Valerie's hand and giving her a small lick. It basically meant she was fine with Valerie and would tolerate her, as Sylvia herself didn't appreciate most company that Naruto sometimes got. "Well, Sylvia has spoken, and it seems she likes you, or maybe it's the perfume you have on that she likes," Naruto said, slowly getting up and allowing his leopard enough time to stretch out her body and hop off the bench, allowing him to stand up himself and have a nice stretch. Sitting down for long periods of time really was challenging for him. He liked to continue moving. It was one of the reasons why he was always fidgeting in battle, it allowed him to keep calm and level-headed, otherwise he would lose concentration. Although, Plumeria said that came from being around the members of Team Skull too much, as they couldn't sit still or stand still for that matter. I'm glad, Valerie said with a small giggle, gently rubbing the fabric of her outfit on the top of Leopard's head, just in between the ears. Forgive me for this, but I overheard you needed to go somewhere. Where did you need to go? She asked, having come into hearing range when she heard someone speaking to Naruto that they wanted to meet him somewhere. Rubbing the back of his head with a sheepish smile, he replied, well, I need to be in Glore City by lunch tomorrow, but I don't have any way to get there that quickly, unless there is a train station that I have missed in this beautiful town. Well, I'm afraid we don't have a train station, but I can offer you a ride on one of my Pokémon to travel there. Valerie offered, taking hold of one of the Pokeballs hidden in one of her sleeves. Really? Naruto questioned, watching her nod her head. He couldn't help but let out a cheer. Thank you, what a lifesaver. Giggling once more at his eccentricity, with his size matching his attitude, but not matching his age or outfit at all, she gently threw one of her Ultra Balls out from her sleeve. Since she was a gym leader, she was allowed to carry 8 Pokémon with her at all times, but she could only use 6 of them in a battle against a trainer. In a small pop and burst of bright yellow light, a rather serene call of a Pokémon came out, before the light died down and the Pokémon was revealed, and it was one that Naruto didn't face during his gym battle earlier in the day. The Pokémon revealed was a white, avian Pokémon with an ovoid-shaped body. While its feet are small and situated closely together, its wings are broad and triangular. Red and blue triangular markings over its underside, and it has a short tail consisting of 3 feathers. On the back of its head are 3 spikes, a red-tipped one on the right, a blue-tipped one on the left, and a pure white one in the middle. It has a relatively flat face and small, black eyes that glistened with joy and happiness. Kiss, the Pokémon cooed out once she stretched her wings after being let out of the Ultra Ball it was held in. A Togekiss? Naruto questioned, looking the Pokémon up and down. Turning to Valerie, he allowed the concern and some trepidation to be heard in his voice. Are you sure she can carry the both of us? While it wasn't unheard of for a Pokémon to carry 2 humans, seeing something that small do it, however, was a different thing. He was afraid that it might not be able to carry the both of them such a long distance. Don't worry, she is more than up to the task, Valerie said, petting the Togekiss on the back lightly, getting another coo from it. Togekiss, do you think you can fly us? Valerie begun, gesturing to herself and Naruto, to Glore City. She finished. The Togekiss looked in the direction of where her trainer gestured and saw Naruto and Leopard. Turning her attention back to her trainer, she cooed out, too. Toge. I see, Valerie said, a small smile on her face as she petted her Pokémon once again. Turning her attention to Naruto, she translated what Togekiss just told her. She said she can, however, you need to return Leopard to her Pokeball. She explained. Nodding his head at that, Naruto looked down to Leopard and unclipped the Luxury Ball from his belt. Okay Leopard, I know you don't like being inside your Pokeball, but can you please do it? I promise to let you out as soon as we touch back on the ground. Lie, she mewed out, her ears drooping lightly as her entire demeanor seemed to sink. She really didn't like being confined inside the Pokeball. One of the reasons why she was always outside of it was so she could always be near Naruto to protect him like she did when she was a little purloin, and for the fact that she loved the outdoors. Thank you, girl, Naruto said, rubbing Leopard between the ears trying to cheer her up, before a red beam connected with the Leopard and she was sucked back into the safety of the Luxury Ball. You really care about your Pokémon, don't you? Valerie stated, her wide, gray eyes never leaving Naruto's form. She even had a gentle smile on her face to see how well he handled trying to cheer up his Pokémon. Yeah, I care about every one of them. I treat them like family, because that's what they are to me, not just some mindless beasts that are only meant for battle. They have feelings as well, and I always take them into consideration. Naruto said, clipping the Luxury Ball back onto his belt and the other Pokeballs attached to his belt a light tap. He knew his Pokémon felt them inside, and he always did it to let them know he was still there and they weren't abandoned. That's nice. Sadly, that mindset isn't shared by many others in the world. Valerie said, before maneuvering herself on top of Togekiss, making sure that she was in a position to hold on gently without hurting her. Come on, you can hold on by wrapping your arms around my waist. I don't bite, unless you want me to. Giving a small giggle at the slight flush on his cheeks as he was told what to hold onto, she waited until she felt his arms wrap around her waist, taking note of how gentle he seemed to be holding onto her, before patting Togekiss. "All right girl, you can go now," she said. Not a few moments later, Togekiss was gently soaring through the air with little difficulty, despite having 2 teenagers on her back. She was used to carrying much more when it came to Valerie and her little shopping sprees. Plumeria was annoyed. No scratch that, she was beyond annoyed. In fact, she was so annoyed that she would rather be in Alola dealing with the numbskulls that were in Team Skull. They might be numbskulls, but at least they were like a family, thus, she would tolerate them, to an extent. However, right now, the reason for her annoyance was due to a certain individual who was easily 5 years older than herself, maybe even more. If it wasn't for the fact they were in a public setting, or if she didn't have rap with her, then she might have started a catfight between themselves. Plumeria over the years hadn't changed much at all, barring gaining a few more inches in height, along with having her delicious-looking derriere swell up more, along with her breasts becoming just a little larger due to her age and for her body to finally hit the peak of maturity. She still wore her get-up from previous years, showing her affiliation with Team Skull back in Alola. However, the outfit had been modified to fit her new body proportions. Another new thing about her was that she now had a rather fancy-looking bracelet around her left wrist, one that contained a Megastone for one of her Pokémon if she needed to use it in a pinch. All in all, she looked like someone that people would truly go after if they were into the bad bitches. However, if someone did even come up to ask her out or try to get into her pants, then she would vehemently deny them and maybe injure them depending on how badly they annoy her. The reason for that was simple. Her heart already belonged to someone else, and that was Naruto, the same little boy she and Guzma had come to rescue all those years ago. She knew that it might be considered bad, considering that he had grown up with them, with her acting as the motherly figure to him, despite her best attempts at getting to call her big sis instead. She wasn't that old to be a mother, but if he were to put a bun in her oven, then she would gladly bear his children. So, a older, mature feminine voice spoke out, breaking her from her thoughts. Bringing her attention upwards to the person sitting opposite her on the 3-person table, in which Rap was trying to be the mediator if things got out of hand, she was met with the person that was bringing her the most annoyance. The woman in question has a slightly tanned skin tone and a pink hair with a ponytail and curls on her shoulders. Her eyes are orange in color and mostly hidden behind a pair of red-shaded sunglasses. She wears a black turtleneck that reveals her belly button and red and black jeans with several diamond-shaped cutouts at the front revealing some parts of her legs, as well as black high-heeled shoes. In addition, she wears an mega amulet around her neck. This was Malva, who was not only part of Team Flare, but also a member of the members of the Elite Four who specializes in fire-type Pokémon. Along with those 2 parts, she was also a news reporter on the side to rack in some extra cash on the side. Gritting her teeth in annoyance at the sass in the woman's tone of voice, Plumeria glanced around the establishment they were in, which happened to be rather empty as it was actually a cafe that led directly to Team Flare's base. Don't ask her why that was the case, but it was actually closed for some amount of hours on certain days when members of Team Flare were to be found in the building. It also helped that the barristers were actually members of Team Flare as well. Shifting her attention back towards the older woman in front of her, who also seemed to have an interest in Naruto, much to her and Rap's ire, she was fiddling with a small teaspoon, gently swirling and mixing the café au lait she had ordered, along with a pan au chocolat, literally meaning chocolate bread, that had a bit taken out of it already. "What?" she asked, not hiding the annoyance in her voice all that well to the woman in front of her. Malva rested her chin on her hand, keeping herself up using her elbow which was on the edge of the table. Flashing a small smile towards Plumeria, "You know, when is it we can have little Naruto to ourselves? I'm not getting any younger," she added, looking at Plumeria at an angle so half of her eyes were showing over the lenses of her glasses. Bristling slightly at that, sure, she knew that some females had an attraction towards Naruto, and they were mostly his age, and a little older, with her being the oldest at 25 years young, and most certainly still in her prime years. However, once she found out that Malva had an interest in him as well annoyed her, considering that she was 30 years of age and the age difference being a lot more sensitive as she was literally double Naruto's age. Sure, she was in her 20s while Naruto was only 15, but at least the age difference wasn't that bad at 10 years, unlike with Malva it would be 15 years difference. It would be easy to classify Malva as a cougar or simply a sugar mama. When he wants to, and that might mean you will be nearly in your 40s by the time he is ready to become intimate with the ones who actually love him for who he is, and not just because he is young and exotic. Plumeria said, leaning back in her chair and flashing a smirk in Malva's direction. Tapping her teaspoon along the side of the small cup, Malva hummed to herself, "Yes, I do suppose that will be the case. However, I am sure he will appreciate the form of a more mature woman compared to his adopted mother." She shot back, hoping to get under the woman's skin. PFF'd. Plumeria scoffed out, flicking a strand of pink hair out of her line of sight, as if he would be interested in someone with saggy tits. He would rather them firm like mine, plus, there is nothing wrong some kinky roleplay. Plumeria shot back, crossing her arms under her bust to make her point more emphasized. From her perspective, it did look like Malva had some saggy tits, unlike hers where they were firm and made some heads turn. "I am by far the more successful person, as not only am I a stronger trainer, but I am also much more refined and have more womanly charm compared to you. What do you do? Make sure your looks are still perfect and hardly train your Pokemon. I'm amazed they haven't started ignoring you yet, or tried to find another trainer," Malva stated, grinning madly, before she blinked a few times and adding in something else to rile the younger woman up. "Also, at least I still am a virgin, unlike you, and my cunt isn't used and considered sloppy seconds." She did have her ways of finding some things out that some people would clearly like to not have brought up, and what she just brought up was definitely something that irked Plumeria, along with really pissing her off. She could see the angry pulses of a vein in her forehead as she gritted her teeth so hard that she could hear the meshing of them. Slam. Slamming her hands upon the table they were sat at, Plumeria all but growled towards the older woman. She might not be a virgin anymore, but she definitely didn't do it with another man. The person who took her virginity was Rap, and that was only because she reached that age where she was curious about those things, and using a double-ended dildo definitely wasn't like she had sensual relations with another man. Her heart belonged to someone else, and that was Naruto. YUSK however, before she could continue with that remark, someone else butted into the conversation before it could get evolve into something a little more ugly. Ladies, now is not the time." A meeker voice spoke back out, breaking the imminent CA-tight that was about to occur between the older women. Both of their heads turned to Rap at the same time, where she suddenly found herself feeling a lot smaller than she already was when the harsh gazes of the two women landed on her. Raphia, or Rap as she preferred to be called, was a girl in her late teens. She had luscious pink hair that went down to her shoulders and curled slightly at the end. However, the top of her head was mostly covered by a white skull helmet with what looks to be one eye closing to blink while the other was wide open. Her pink eyes were blacking to the two women on either side of her and were more pronounced thanks to the black eye shadow that she had on at the moment. Her nose and anything below was covered thanks to the white bandana that had some white trimmings along the top. Although, the black bandana didn't cover the slight blush that she had on her cheeks thanks to the current topic. For clothing, she was wearing a simple black shirt that had a white X near the waistline, and also the fabric hugged her developing frame and pushed against her high B-cup breasts. Along both of her wrists were two simple bands that both had white trimmings around the top and bottom, which also acted as sweatbands. The rest of her clothing consisted of white ripped short shorts that hardly came down to her mid-thigh, exposing a lot of her tanned legs, along with having a black frilled thigh garter on her right leg. To top it all off, she wore a pair of simple white socks and white ankle-high joggers. Can I say that I got a call from Naruto yesterday?" She managed to get out, swallowing some saliva that got caught in her mouth from the gazes that just wouldn't let go. As she said Naruto's name, however, it seemed as though the invisible pressure that was pushing down upon her was lifted, and it was now much more easier to breathe, something which Rap took great pleasure in as she took a large inhale of oxygen, despite the fact she was still wearing her bandana. "Really? What did he say?" Plumeria asked, all of her negative or angry vibes thrown out the proverbial water as she wanted to know what her precious little darling said when she called, although she was mentally pouting that she didn't get called instead. Malva also looked interested, by the way her shades glinted an interesting color when the lighting bounced off of them and from the way her demeanor shifted as she steepled her fingers together. He said that he got his 8th and final gym badge, meaning that he is in the all clear for the Lumiose conference that starts in 2 months. He also mentioned that he is meeting Lysandre in Glore today, for lunch apparently. She said, fumbling over her words as she tried to remember the name of the city they were visiting. Really, no wonder why Lysandre was in a rush this morning. Malva muttered out, narrowing her eyes as she once again picked up the teaspoon to once again stir her drink. Remind me to punish him when he gets back, he could always use more paperwork for not taking me to see my precious maelstrom. She added on, a dangerous glint shining in her eyes. Oh please, like he would have taken you, he would have taken me instead, considering I am someone who is not in the spotlight constantly. Plumeria snarked out with a barely concealed growl to her tone. She really didn't enjoy Malva most of the time, and considering that they had a little rivalry with each other when it concerned their precious little Naruto, it often meant that they were at each other's necks. However, instead of getting a response from Malva, she merely dismissed it like she didn't even hear it in the first place. All she did was send a mere glance towards the dark-skinned woman before turning her attention back towards Rap. So, let me know of his journey, I believe I am not up to date when it concerns his journey. Malva said, leaning forward, interest and curiosity clear in her gaze as she looked towards Rap. Oh, well, with that, Rap began with recounting all of the important details that she was told by Naruto, even though he had asked to keep some of the females that he met on his journey a secret. Rap wouldn't do that, considering that it was best to come out with it rather than keeping it a secret for the two competitive and overprotective women to find out and scorn Naruto to hell and back. Let it be known that both Malva and Plumeria were a little annoyed that more competition for Naruto's affection, and that most likely meant they would have to share him with even more girls. Yes, they did come up with a little truce between the females they knew of that had feelings or crushes towards Naruto, and they were willing to share as long as they knew the pecking order. That already consisted of Plumeria, Rap, Malva and Shauna. However, now even more people had been brought into the game, one of them even being a gym leader and a fashionista, which meant that it would be even harder to hide the relationships from the press and media when it finally came time for everyone to come to terms with it and begin the polyamorous relationship. However, it would be a challenge, and they would come to terms with it and conquer it, even if it meant moving to another region entirely, or moving to one of the more dangerous regions like the Ore region where they could settle down and not be in the spotlight with the polyamorous relationship. As from what they heard, the people of Ore didn't care. You were welcome no matter what if you could survive the harsh conditions of the land. It was the beginning of another normal afternoon for a certain duo of girls that were making their way towards Glore City. However, despite their best attempts to try and bring in the feeling of nervousness they had. The reason why, it was because the very next day, around noon to be precise, was the master class, and if they managed to get to the finals, they had an opportunity to face off against the Kalos Queen, a distinguished rank amongst performers, and they themselves had the chance to get that title if they won at the end of the tournament, and it was all done by votes, so there was a chance for favoritism and corruption to side with one person over the other. The first girl who was competing in the master class was a short young girl, standing about 5 feet 6 with tanned skin and light green eyes that sparkled with happiness and excitement. Her hair, which has a spiky tuft on her forehead, is long and brown and is kept in curly pigtails, which are gently swaying in the wind. Clothing-wise, she wears a fashionable, feminine, and cute outfit that matches her personality. It consists of a dark pink t-shirt decorated with 3 black bows and hugs her developing breasts. Although they were merely a high B cup, much to her annoyance as she was 15, she expected them to be slightly larger by now, and wears very small denim shorts with black frills on the bottom, showing off her rather slender, tanned legs to the world, and dark pink ballet-type shoes with short heels and matching ankle cuffs. For accessories, she wears a dark pink wristband and a black frilly bauble on her right wrist. She also carries around a white and pink purse that matches her shirt, complete with a black bow. All in all, she liked the color pink and liked black to be a secondary color to bring out the brightness of the primary color. This young 15-year-old girl was Shauna, a rather cheerful and energetic girl that liked to help people when she can, and with her personality, it wasn't very hard to not gain some attention, and she seemed to be able to make friends easily, even if they were the complete opposite personality-wise with her. Speaking of opposites for Shauna, the girl that was trailing behind her by a few paces was one of her friends and rivals for Pokemon showcases. The girl, however, was a little more exotic compared to her, as she had unique air and aura about her, along with her having a slight accent to her voice. The girl in question was a short young girl, standing about 5 feet 5 with unblemished fair skin, soft brown eyes, and short, yet layered dark blue hair that she secures with light blue maid-like headwear and an orange headband. She wears an elegant and fashionable outfit that consists of a teal shirt with long light blue sleeves, a sleeveless green overshirt with cyan squares on both sides, an orange tie, and cyan shorts with light blue lines. On her feet, she wears orange shoes and plain white socks that nearly reach her knees. For storage, she carries around an orange backpack with brown straps that is normally secured around one of her shoulders. This girl was Miette, a fellow Pokemon performer, along with being a rather unique friend for Shauna, which did confuse many people as they were not only complete opposite personality-wise, but also the way they acted. Whilst Shauna was hyper and energetic, Miette on the other hand was more reserved. However, Miette also had another title when it came to the duo. To Shauna, Miette was a rival in love when it came to Naruto, and Miette found Shauna to be a rival in love as well. How both fell for Naruto? Well, it was simple. They fell for his personality, and they couldn't help but blush up a storm around him. He was just so caring to those he found were worthy. However, that didn't mean he was a cold individual, aloof maybe, but not unapproachable. They also couldn't help but take small jabs at his height, since he was considerably shorter than both of them. Even though he was a teen like themselves, it still didn't prevent some sort of protective feelings form for him, and those feelings basically doubled after they heard of how he grew up. They made it their goal to make sure that he is happy and loved. They knew that he had his adoptive family, but they wanted to make sure that he had friends with him at all times that weren't just Pokemon. They also hoped that maybe they could become more than friends. Even if they didn't, it wouldn't stop them from loving him all the same. So, lunch when we get to the city? Shauna suddenly asked, breaking the peaceful silence that had formed around them. It wasn't an awkward silence. In fact, it was the opposite, and it was one of those silences that actually made things serene and peaceful. Glancing over towards her energetic friend, Miette contemplated for a few moments. However, her contemplation was interrupted when their stomachs decided to answer the unanswered question for them. Blushing in embarrassment at the unladylike noise that was emitted from her body, Miette nodded her head rather shyly. The last time she had eaten was a few hours ago, and even then it was the last of her poffins that she had made. They weren't really filling, but they were able to at least satisfy her hunger for a while. Plus, Shauna liked them, and when she was eating them she was at least a little more quiet for an hour or two after eating them. She was just glad that she didn't have sugar highs. Now that would be bad. I'm guessing that is a yes, Shauna stated, before giggling at the look that Miette currently had on her face. Pouting a little at being giggled at, Miette crossed her arms over her chest. If you don't stop giggling at me, I will no longer give you any poffins. She huffed, sticking her nose in the air but making sure to look at her companion out of the corner of her eye. From the reaction that Shauna had, it looked like someone had told her that something that she believed all of her life was a lie. You wouldn't, Shauna trailed off, hesitation clear in her voice. Surely Miette wouldn't do something as harsh as that for giggling. Her poffins were to die for. Try me, she simply said, before taking a few paces, and now with her in the lead, she called out over her shoulder, you coming? By the time we get to Glore it would probably be evening, she said, not even bothering to stop walking. Shauna merely grumbled to herself, kicking a loose pebble along the ground which soon disappeared in some shrubbery nearby. Meanie, she muttered out, before following after Miette. Sometimes she was just so cruel, in her eyes anyway. Anyway, do you think Naruto will be here, watching the Masters showcase? Or is he too busy with getting his final gym badges? Shauna questioned once she finally got within a few small strides of Miette. Placing a dainty hand upon her chin, Miette hummed a little in thought, before she gazed towards her rather energetic and eccentric friend. I'm not sure. The last time we ran into him was last month, and he only had 6 gym badges, plus he is most definitely halfway across the region for those remaining gym badges. She spoke out, with a small shrug of her shoulders. Unless he managed to capture a flying type, then he will most likely not make it. She added on as an afterthought. That simple answer seemed to make Shauna a little depressed. While Naruto may be someone who wasn't that interested in Pokemon showcases, when they ran into each other, he always made sure to stay in the city or town to watch their performances, and voting for them before he headed off the next day to continue his training for his end goal. How he managed to vote for the both of them at the same time was beyond her. Hell, he managed to have them both W in the contest when they were in the finals as the amount of votes were the same. Surely it was against the rules to do that, unless somehow there was a loophole that he found with the voting and he was exploiting it without fail. Oh well, I guess time will tell. If he doesn't make it, at least he might be able to watch the highlights of our performances online, which means we need to be even better than before. Shauna cheered out, her sad demeanor quickly shifting to her more excitable one as she fist-pumped the air, much to the slight annoyance of Miette. When do we not? Anyways, you will be gobsmacked when I win and become the new Kalo's queen. Miette spoke out, sending Shauna a challenging grin. Egging on her rival was always so fun, especially since it seemed to place Shauna in extra competitive mode, just how she liked it. She wouldn't lose to someone who wasn't pushing their limits. With another comfortable silence formed between the duo, the girls simply carried on their way towards the city, where their stomachs would be filled with the finest of dinners and last-minute strategies will be thought up of during their dinner outing. Naruto had woken up a little early in the morning, mainly due to him being used to waking up in the early hours of the morning when he had to camp out in the wilderness when he couldn't make it to a nearby town or city when he was traveling the Kalos region. While he did enjoy nature, he really didn't want to be asleep when the more deadlier Pokemon were just waking up and more than likely were looking for some food to eat. He may be small, but that wouldn't stop a ferocious Pokemon from having him as a meal. When he first woke up, the thought of moving from his position was unappealing, as he was laying on the most comfortable mattress that he had ever had the pleasure of sleeping on, and the covers that were warming his body up from the frosty night and the bitter morning were amazing as well. It also helped that the room he was in had a faint scent of vanilla with a hint of zest. All he remembered from the events of yesterday was finally obtaining his final gym badge, then having his uncle calling him over and offering some lunch in one of the few restaurants in Gyore City. Then, the most recent event that he could remember was him falling asleep, leaning against Valerie during the flight towards the city in question. The last memory made him flush a little. He would admit, Valerie did have this unique appeal to her, while she was rather socially awkward, from what he remembered during the battle and conversations leading up to his rest on the flight, but she just had this aura about her that made her likable. With her being around his age and to be one of the saner females that he knew also helped. How on earth did he have a cougar after him, his adopted mother, or Big Sis as she wants to be called, along with having a tsundere interested in him amongst many more? He really didn't think he was that special or that noteworthy for attention, other than his shortened height due to his harsh and unfortunate early childhood. He knew of the girl's affections, yet, he didn't exactly want to choose between them, as choosing one over the other would not only break their hearts if they weren't chosen, but possible repercussions of differing varieties could happen, and that was something that he didn't want to experience, plus, there was a chance that it would ruin the bonds and friendships that had been forged between them. Although, from the way things had been shaping between Astrid, Shauna and Miette, Hao had very little doubt that they would want to break the friendship up that they had between them, and most likely, they would offer to share, and they would all be in this odd and rather large polyamorous relationship. He wouldn't be that surprised if Shauna managed to convince the others to join in on it. She was a very open girl, and she, like him, didn't like seeing people upset. It just wasn't in her being to make someone upset when she had the opportunity to make someone happy. Have a nice day, ma'am, sir. Shaking his head from those thoughts, he turned his attention from his wavering thoughts to the person that had spoken out. He saw that it was a clerk, who was looking at them with this expression of barely concealed amusement, along with a hint of awe in her eyes. He noticed how her gaze rather unsubtly, mind you, went from Valerie and to him, with her eyes basically asking the question, did you do it? However, that was not the case, and something that he really didn't want to answer either way. Sure, it might have been odd for a teenage girl and a teenage guy to be sharing a hotel room that had only one bed, which he woke up in with Valerie all but spooning him, with her being the big spoon and himself being the small spoon. However, they were only acquaintances, maybe friends now since she decided to ditch the gym and help him with training, so she wouldn't be that bold and risky to do something like that with someone she had only met that very day. He already got enough flack when it came to his uncle, and most certainly received enough teasing and lewd gestures from Plumeria and Malva respectively. "Thank you, have a wonderful day." A slightly whimsical voice of Valerie spoke out to the clerk, with her seemingly not caring about the look that she was receiving from her. Turning his gaze to Valerie, had to wonder why she would actually book a room in a 5-star hotel, even when she wasn't actually in the city nor was she planning on being in it. Who does that? Booking an expensive room for the entire year, only to use it maybe 5 times at most during the year. It must be expensive, unless she has all of that money that she got for being a gym leader and fashionista were enough to book that room all year round. Since waking up for this morning, he saw that Valerie was dressed in something that was a little more normal than her previous outfit, as she was garbed in a rather loose-fitting rose gold kimono that had a silver sash that tied it together. Her hair was cascading down her back with nothing strewn within the strands, and the poke balls that she had were in her long sleeves, although she was still wearing her black-heeled boots from yesterday along with a hint of white being seen underneath from the fabric of her socks. Like last time, she was wearing very little makeup, just allowing her natural beauty to shine through. He had to give it to her. All in all, she really did have a nice fashion sense, and she could play the role of being an unexpected trainer very well, since really, who would expect poke balls to clipped into someone's sleeves? Mentally slapping himself for his previous remark, he had to groan. Of course she had a great fashion sense, she was a bloody model for crying out loud. "You understand what she is IMLPing, right?" Naruto questioned as the rather odd gym leader walked away from the clerk and towards him. Blinking a few times, her eyes were upon his body and she was looking at him with confusion dancing in those wide eyes of hers. "That we slept together?" she questioned, tilting her head slightly. Naruto's eyes twitched slightly as he heard the giggling of the clerk at the response that Valerie had. Never mind. I need to meet my uncle," Naruto said, pinching the bridge of his nose as he turned on his heel and started walking towards the entrance of the building. As he walked out of the building, he remembered what the cafe that he was meant to be meeting his uncle at. As he had saw the message that he got earlier in the morning after having a small break for himself earlier this morning, after leaving the comfortable bed and the rather awkward spooning that he was a part of. And as he was looking around for the more notable buildings, a small twitch developed in his eyes as he noticed that the cafe he was meant to be meeting his uncle was basically right down the street that they were currently on and where the hotel was. He was about to turn to Valerie, who was silently following him and was only a pace or two behind him. If he was lucky, he could feel her breath against his bare neck. However, he stopped before that happened, not only because he didn't want to make a scene with the few people about, but it was highly unlikely that she actually knew where they were meeting. What also made his eyes twitch a little in annoyance was the fact that his uncle was leaning against one of the tables that was located on the outside of the restaurant and cafe and had this look about him, which only meant that he was going to be on the receiving end on some teasing on his part. Being the rather annoying, yet lovable uncle he was, or he was going to receive a call from either Plumeria or Malva. The latter of the two options was going to be a pain to have. At least with Plumeria she knew when to stop, unlike the rather lewd and frisky lady. Shaking those thoughts away for now, he couldn't but let a smirk make itself known in his expression when he noticed that his uncle had indeed not noticed him, and from what he was planning, he was going to annoy him when he called out to him. Before he did that though, he turned to face Valerie, who was now looking at him with some curiosity, but that was answered when he put a finger to his lips in a gesture to keep silent for now. So she did just that. She watched as Naruto started to take small and silent steps on his tiptoes before he managed to get behind the rather large, imposing and well-dressed man who had a rather glorious mane of red hair and equally red beard to match. Yo, what's up, Uncle L? Horrible introductory rap aside, Lysandre turned around, having a rather deadpanned expression plastered on his face as he turned to gaze towards his nephew. "Naruto, how many times do I have to tell you to not do that? You know how much it annoys me," he stated, crossing his arms as he continued to stare rather blankly at Naruto. Chuckling lightly, Naruto scratched the back of his head, which didn't do much considering he was wearing a hooded jumper, and he decided to be a little cheeky with his response. "I know, but Big Sis and Malva like it when I annoy you, and I am more scared of them than I am of you." He spoke out, not even caring that he possibly brought down his ego a little bit. Sighing in annoyance, Lysandre pinched the bridge of his nose at the knowledge he just received. It was new to him for sure. Note to self. Do something that will piss of Malva when I get back. He thought to himself, wanting to at least make some of her time horrible in return for the information he just learnt. Enough of that, shall we take a seat? He questioned, gesturing to the neatly set up table with cutlery already on it with 2 chairs on either side of said table. Nodding his head, Naruto took one of the seats while Lysandre took the opposite one, and when he sat down, he steepled his hands under his chin, waiting for Naruto to make conversation first so he could get some sort of knowledge on what to talk about first. However, he then noticed that someone else was near them, and he turned his gaze to the young woman who was with his nephew, confusion in his eyes. Well, who might you be, ma'am? He asked, trying not to sound disrespectful. If there was one thing that he had learned in life, never piss a woman off. It could have some pretty severe consequences involved and possible pain to be involved along with it. Blinking a few times, she turned her gaze from Naruto to the rather large and imposing man. She was surprised to know that Lysandre was actually his uncle. However, that didn't have anything to do with the interest that she had in him. Placing a hand upon her chest, she did a small curtsy. Hello, sir, I'm Valerie, the fairy-type gym leader, and as of right now, I'm someone that is helping Naruto train for the upcoming conference. She said, giving a rather long introduction to the wealthy man. Lysandre on the other hand had a bead of sweat run down his forehead from the introduction that the girl made. How in the world did Naruto manage to snag the attention of all the quirky females? He would never know. At least it wasn't him that had the affection of so many girls. That would truly be a mess that he didn't want to clean up, and he just hoped that his nephew would make it out alive. Please, call me Lysandre. I'm not all for the formality, unless it's in business meetings of course. He joked out, a rather loose grin on his face. Nodding her head, Valerie accepted what she was told, before she looked around and frowned when she noticed that another chair was not present for the table. Turning on her heel, she quickly grabbed another chair from an unused table and brought it over to the table the 2 males were sitting at and placed it down, rather close to Naruto's chair, and plopped herself down on it. Sure, she might not be ladylike all the time, she wanted to have some sort of freedom. Her friends back at the gym often called her, what was it now? A tomboy in terms of how she acts sometimes. She didn't understand what was so bad about acting like that sometimes. As Lysandre was about to speak, a middle-aged looking waitress came over, proudly wearing the uniform that belonged to this establishment. As she took a stop a foot or 2 away from the table, she held a little notepad in one hand and a simple black pen in another. Good morning, are you ready to order? She asked, taking looks between the 3 sat at the table. Ma'am, please do remember to place the chair back to where it was. She added on, after noticing that there were 3 chairs at the table instead of the normal 2. Nodding her head at that, Valerie quickly checked over the rather fancy menu that the cafe had, a small frown on her face as she quickly glanced over the options. May I please get a croque monsieur with fried egg on top, and just a glass of water for the drink please? She said, finally deciding on the meal that she wanted. Nodding her head, the middle-aged waitress wrote down Valerie's order and a few moments later, her gaze was shifting from Lysandre to Naruto, waiting for them to make their choices known so she could write it down. Humming a bit as Naruto quickly read through the menu, which he politely took off Valerie, he finally had his option decided. Can I get steak frite with a chocolate frappe, please? Naruto asked, knowing that the item that he ordered was something akin to a quick and easy dinner, but it was still one of the better options on the menu that he wanted, plus he wouldn't have to wait for a long time to get it. Blinking a few times at the food that he ordered, the waitress quickly got over it, deciding that it was best to allow the customer to get what he wanted, and scribbled it down on her notepad, before finally keeping her attention on Lysandre, who happened to be stroking his beard at the time. May I get the salmon en papillote with a side of vegetables please, and café au lait as the drink please? He asked, placing down the menu he had in his hands to the middle of the table for them to get collected. Nodding her head she wrote that one down before placing the pen in her breast pocket and she took the menus that were on the table in her other hand. Thank you for ordering, we will get your food out as soon as you can, and the refreshments will be out momentarily. She said, a small smile on her face as she turned on her heel and walked back inside the building. With the ordering done, Lysandre leaned back a bit, allowing himself to loosen his posture in the seat as he looked towards his nephew. "So, how is the screlp that I gave you coming along?" he asked suddenly, wanting to know how his nephew was coming along with the Pokémon that he gave him as sort of an apology, amongst many things, for missing out on so much of his life and not being there for him. His eyes sparkling as he heard the question, he eagerly replied, "He is coming along just fine. In fact, he has evolved and is nearly on par with the rest of the team. He just needs to get some more experience in battles with his current form." While his Skrelp may have evolved recently after many tough battles, he needed to have a few more now that he evolved to get used to his new body and get used to the power that he now had that he previously didn't have when he wasn't evolved. He didn't want a case of his Pokémon not listening to him, as Dragon-type Pokémon were rather stubborn and have a tendency to not listen to their trainers after evolution. Nodding his head with a small smile on his face, Lysandre was happy to hear that Naruto loved his Pokémon that he gave him and was eager to have him trained up some more. "Well, how about we have a practice battle after lunch with your old man? I believe my Pokémon would appreciate it as well," he stated. While it had been a while since he last had a battle, he still believed himself to be one of the strongest trainers when compared to others. If he really tried and became a full-time trainer again, he believed he could become a gym leader or possibly a member of the Elite Four. "Sure, just prepare to lose, old man," Naruto exclaimed, happy to accept the challenge, before turning to Valerie, who seemingly knew that he was going to turn to her. "Val, mind being the referee for the match?" he asked, calling Valerie by a nickname to save time with saying her full name and to give her a nickname for the hell of it. Blushing a little at the nickname with her eyes sparkling as a result, that happened to be the first nickname a male had ever given her, she nodded her head, a small smile on her face as she accepted the proposal. "Well, now that's sorted, why don't we catch up a little?" Lysandre offered, after having taken in the response that Valerie had, although he really did have to mentally remind himself that something was going to happen between the females that Naruto managed to garner the attention of. He just hoped that whatever happened, Naruto or the other females would be prepared for it. Avalugg is unable to battle, the battle goes to challenger Astrid. As the battle referee gave out that shout that ultimately ended the tough battle that Astrid found herself in, she had a relieved expression on her face as she walked on the field and tried her best not to slip and tumble on the icy field that the battle took place on. Glancing towards the Pokémon that won her the match, she was met with the sight of her Pyroar barely standing, many scratches and small chunks of ice sticking on its body from the onslaught that the Avalugg had brought against her final Pokémon. Pyroar is a quadruped, leonine Pokémon. It is mostly dark brown with light brown legs, tail tip, chest, and face. It has a rounded muzzle with a dark brown nose, round ears with dark brown interiors, bright blue eyes, and a dark brown stripe behind each eye. The fur around its thighs is longer and each paw has 3 toes. There is a tuft of longer fur on the tip of its tail. Her Pyroar has a large, predominantly red mane with gold streaks that expand outwards, giving it a fearsome look to it. Even though that Pyroar had a difference depending on the gender that it had, Astrid ultimately decided on having a male one, as not only was it much more cuter than the female one, but also due to the fact that the female Pyroars were much more rowdier and were harder to control when they fully evolved. Also, the fact that male Pyroars are much more rarer than the female variants might have also played a role in why she chose a male over a female one. As she was cuddling up with the male lion Pokémon and giving it many different praises, she idly heard the sound of a Pokémon being returned to its Pokeball. It was then she also heard the distinct sound of someone walking across the battlefield. Quickly returning her Pyroar to its Pokeball with one last praise, she quickly pocketed said Pokeball in her large winter jacket. Bringing her gaze away from where her Pokémon stood just moments before and towards the gym leader of Snowbell City, Wulfric, she noticed that he was making his way towards her, a tiny smiling that was gracing his face with tiny jiggles happening with his rather large gut that was barely held back by the simple white tank top that he had on. Wulfric is a tall and fair-skinned man with light blue eyes, neatly combed whitish blue hair, along with a beard and mustache, and a very fat, yet muscular body. He wears a blue winter jacket with red edges that he keeps open, along with a white tank top, black pants, black boots with red heels, and a spiky black furry ruff around his neck. He also wears a locket around his neck that contains a keystone. Standing up and brushing herself off, she tried her best to have her posture as straight as possible without it throwing off her balance on the icy field below. "Well done, that was a fine battle that we had," he said. His voice was rather jolly despite the large and imposing figure that he had. It also didn't help that he had this serious aura about him that basically screamed out for someone to respect him. "It seems that all of your hard work has paid off, as you have earned your final gym badge," he spoke out, briefly glancing to the official that was making his way over towards them, carrying a small tray that contained the badge he was talking about. As soon as the official was within arm's reach, Wulfric grabbed the badge that was placed on the tray and presented it to Astrid. "You know, with this, you can finally sign up for the Lumiose conference. Some of the competition might be rough, but if you believe in your Pokémon and train hard enough, then the rewards will follow. Just remember, not everything is about winning," he stated, getting Astrid to nod her head at that. She might have been like that at the beginning, however, after many run-ins with Naruto, she had finally learned that winning wasn't everything. It was so much more than that, and she was thankful for it, as she found much more enjoyment when it came to battling. Although, she would vehemently deny such accusations if they were to come up in conversations. "Thank you," Astrid spoke out, after pocketing the badge in one of her pockets. She would need to place it in her badge case when she got back to the hotel room. She'll be damned if she took her gloves off in here of all places. It was too freezing. Wulfric simply waved off her thanks. It was his job if he lost, then he would hand over the badge. "I do hope that you do well in the tournament. There are already some tough trainers who got all 8 badges, especially that Naruto kid," Wulfric said, his eyes shining in delight at the thought of watching the battles in the tournament. After all, one of those trainers could be the head honcho of the region one day. "I know you will do great, I feel it, in my belly," he exclaimed, giving his rather portly belly a large smack, which in turn created a rather loud, thumping noise, and it was unfortunate as Astrid's eyes noticed the rippling that it had on his belly. It was enough for her to wish that she could simply never see that again, but sadly, that was etched into her mind for a long time to come now. However, some of Wulfric's statement finally registered in her mind, and it was enough to take away any stray thoughts of the jiggling portly belly. "Naruto made it?" she questioned in surprise. Sure, she might have been his rival, of sorts, not her choice mind you, but she also wished that he would have failed. It felt weird being in the same place at the same time with him. She didn't even know what to think or how to act. She acted all prim and proper to others, however, once Naruto was in the fray, she was like an almighty Tsunere, whatever that meant. She had only just learnt of the word "thanks to me" and yet for the life of her, she couldn't figure out the meaning to the word. All she knew is that it caused Shauna to titter uncontrollably with Miette gazing at her in amusement. Indeed, quite an interesting fellow. His battle style is interesting and his team dynamic is something else. I wouldn't be surprised if he made it to the finals, Wulfric said, grinning a little as he remembered the rather short teen and the way he worked with his Pokémon. Using such interesting Pokémon, ones that were rather rare to see with trainers this late in their journey as well. His opponents need to take some extra consideration when battling him. The sheer unpredictability he had was enough for anyone to stay on their toes. "Thank you for that information," Astrid said, rather grateful that she now had knowledge that Naruto did indeed gather all 8 badges himself. Last time they had met, she had 5 badges and he only had 4. It surprised her a little to know that he had gathered the 8 badges quicker than her despite her being a badge ahead. However, that only solidified her resolve to beat him in the conference. With those thoughts in mind, she said her final goodbyes to the rather jolly and portly Wulfric as she exited the arena before making her way out of the gym itself. She wanted to warm up in her hotel that she booked a room for and maybe have a nice cup of hot chocolate with marshmallows to go along with it. Astrid allowed herself to sigh in relief as she entered her room in the hotel. It was nice of the housekeeping ladies to keep the heating on for the rather expensive room. She had enough money to book a 5-star hotel room for a few nights, and now that the cold chills from outside had been overcome by the nice and even heat from the heating system, she allowed herself to finally take off the rather large and baggy winter jacket that she had to put on. Yes, she wasn't a massive fan of the cold. It was one of the reasons why Snowbell had been one of the few places that she was not looking forward to visiting, At least the boutique the city had to offer had some fine clothing, although they were mainly appealing to those who liked cold places. It didn't stop her from looking around. Sighing in relief now that the large and baggy fabric was free from her person, she dusted herself off from any lingering shards of ice or fallen snowflakes, most of which melted rather quickly due to the quick change in heat, and walked herself over towards the full-body mirror that the room had, and once she did so, she looked herself over in the mirror. She couldn't help but smile at the person who greeted her in the mirror. Astrid was someone who prided in herself for how she looked, which led many to believe that was a narcissist, which was true in a way. Although, some couldn't blame her, as most teenage girls all went through that phase at one point in their teenage years and possible early adult life. She was a rather average girl in terms of height, standing at roughly 5 feet 5, and her violet eyes gleamed in self-confidence with a hint of arrogance with every action she took. She also has waist-length blonde albino hair which is perfectly maintained, barring the few specks of snow within her tresses, and as a small decoration, a purple pin was in place to hold her bangs out of her line of sight. Wearing a purple long-sleeved vest with fuchsia lines at the end of the sleeves and white buttons that hold back her rather modest C-cup breasts. She also wears a matching white handkerchief with the buttons attached to the collar of her vest. She wears a simple, purple skirt with a fuchsia line that surrounds the whole garment, and a new addition to her outfit, she wore black tights that, you guessed it, had fuchsia floral patterns on them. Finally, she wears a pair of purple knee-length boots with fuchsia lines as well. She also wears a keystone as an earring on her right ear. While she wasn't a huge fan of tights, but she felt they were necessary for the cold location she was in, and she had to admit, they did bring even more attention to her legs, making them look all that more greater, and in her opinion, made her look even more appealing to those who met her. Maybe I should keep them on, and just get a thinner pair to not overheat myself, she thought to herself, posing a few times, making sure to accentuate her legs and her hidden derriere that was hidden behind the fabric of her skirt. Although, a stray thought entered her mind and she wondered what Naruto would think of the new addition to her outfit. As quickly as the thought came, it was gone all the quicker when Astrid slapped her cheeks, blushing furiously as she tried her hardest to not even think of him. Even mentioning his name was enough to make her blush like a schoolgirl. Flopping down on one of the softest beds that she ever had the pleasure to sit down on, she tried fixing herself up once again, trying to destroy any thoughts about the rather adorable and short teen that she had a crush on, and as much as she tried to deny any sort of attraction towards him, her other friends knew otherwise. HMPH, it's not like he knows I like him, she thought to herself with a small huff, not knowing she was completely wrong with that remark. Grumbling to herself after a moment of silence, Astrid got back up from the comfortable bed and made her way over towards one of the walls of the room where her travel calendar was. Quickly flicking through the calendar, she noticed that she had 7 weeks at best to prepare for the Lumiose conference, 7 weeks to train for the tournament. Now, where to train? With that she trailed off, her mind thinking of some places to train that would suit her Pokemon. Like most trainers, her team was rather diverse in types, only ever repeating a typing twice, and that was with Pyroar and Talonflame, so, she needed a place that would not only suit for her Pokemon, but also with suiting herself, as she wasn't a massive fan of the cold, so that already got rid of the places surrounding this city. Maybe Sandaloon Forest, I heard there were some powerful Pokemon deep in that forest, she thought to herself. Since Sana came from the rather small town that was a few miles away from the forest itself, she had known that there were indeed some powerful Pokemon deep within the forest. It had even built some sort of reputation that the new trainers coming from her hometown or the very next town to only stick to the path in the forest, otherwise someone would be in danger if their Pokemon were too weak. Nodding her head, she made the decision to check that place out. She just needed to make sure she had the necessary resources for the trip in time within the forest, off the beaten path, and making sure that she had the money to back up the need for the resources. Although, she had some inkling that her mother sent her some sort of allowance already. Being the daughter of a Lady Mayoress of Aquacode Town did have its perks, mainly having a rather nice monthly allowance that allowed her to book these sorts of rooms at will. Although she didn't always spend it all, she made sure to keep some hanging back in her account where she could indulge in some of the things she wanted, and maybe even book a nice, long holiday to another region in the future when she felt up to it. Shaking her head away from those thoughts of the future, she remembered where she was and what she was needing to do, clencing her hands so tightly that her flawless skin was turning rather white and her manicured fingernails were nearly digging into her skin with how hard she had them clenched. "I will beat you, Naruto, I will win this game between us," she muttered out, licking her lips at the thought of finally getting her first win against Naruto in a Pokemon battle. Then, after she did that, she would reward herself for doing such a deed and it would bring her so much pleasure. "Achoo, are you all right, Naruto?" Valerie questioned, a concerned look on her face as she just witnessed the object of her affection sneeze without warning or from any other possible source. They weren't in a cold environment that could lead to a flu, and they certainly weren't near any pollinating flowers or in an area that had pollen floating about. It was odd, those were some of the reasons why people sneezed in the first place, either that or they had smelt something that had irritated their nose. However, that wasn't an option either. Rubbing under his nose, Naruto couldn't help but smile at the way Valerie was acting. While she may be odd and rather socially awkward in some situations, much like himself when he was meeting new people, however, one thing that he knew was that her heart was in the right place. "I'm fine, Val," Naruto reassured her. "Someone must be talking about me," he stated before pulled up the bandana that he had around his neck and covered the lower half of his face with it as he continued looking around, keeping his eye out for any Pokemon that might be looking for a battle. Feeling something brushed against his leg, he looked down and saw that his Leopard was looking up at him, her eyes gleaming in concern at her trainer. Smiling under his bandana, he gently rubbed behind her ear, getting her to lean into the touch and start to purr rather loudly, with the vibrations of said purrs to travel along his hand and into his body. "I'm fine, Sylvia," he reassured his Pokemon. As the ministration stopped, the large feline Pokemon took one more look at her trainer and dare she think of it, her kitten, to make sure that he was completely fine. She nodded her head and moved her head away from his hand. However, that didn't mean that she moved away from her trainer. In fact, she seemed to move closer to him, making sure that she was basically touching his leg, but making sure that she didn't risk him tripping over her body or her paws. Yes, Leopard did think of Naruto as her kitten, considering that she had basically looked after him when he was sick and injured, and even helped with feeding him when he was all alone in that rundown town. She had bonded to him, and she always wanted to make sure that he was safe and fine. It was natural for either a feline-like creature or for a feline in general to develop maternal feelings towards something they helped raise or heal in any way, and with what she did basically allowing Naruto to survive when he was younger, she believed that was reason enough to think that she was his mother, in a sense. That was one of the reasons why she didn't like being confined in a Pokeball, because she wouldn't be able to protect her kitten at all times, and she wouldn't be within touching distance. Blinking a few times, Valerie titled her head rather cutely, seemingly not understanding how one could sneeze when they were being talked about. "How can that be? That doesn't sound logical," she said to her small companion, an object of her affections, her mind still not comprehending that logic behind that. Although, that didn't stop the mental squeal of delight that she let rip within her mind as she noticed the close and very strong bond that Naruto and Leopard had. It was so strong that Valerie could feel it. The Leopard would do anything to protect her trainer, and she just knew that Naruto would do the same, not only for the Leopard, but for his entire team as well. Simply waving her off, he decided to humor her further. After some time, it becomes a gut feeling, nearly a sixth sense basically. Much like how one could get shivers when someone was thinking off something that might be troubling for said person. He explained to her rather loosely, having got that feeling a couple of times in his short life. However, he couldn't actually explain it using scientific words. Sometimes using large and obscure words were challenging. Okay, Valerie said, not sounding convinced at all with the way she paused in her speech. However, she shook her head, wanting to get away from this topic before it confused her even further. "So, where are we going, exactly?" she questioned, gazing around the rather obscure and rocky path that they found themselves in. They were actually an hour or two away, by foot mind you, outside of Glore City, traversing up the mountainside that was located around the far outskirts just behind the city itself. In fact, she had never been this way before, mainly due to the fact that she had to return to her gym leader duties, but also for the fact that each time she traveled here, she was never wearing the appropriate clothing. However, that had changed after Naruto pointed out where they were going, which resulted in a rather lengthy wait for her to change her clothing. Simple, we are going to this nice little spot that I found that I can train at. He explained, I actually found it by chance when I explored around here the first time I came to this city, it's a hidden gem basically. He finished, taking a glance towards his rather unique traveling companion and training partner. Having to look up at everyone that was his age or older was really annoying, but it was something that he sadly had to live with for the rest of his life. At least he was still taller than some pre-teens. Well, at least I don't have to look up at Sylvia. He thought to himself, glancing downwards at his very first Pokemon and the one that had been there for him since the very beginning. As if sensing her kitten's thoughts, Leopard looked up and saw that Naruto was looking down at her, his eyes shining with various emotions. Leaning into his hand that wasn't doing anything other than swinging idly as he walked, she gave the back of his hand a rather long lick, making him shiver as the sandpaper-like quality of her tongue went against his flesh. While it wasn't the best of her clothing articles, having never needed to actually further focus on it in her career, but she was wearing something that could be called hiking clothing, with a rather skin-tight pink top that struggled to contain her bust. Plus, Naruto could see a hint of her red bra strap, and she was also wearing yoga pants, which did wonders for her figure and hugged her derriere. Another thing to note was that she was wearing simple black sneakers that didn't have any heel additions to them, along with having a beige jacket wrapped around her waist in case she got a bit chilly the further they went upwards. All in all, she looked rather cute dressed up this casually, and seeing her that wasn't in traditional critique style nor in rather lavish clothing and fabric, it really suited her. He had even complimented her on the outfit when she finally exited the room, and that action that he did caused a rather healthy tint of red to appear on her cheeks. If you say so, Valerie simply said, going with Naruto's word, as she hadn't seen or even heard of the place, so she was just going with what Naruto said. With the duo falling into a comfortable silence as they continued their trek on the rocky path towards Naruto's self-proclaimed hidden gem, although one couldn't see it, they could certainly feel the smirk that had formed on Naruto's face as he remembered one of the higher-ranking members of Team Skull calling him. He said that as loosely as possible, considering that the rankings of Team Skull were quite literally judged about how well that you were liked between your peers and fellow members. The more annoying you were, the lower you were ranked in the group. It was harsh, but it was simply them. One did not annoy another without facing the consequences, and those even included television rights and seating rights. The better off you were, the better the seat you got when it was time for a group to watch the television. He heard many a time that the members of Team Skull were glad that there were multiple televisions in the house in the various rooms it held, although there were sometimes some colorful words being spoken about the condition of the television itself. Shaking his head away from those thoughts, he idly wondered what sort of brilliant piece of art that he would create for him for when he made it to the finals of the conference. Of course I will make it through, he thought to himself, his eyes glinting in confidence and determination. I will win this. I have to. Clenching his fist at the images of winning the large-scale tournament and being able to take home the beautiful golden trophy that he had seen during the previous year's broadcast. While he was very determined to win, it was for two very different reasons. The first reason was so he could get the opportunity to take on the Kalos Elite Four and possibly even the champion herself, the best of the region and probably some of the strongest Pokemon trainers in the entire world. Simply being able to battle them was something that many dreamed of, but only a few could ever have the pleasure of facing. He also remembered that being the champion of the region or simply becoming an Elite Four member meant that one did indeed have power and influence over certain things, and if he could accomplish either of those, then it would mean that he could bring the name of Team Skull through the ranks and have them become one of the best gangs in the world. Unlike what most people of the Alola region thought, Team Skull weren't exactly evil or bad, just misguided. If he could become someone of influence within the Kalos region, then he could solidify the notion that even if you were different or simply had different morals compared to others, and you could still achieve greatness if you put your mind to it. In his mind, he would become a shining star that many outcasts of society could look up to. The reason may be a little out there and a little morally adventurous. His heart was at least in the right place. The other reason that he wanted to win, however, was for something that was much more pure. With the rather handsome sum of money that the winner got from winning the tournament, which would be enough to live comfortably for a few years at best. He would split it between his friends and family, which did mean that he would send most of his winnings to Team Skull back in Alola. With the winnings that he could win, it would mean that he would finally be able to repay the kindness that Plumeria, Guzma and Rap, along with the members of Team Skull gave him. With the winnings, Team Skull would finally be able to get the necessary upgrades to the base back in Po Town, along with them being able to get their own things without the need to share between 6 other people. Then with the rest of the leftover winnings, he would try his best to split it evenly between his friends. Those friends did help him push through the times when he was close to giving up, the very same people that gave him support when he needed it, and the kindness to not only stick with him for all of this time, but to continually help him when his mind wasn't exactly in the right place. In return, he did everything he could to repay them, either by becoming a rival in Astrid's case, doing his best to watch all of their performances in Shauna's and Miette's case, but to simply be there for others. Even then, he still felt like he needed more to finally be able to become even with them. Even if he didn't get any prize money, he would be happy enough to know that he made their day, and hopefully, be able to help fund whatever long-term dream or goal that they had. Yelping lightly as he suddenly felt a hand come into contact with his shoulder, not only breaking him out of his deep thought, but also scaring him somewhat, he glared upwards and saw that Valerie was looking at him with a face full of concern and something else that he couldn't quite recognize. Chittering lightly, Valerie kneeled down, getting closer to his height before she grabbed one of his cheeks and pulling on it lightly, not enough to really hurt, but with just enough strength to stretch them out. "Sorry, you were just too cute when you were lost in thought," she stated, and to Naruto, it almost sounded like she was trying to hold something back. "I just wanted to make sure that you were aware of where we are," she added on as she realized Naruto's cheek, which he soon rubbed, trying his best to soothe some of the tingles that he got. She tried to ignore the rather fierce look that the leopard was giving her, merely thinking that she was keeping a close eye on her in case she didn't anything that would either displease her or place her kitten in danger or simply hurt him. She had to admit, that was one protective Pokemon that Naruto had. "Ha, ha," Naruto drawled out, sending Valerie a stink eye as he stopped rubbing his cheek. "Anyway, we might be getting close. I can smell the lake up ahead," he said, gesturing with his hands around the northeast direction where he caught the distinct scent of the lake. "Before you ask, yes, I can smell things a little better than others. Just the way I am," he quickly said, shooting down the question that was beginning to bubble up within the mind of Valerie. Valerie on the other hand blinked a few times, before she took a couple of sniffs of the air, her face set into one of concentration as she tried to catch the scent of the lake where Naruto was talking about. However, all she could smell was shrubbery around along with the dirt path they were on. She could also smell a faint scent of coconut and licorice. Sniffing again, she pinpointed that odd combination, and blinked a few times when she noticed that the unique scent was coming from Naruto and Leopard. "Did you or Sylvia have coconut or licorice earlier?" she questioned, gazing towards Naruto. She was rewarded when Naruto's uncovered face turned a rather healthy shade of red, along with Leopard's fur bristling a bit with tints of pink appearing by her whiskered cheeks. "Why yes, I might have washed myself with licorice-scented shower gel," he admitted, rubbing the back of his head and not daring to look Valerie in the eye. Despite her being taller and easily seeing his rather red face for being caught out, Leopard also bathed with me, and I washed her fur with some coconut oil shampoo, he added on, gently rubbing the back of Leopard, which not only caused her fur to unbristle, but for her to start purring once again under the touch she was receiving. Nodding her head at that, while it might have been an odd combination to have, and for the fact that she had never even heard of licorice-scented body wash, it was oddly pleasing for her nose. "Well, if it makes you feel any better, the combination might be a little odd, but it is oddly pleasing to the senses," she said, flashing a small smile towards her short companion. "Gee, thanks," he murmured out, still rather embarrassed for Valerie to catch on to the shampoo and body wash that he used. With another silence falling over the duo, and the Pokemon, Naruto and Leopard continued to take the lead towards the hidden gem, with Valerie falling a pace or two behind while taking in the sights and trying to burn the path into her mind if it was really worth the long hike. They had 7 weeks of doing this before they needed to head to Lumio's city where the conference will be held, and she will try her best to train Naruto to help him win the tournament. After all, her team was built around speed and grace, and training against her team will not only force Naruto's own team to become quick with reactions and speed, but maybe even rub some of her Pokemon's grace off on them to help improve with some unpredictability. Let it be known that it wasn't against the rules for a gym leader to help with training of a challenger. The challenger themselves just needed to get the confidence and ask for help, and maybe swallow their pride if the gym leader was stronger than them, and they also needed to do as instructed when it came to advice or instructions. End chapter. Guzma can say that his life wasn't the best. The fact that his mother passed away when he was young and a rather emotional child, and that left him with his dad, who he never really had the strongest of bonds with. In fact, it was due to his mother that he even had some sort of bond with his father to begin with, and after she passed away, he just wished that he ran away and never looked back. But when he was merely at 10 years of age, he wasn't considered to be an adult, as trainers started when their island challenge when they were 13, and that meant that he was stuck with his terrible father for another 3 years before he could start his journey and finally leave the hellhole that he called his home, where he was tormented every day by his father, abused both emotionally and physically. His father entered him in many tournaments, rather illegally mind you, and he was punished if he didn't win the tournament. He was jeered at by his own father during matches as apparently that was moral support according to his old man, yet it just served as another blockade that he couldn't get over during the matches, and many times, those moments made him lose concentration and lose the battle because of it, and when he was away from the public eye, his father struck him. How hard or how many times often depended if his father was drunk or sober at the time, but they were both equally terrifying. As when he was sober, all that Guzma could feel and see from his old man was just terrible disappointment, yet, when his old man was drunk, then it was a drunken rage that led up to the strikes, and the drunken slurs that he was forced to hear when he was getting beaten was weighing down his soul, and he felt like sometimes that he was going to drown in the constant negativity. The only real solace that he got was from his childhood friend and rival, Kukui. However, even that didn't last long, as their differences in how they were raised and the morals eventually tore it apart, leaving the friendship they once had into disarray, and now, even all of those years later, they merely found each other, acquaintances at best. Having his dream all but shattered by their shared mentor didn't help either. In fact, that only spurred him on to sever his ties with Kukui and Hala. It was one of the reasons why he finally got Team Skull off the ground, to be a place that accepted anyone who had their dreams shattered, either by family or the kahunas of the island and possibly even the law enforcement themselves. He gave them a home to call their own, a place where they can be themselves and even try to make some friendships with other people who faced the same problems all around the islands. While they may have been labeled miscreants by TGE general public and have had their reputations tarnished, they simply didn't care, as Team Skull were a very large and dysfunctional family all built around the same experiences. However, Guzma can say that one specific person did leave a large impact on himself, and also their little family, and that person was Naruto. Naruto was somehow able to brighten up any mood, despite the horrific condition that he along with Plumeria took him under their wing, which was a split-second decision. Along with Plumeria's natural maternal instincts awakening a little early, he managed to bring something different with him when he was making his recovery. He just brought this air of happiness and even mischief, something which had many being embarrassed at due to the rather ambitious pranks played on them thanks to the small child and his rather mischievous purloin. Yet, his demeanor and attitude seemed to have rubbed off on the members of Team Skull, making them a little more cheery and even happier at most times. However, he was also the topic of jealousy when it came to the men's night out, which was often Guzma and the other boys having some drinks if they were over the legal age, playing poker and or blackjack and sometimes even watching some movies when they had the chance. And the main reason that the other grunts were jealous of Naruto was due to the fact that he seemed to be a beacon for the females. He was doted on, he was smothered in love, and sometimes, he was just simply hogged by them, not allowing any of the others to actually spend some time with him. In a way, the other male grunts were jealous because Naruto got so much attention and loving when it came to the females, and they were possibly even concerning about anything else that might have happened. However, knowing that everyone in the group did have morals and followed the laws, loosely anyway, there was hardly any chance that actually happened. If it did, then Arceus blessed the ones who were caught by either Plumeria or himself. Yo, Guzma, from the couch he was on, which was rather large and could comfortably hold 5 people. He turned his gaze from the show that he was watching and turned it to the person who came in and interrupted him. He hummed out. "The finals are about to start. Our boy, Naruto, is in it," the male said, stars shining in his eyes at the thought of watching Naruto battle, along with jitters of excitement running through his body, so much so that he wouldn't stop fidgeting. "I see," Guzma said, letting what seems to be an odd mixture of a smirk and smile, glancing back over towards the male grunt. He merely states, "So, I'm guessing everyone is watching the final battle." "Yep, everyone is jittering and getting comfortable," he said. He knew this because he was the one that reminded them of the final battle, as he had been keen to see when the dates lined and up. He had watched the small highlights of the finalists. So, most of the other members were in different rooms with different televisions, all watching the same channel and were going to be cheering for their Naruto, as they affectionately call him, and all he knew, it was going to be loud and most likely some words were going to be spoken if Naruto's opponent got some hits in. "All right then, make sure everyone cheers for him, yeah," he simply said, leaning back into the couch before flicking the channel over to the broadcast to where the Lumio's conference is on. He liked the fact that all of the large regional tournaments were broadcasted, and for the fact that each league ended before the other one began. It made it easier to actually watch all the battles without having to juggle which battles you wanted to watch throughout all the regions. Instead of verbally replying, the member gave a mock salute to Guzma as he quickly rushed out of the room, leaving a rather comedic dust outline of him that soon dissipated into nothingness. "Good luck, Naruto," Guzma muttered out, his eyes glued on the screen. "Despite how it ends, just know that you have made not only Team Skull proud, but you have made myself proud." With that being said, Guzma allowed himself to relax into the couch, waiting eagerly for the battle to start. His mind also briefly wondered if some of the residents of the islands of Alola were watching. It wasn't every day that someone from the Alola region made a name for themselves in another region entirely. Maybe, just maybe, Naruto would be able to show most people that Team Skull wasn't just a band of misfits, but a really close-knit family that had some interesting history and backgrounds. In a rather fancy and spacious room that had a slight elevation sat a group of people, many of them female and only one male. The room had a large, double-layered window that allowed the group inside the room to look down on the battlefield, along with having most of noise of the fans being drowned out so the noise would be copable rather than ear-bursting and headache-inducing. "So, I'm hoping the room is living up to expectations for you, ladies." Lysandre spoke out, entering through from another little section of the room, although it was clear that he was annoyed judging from the expression on his face. As he looked around, he noticed that there were a few nice, red leather chairs that were currently occupied by the 3 older women that Naruto had somehow managed to charm. He also noticed that the other 2, Shauna and Miette if he remembered correctly, were looking around the room, awe clearly written on their faces as they simply enjoyed every sight the fancy room had to offer. From the paintings, to the simple potted plants around the room wafting a soft and enjoyable fragrance through the air and giving some naturalistic feel to the room. The simply and small little bar at the other side of the room where they could make some beverages, both alcoholic and non-alcoholic, and even a small little area where they could heat up some food in a mini kitchen that also had a mini fridge where it was stocked up on some simple ingredients and even some packets of noodles in one of the small cupboards. Nothing was safe from the wandering eyes of Shauna and Miette. It was something different and most likely the first time they had ever been in one of the expensive, private rooms in which people could rent out for the conference. Malva took the opportunity to turn her gaze from the stadium that was filled with hundreds of people towards Lysandre, a rather coy smile on her face as she did so. "It is, the others are enjoying their time," she said, gesturing loosely to the other women in the room, "so, hopefully nothing pops up that requires your immediate attention. You did miss out on Naruto's quarterfinal matches and his semifinal matches after all," she added on, a small glare that seemed to be amplified by the gleaming of the lenses of her glasses. "Yes, hopefully nothing pops up that requires my attention," Lysandre said, a little bit of a growl in his voice as he remembered the fact he missed his nephew's important battles. He was still rather pissed at the group of people who called him in for a meeting, when it was really only a thing to complain about what they were doing and how slowly everything was coming along. It also didn't help that they were basically begging for a raise, even though he had given them a solid 5% wage increase not even 2 months ago. Well, maybe after the tongue lashing and many threats for the fact that they will lose their job if they did it again, after letting them know that they had pulled him out from watching his nephew battle in the quarterfinals and even the semifinals of the conference. At least he was able to re-watch the battles thanks for the quick thinking of Malva and her having the rights to record the battle due to her being a reporter. Still, it wasn't the same like watching the battle live. Well, if something does come up, I'm sure it won't be that important to miss out on little Naru's important battle. Plumeria said. Her voice was rather stern when she talked to Lysandre about this sort of thing. While it may be Naruto's uncle, she wasn't scared to unleash some feminine fury upon him if he either pissed her off, or made Naruto upset in any sort of way. No one hurts her beautiful little maelstrom. Of course not. Lysandre quickly placated Plumeria's threat with a simple wave of the hand. If something does come up, I am sure that it can wait until tomorrow at the latest. He added on. Nodding her head at that, Plumeria turned her attention back onto the empty field. It was clear now that it was about to start, as she could see the walkways that lead to the trainer boxes on either side start to emerge from their little area. It seems it's going to start soon. Idly glancing to her right, Plumeria was met with one of the strangest girls that she had ever met, and the newest woman that had been charmed by Naruto somehow, and the girl that raised her ire the most due to her clingy nature towards him. Now, she was wearing her gym leader garb, for whatever reason, and she wanted to keep her sanity, so she didn't even ask, and her attention was fixed onto the side that Naruto would be exiting. She could also see that somehow, Valerie managed to get a little flag with Naruto's face on it. Despite the object being rather weird and somewhat creepy, she couldn't help but admit that it was kind of cute when one thought about it. You hear that, ladies? It's about to start. Plumeria spoke out, raising her voice slightly so it would carry across the room and was able to be heard by the two teens that were still marveling at the many features of the private viewing room. As soon as those words were uttered by Plumeria, all one could see for some brief moments were flashes of pink and black, along with teal and cyan. It was those simple flashes of color that let Plumeria and the others know that Shauna and Miette were no longer looking around the room, but were now in their comfortable red leather seats, eagerly gazing at the field and trainer tunnels below. It's going to be a close match, but I do hope that Naruto pulls through with the win. Valerie spoke out, her eyes seemingly becoming distant as she lost herself in thought and lost herself further in her imagination. I believe he will win, he always has a talent for winning. Malva spoke out. She knows this due to her position as an Elite Four member along with being a reporter, so she has access to the previous battles that Naruto had in the region, and at times it looks like he is about to lose. Something happens with him and his Pokemon and they pull through to win a battle. Well, I don't know who to cheer for. Astrid is our friend, but so is Naruto. Shauna spoke out softly, her voice uncharacteristically quiet. However, that didn't last long before she brightened right back up. I know, Miette, we should cheer for both of them. That means it's a win-win for us, she chirped out, wrapping an arm around Miette before pulling her in for an unexpected hug. Yelping lightly as she felt herself being pulled into a hug, quickly trying to squirm out of the grip of her excitable friend, Shauna. Not here, she scolded out, glancing towards her with light flush on her cheeks. While she didn't mind physical contact, it became something that embarrassed her greatly when it happened suddenly or she just wasn't prepared for it. In a way, it was kind of cute. Hush, it's starting, Plumeria said, shushing the girls from their little conversation. She didn't need to hear those two girls right now, she was busy trying to absorb everything in and taking in every word that the announcer was saying. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls of all ages, we are glad to finally begin the long-awaited battle that will determine the winner of the Lumiose Conference this season. The announcer's voice boomed throughout the entire stadium, causing cheers and whistles to be heard throughout the entire stadium. The audience that were standing, or sitting in this case, on edge finally had a reason to let their voices known throughout the stadium. With the voice being amplified tenfold within the stadium thanks to the dozens of speakers scattered throughout every corner and crack of the stadium, it made the job of the announcer that much easier to hype the crowd up for what should be a spectacular and riveting battle between the two finalists. From the red corner, please welcome our first finalist, hailing from Aquacord Town, Astrid. As soon as the announcer called her out, the audience once again erupted in a hail of cheers. Taking a calming breath, Astrid strode forward, making her way out of the darkness from the tunnel and into the light-filled arena. Despite the fact that she looked to be focusing ahead of her and she took confident strides, her mind was another thing entirely. She was basically shaking from the nerves that had made their way into her stomach and she felt like she could even faint. However, she pushed through it, creating a blank mask to create an image to show that she was not nervous as she strode her way towards the trainer's box. The amount of pressure that came from being in the finals compared to the semifinals or quarterfinals was completely different than she expected, and to be honest, it was something that she didn't enjoy as much as she would have thought. The idea of her being cheered by the masses and having her name chanted out throughout a stadium felt like it was her dream before the conference. However, now, she knew why some competitors never went back or tried to conference once again. Some people just aren't made for the constant pressure and having thousands of people watching your every move, and who knows how many were watching from their homes. From the blue corner, please welcome to the field, Naruto Uzumaki, hailing from the Alola region. Before the audience could once again cheer for the battler that had surprised many due to the unique Pokemon that he used, along with the fact that he had somewhat of a fan club built up around when some of the female audience members saw him for the first time. It also helped that Naruto kept the audience on edge and left wondering when he brought out some interesting strategies and the interesting dodges that his Pokemon brought to the table to simply knock the enemy off guard. In the moment of silence that happened before the audience could fully start to cheer, they were stopped when they started to hear a slow beat slowly come through the many speakers around the stadium, and it confused many. Why would a slow beat be playing throughout the speaker system? Yo, let's put our hands together for my bro, Ruto, yo. The chaotic maelstrom of Team Skull is going to thrash, his competition has been nothing but trash. Burn him up, mess him up, kick him out, scream and shout, let it out. As soon as the special, introductory, for Naruto had ceased, the audience couldn't help but politely applaud, cheer and whistle for the small and interesting rap that was most likely meant to build hype around him or help unsettle his foe that he would face. They didn't have to wait for too long either, as during the introduction rap, Naruto made his way out of the tunnel that was on his side, and the audience saw that he had changed his appearance slightly. Despite being at a rather short and rather cute height, Naruto now had his bandana covering most of his lower face, only leaving the bridge of his nose, his bright eyes and a few strands of his blonde hair visible, as everything else was covered by the hoodie that he was wearing. However, there was one small difference when it came to Naruto's appearance. He now had a rather interesting white band around his wrist that had a rather pretty transparent, black-tinted gem with an interesting symbol upon it that gleamed under a certain angle once the light hit it. By his side was his partner Pokemon, which most of the audience would call his ace. Pokemon was striding alongside him, a blank look adorning the feline's face as she strode side by side with her trainer towards their designated area. Coming to a stop in the middle of the trainer's box, Naruto was left facing off against Astrid, and one of his rivals, with a large gap between them thanks to the field not having been chosen and brought up by the machinery that the stadium ground had. It allowed for them just to concentrate on their opponent, along with the attempt to psyche them out. That was not the case for Naruto or Astrid, as they were both staring at each other, their eyes lighting up for what was to come, and what it meant for the both of them. For Naruto, this was the chance to earn a large sum of prize money to give back to Team Skull, his family, and give back to the people that had believed in him and for the friends that he made. For the friends that didn't have to deal with him, but they went out of their way to break his shell down and get to know him personally rather than judging him by the outfit he wore or for the Pokemon that he used. With that done, ladies and gentlemen, it is time for the field to select it and brought up for the finalists. Then, it will be showtime and one hell of a battle will follow that will leave everyone on the edge of their seats. As soon as those statements were uttered by the announcer, it left the stadium to once again erupt in a hail of cheers, whistles and even some squeals thrown into the mix. However, for Naruto, he just blocked out all the noise like it wasn't even there to begin with. He would admit, his heart was racing a little at the thought of the two different battlefields that would be used for this 6-on-6 battle, and he just hoped that one of the battlefields had a body of water that he could use for his Dragalge. If not, then he was in some serious trouble and the battle would be in Astrid's favor, number-wise, as the last time he had brought out Pontus without a body of water nearby, it had been a scary ordeal, and Naruto had learnt that not all water-type Pokemon or sea creature-like Pokemon were meant for land. He couldn't help but give a sigh of relief once his eyes landed on the battlefield for the first half of the battle. It was a rather barren field, that was basically massive formations of rock on either side, allowing aerial Pokémon to have the high ground advantage. However, from what he could see, there was a rather spacious patch of water, along with a waterfall that Pontus could possibly scale to have some maneuverability when it come to attacking. From the corner of his eye, he noticed that an official referee had made his way on the small platform that was a few feet away from the edge of the field. It not only allowed him self-vision on most of the battlefield, but also kept him protected from any possible wayward attacks that might miss their mark. With the field chosen, it's time to get this battle rolling. With the last announcement coming from the announcer, it was finally time to get started with the final battle of the Lumiose Conference. Since the blue corner won the coin toss before the match, red corner, reveal your first Pokémon. The battle referee ordered, glancing towards Astrid with one of his flags extended towards her. Nodding her head, Astrid took out a Pokeball from her skirt pocket and threw it out to the battlefield with a cry of, "Meowstic, show time." In a burst of light, a Pokémon's form began to take place a few feet into the battlefield, and once the light fully died down, it revealed her Meowstic in all of its glory. Meowstic is a bipedal, feline Pokémon and is predominantly white. The Pokémon has two tails, a pair of folded ears, a small collar of fur around its neck along with having a tuft of fur on top of its head. Its ears have no markings and curled tips and its eyes are red with yellow sclerae. The tuft of fur on its head is blue and curled, as is the collar around its neck. Its tails are blue at the base and end in white, fluffy curls. There are blue, stocking-like markings around its paws and two tufts of fur on each hip. Meowstic, huh, Naruto muttered out, a little surprised that the Pokémon was still on her team considering that most of his Pokémon were indeed dark type. So, unless it had a fairy type move, which it probably did, then he was at an advantage. Havoc, let's go. He called out, throwing his Pokeball into the air to release the Pokémon inside. As soon as the Pokémon touched down on the ground, it gave a battle cry once its eyes landed on its opponent, and it didn't help that it glared once it made its way onto the Pokémon's face as it got into a crouched position in almost disinterested fashion, with both hands placed on the loose skin-like substance around its waist and pulling it up slightly. This Pokémon was Scrafty, or as Naruto calls him, Havoc. Scrafty is a moderately short bipedal, lizard-like Pokémon. It has oval, wide-set eyes with small pupils and gray eyelids, as well as small nostrils and a wide mouth with bared teeth, giving it the appearance of a permanent sneer. It sports a red crest on its head, similar in appearance to a mohawk. Baggy yellow skin hangs off its shoulders, falling halfway down its back. Scrafty's body is orange, with thin arms and a gray, scaled belly. Its lower body and tail are covered by loose yellow skin resembling baggy trousers. On its tail is a single red scale. Meowstic vs Scrafty. With both Pokémon revealed, let the battle begin. The referee shouted, his voice amplified by the microphone that was tied around the collar of his shirt. On the massive screen that was on both sides of the stadium, it lit up, revealing the faces of Naruto and Astrid, along with the Pokémon that were currently out being highlighted within a small circular section that was meant to resemble a Pokeball. Alright, Havoc, start off with Bulk Up. Naruto ordered, wanting to get his Pokémon powered up and try to take advantage of the type advantage that he had straight away. With a cry of approval, Scrafty begun flexing his body as his body was engulfed in red energy, all the while it looked like it was taunting its opponent with flexes and with small, teasing smirks adorning his face. Quick, disarming voice, Astrid called out, hoping that the fairy-type move would be enough for the Scrafty to stop with the order it was given. Who in their right mind would allow a Pokémon to get hit with a move that was obviously strong against it? Nodding at the command that was given to her by her trainer, Meowstic closed her eyes and her ears flared upwards, allowing a small glance at the source of power that it was said to have. Almost instantly, a soft, pale pink glow surrounded the Meowstic's neck, along with the tingling feeling that had suddenly made itself known to the people who were a little more sensitive to those sorts of things. As the pale pink glow finally reached its maximum power, the Meowstic opened its mouth and gave a chorus of very soft, almost soothing, meows, as the energy was expelled from her person in a small circular force of power that turned into small pink love hearts that were being gently carried by an unseen force towards the Scrafty. Take it, Naruto ordered. Not only was he making his little strategy be known to his opponent, but it also played a role that would eventually seep into Astrid's mind. It was to make her second-guess her decisions and perhaps force an opening when that took place. Bang! Screech! Naruto and the younger kids in the audience winced and actually had to cover their ears from the almost banshee-like wail that suddenly exploded upon the contact with Scrafty. The almost calm and soothing meows turned into something much more unpleasant to listen to, along with the fact that Scrafty lost its concentration for a few moments. Quick, Miostic, use signal beam. Astrid ordered, making use of the small opening that was presented, along with testing her new move that she had managed to teach Miostic with the help of the many bug-type Pokemon that she had made Miostic watch as they fired off signal beams themselves. In a jiffy, a rather soft greenish hue was surrounding the female feline-like Pokemon as her eyes started to gleam a rather sinister-looking color. As a small cry came from the Pokemon, a rather ominous-looking greenish-brown jagged beam fired from its mouth and traveled towards the opposing Pokemon. Havoc, run towards it. Naruto called out, pointing in the direction off the beam. Much to the audience's surprise and Astrid's shock, the Scrafty got up from its slouched and almost winced posture, and opted to stand to its full height before it rushed towards the beam of ominous energy that was fired towards it. As the beam of energy made contact with the Scrafty, it was like seeing one of the many cliches that were in children's novels, of a Pokemon facing down a large beam that should by all means put a stop to them. However, that was not the case, as Scrafty simply powered through the move thanks to the help of the previous bulk-up it used. How something that looked so slow could move so quickly surprised many in the audience, along with many children looking in awe as the Scrafty made a mark upon their minds. Double team, Astrid called out, concern evident in her voice as she realized that Naruto will not be holding back any punches and instead was opting to do risky moves to throw her and her Pokemon off guard with the sheer craziness that was to happen during this battle. All she knew was that this was going to be a battle and a half, and she was glad that she would have it with Naruto. The person who she has a crush on, and if she were to win this, then she will grant him the privilege to go out on a date with her. It wasn't like she was going to ask him. She was totally not a tsundere. Use Rock Slide to hit them all. Naruto called out, grinning slightly as he made use of one of his newer moves that he had taught Scrafty before the tournament even started to get rid of this situation to begin with. A slight brownish sheen formed around Scrafty as he leapt into the air. As his eyes opened, they were revealed to be glowing in some sort of mystic power. Before he raised his hands and the loose rocks and boulders that were littered around the battlefield suddenly lifted, all hovering at least a dozen or so feet in the air. And unfortunately, Miostic was directly under some of those boulders, with even more boulders circling around. If they were to drop, it would create an unescapable tomb. Miostic, get out of there! Astrid called out, once she saw the brownish sheen start to dissipate around the Scrafty and the large airborne boulders were shaking and jittering, struggling to keep themselves afloat. Drop him! Naruto called out, not wanting the Miostic to escape from the little trap. Hearing the command of her trainer and also noticing that the large boulders no longer had the glow around them and were starting to fall, the Miostic took a calming breath, before it quickly twisted, ran and even dived under the falling boulders to escape any major harm or damage. However, as soon as the large boulders came crashing down into the battlefield, it created a massive dust cloud that covered nearly the entire middle portion of the battlefield. Along with that, it created small shockwaves that knocked the smaller Pokemon off balance and caused small trips and tumbles that went along with the tremoring land as pieces of rocky debris flew around the area at some scary speeds. Miostic, use the scattered rocks and return them towards Scrafty. Astrid quickly called out to her Pokemon that was now suckered within a massive dust cloud. The only way that she knew that her Pokemon was knocked out was for the fact that she could still hear the cries that her Pokemon was displaying. Through the thick brown mist that was lingering within the area, a faint, deep purple glow could be seen within, before large chunks of stone were flung out of the massive dust cloud, all screaming through the air at terrifying speeds. Speeds that could have them easily ripped through flesh if it wasn't for the barriers protecting the audience members and trainer boxes. Got ya, Havoc, use the rocks as stepping stones to get close then use Crunch. Naruto called out, a large grin on his face as his fist clenched and he punched it forward. Scrafty unleashed a rather chilling smirk, before it jumped onto the first rock chunk that it could, before it leapt from the rock chunk to rock chunk, before flying into the massive dust cloud with a harsh purple glow surrounding its jaw. "Dodge it!" Astrid cried out, hoping that she was quick enough with her command. Scraw, meow, as those two cries came out, with one that was easily displaying the pain that one felt, and the other was basically crying out in victory. The audience was left on the edge of their seats as they awaited for the result of the final move. In a few moments, the dust cloud finally starting to die down and start to become more transparent, with the dust particles finally being away from the massive cluster that formed, and with that, the vision of everyone was finally restored to the missing portion of the battlefield, and it was where they finally saw the results of the skirmish. Scrafty was seen standing over the top of the downed Meowstick that had swirls in its eyes as it was laying flat on its back and was marred with a few scratches along with the normally white fur being littered with small, brown particles of dust. Meowstick is unable to battle, Scrafty wins. The battle referee called out. It was rather easy to tell that he was surprised with the sheer speed that a normally slow and rather bulky Pokémon move. However, that didn't stop the crowd from cheering either way. Through the roars of the audience, Scrafty could easily be heard chanting its name, flexing its muscles and keeping a rather large smirk on its face despite the multiple scratches that it had all around its body. It was then a rather harsh hue of red surrounding the Pokémon, and the very aura that it was emanating seemed to thicken and somehow raise the heat in the air, despite it not being a fire type. "Shit, I forgot about Moxie," Astrid muttered to herself, looking away from the taunting Pokémon on the field and keeping her gaze away from Naruto, who she could easily guess had a knowing smile on his face. That stupid smile annoyed her just as much as she found amusing. However, right now, she was cursing for her forgetfulness about that peculiar and dangerous ability that Scrafty had. She needed to end this quickly. Returning her Meowstick to its Pokeball, she gave a quick glance to it. "Thank you," she muttered out, giving her thanks to the heroics that her Pokémon showed. "Trainer, send out your next Pokémon," the referee called out. "Fine then, Talonflame, show time," Astrid called out, throwing her second Pokeball and revealing her second Pokémon for the battle. Talonflame is an avian Pokémon that closely resembles a falcon. Red-orange plumage covers its head, wings, and most of its chest and back before tapering off into a flame pattern. Its underside and hindquarters are gray and the tips of its long, pointed wings are black. Orange spots speckle its underside. Large yellow talons extend from the shaggy feathers on its legs. Talonflame has a pointed crest atop its head and black and yellow mask-like markings around its eyes. Its black beak is hooked with a yellow sear. It also has long black tail feathers marked with 3 yellow V shapes. The tail ends in 2 points and has another feather sticking out of the base on each side, resembling of the fletching on the end of an arrow. "Damn," Naruto muttered out, knowing that he didn't have the advantage in this particular battle. While he could switch Scrafty out, it would be a waste of the Moxie boost along with the added boost that the bulk up was providing. The best that he could hope for was to either make the battle a draw, or for Scrafty to deal some serious damage for his next Pokémon to take out. Taking a glance at his Pokémon, he frowned lightly as he noticed that Havoc was a little more tired than he thought he would be, considering that he had used a singular bulk up. Normally his Scrafty would be able to take more hits, however, it seemed as though he had underestimated his rival's strength. However, that was not going to happen again. Since both Pokémon are on the field, trainers may begin the next battle. The referee called out, allowing the trainers to commence battle once more. "Talonflame, start this out flamethrower," Astrid commanded right off the bat, utilizing the aerial advantage she had along with sticking the ranged fights, as Talonflame could easily deal damage whilst not being in the range of any of Scrafty's devastating attacks. Trilling once in affirmation as the Pokémon heard his trainer's commands, a massive torrent of orangish-red flames spewed out past the Talonflame's beak and rushed towards the location of Scrafty, with the added help of the wingbeats to make it travel faster without distilling the power of the flames. "Dodge it," Naruto commanded out to his Pokémon. Calling his name out once, Scrafty crouched down low before vaulting through the air, over the torrent of flames that spewed past it and crashed into the ground that he was standing on, singing it a near charcoal color. Wincing as he landed on the boulder, Scrafty looked at the rubbery layer of skin that it had, and to its annoyance it found that a small ember was now burning away at it. "Damn it," Naruto muttered out through gritted teeth as he realized the same thing as Scrafty. Flamethrower once more on the boulder that Scrafty is standing on. Astrid commanded out, a small, victorious smile on her face as she noticed the distracted state that both Naruto and the Scrafty were in. Jump out of the way. Naruto called out once more, cursing himself at his distraction, along with the fact that Scrafty was going to have to deal with the burn for a little while longer. Once more, in a surprising amount of maneuverability, the Scrafty ignored the burn on its rubbery skin, although his movement speed was hindered slightly, and managed to safely dodge the incoming torrent of flames, although the boulder that he was previously standing on was now nearly at melting point and dripping liquid rock onto the ground. Grr, Talonflame, Aerial Ace. Astrid called out to her Pokémon. As soon as Astrid's command was heard by the Talonflame, it gave a shrill cry before it was shrouded in a rather brilliant shade of gold, before it sped off towards Scrafty, tucking its wings in to have better aerodynamics along with less surface area to maximize its speed. Perfect, Naruto muttered out. He knew that he now had to act, and the move that he would use next would not only be risky, but it would allow him to deal some damage to the large fiery bird. Forgive me, Havoc. Naruto thought to himself. He watched with a critical eye as the Talonflame that was shrouded in a golden hue sped towards Scrafty. In a split moment, Naruto saw Scrafty glance back at him and give another smirk before quickly placing his attention back on the avian Pokémon that was quickly approaching. Havos, use Confide. Watching as a dark hue surrounded Scrafty, along with a really creepy expression make way on its face, he could hear the small calls of his name, each varying in length and pitch. However, the final nail in the coffin was when Scrafty started to give some really creepy, chuckle-like noises. As the Talonflame was within striking distance, Naruto watched with a rather amused expression plastered on his face as he saw the Talonflame's eyes widen at an alarming rate, along with the golden hue receding from the Pokémon as it lost concentration on keeping its attack running, and instead it was now covered in the same dark hue that Scrafty was previously. Perfect, now it was time for the next move. Now, jump on Talonflame and use Drain Punch. Naruto called out, seeing as how Talonflame was distracted momentarily and within striking distance for his Scrafty. With Scrafty's right fist engulfed in a torrent of orangish golden energy that seemed to magnify into an energy fist. The Scrafty gave a battle cry before jumping from its position and landed directly on the back of the Talonflame, and as soon as his feet touched down on the flesh of the large avian bird, who squawked in confusion, breaking out of the small trance-like state it was in, Scrafty brought the large energy fist down with a sickening punch, with the full force of the punch landing directly between where the wings begin on the back. Flame. No, you don't, Astrid uttered out through gritted teeth, watching as how the Scrafty's body was momentarily engulfed in the same energy from the attack and seemed to be recovering some energy from its previous battle and the previous hits it took, shake it off with agility. In a burst of great speed, Talonflame zipped off through the air, with its wings almost leaving behind two distinct trail marks behind. The sudden bout of speed was enough to take the grip of Scrafty off. As the Scrafty could no longer hold on to the feathers of his opponents, he was left in free fall, where he could no longer control his movements as he plummeted towards the ground in a frantic frail. Now, Aerial Ace to end this. Astrid commanded once again, a small gleam in her eyes as she noticed a chance to level the battle once again. Talonflame gave another trilling cry before once again it was shrouded in a rather brilliant shade of gold, before it speeding downwards towards the plummeting Scrafty, tucking its wings in to have better aerodynamics along with less surface area to maximize its speed. It only took a few moments before Talonflame's sharp beak made contact with the gut of Scrafty. The impact was so great that Scrafty didn't even have a chance to cry out in pain before it smashed into the ground, causing a rather large indent of its body shape into the ground, along with a tiny impact crater. The Talonflame on the other hand, simply hovered a few feet above the impact crater, shooting it a small glare, almost as if it was daring the Scrafty to get up once again. Naruto winced a little as he watched Scrafty fall from that height, along with the fact that momentum would have basically doubled after being hit from that aerial ace. It was safe to say that he was probably knocked out from the impact, or possibly from the burn he had after falling. Either way, that would have been extremely painful to any Pokémon that suffered that hit. Peering into the crater, the referee took note of the Pokémon laying on the ground for a few seconds, waiting to see if there was any sign of movement or possibly even waiting for a small time for the Pokemon to get up. However, with nothing like that on offer, he simply called out, "Scrafty is unable to battle. Trainer, send out your next Pokemon." Clicking his tongue in annoyance, Naruto returned his Scrafty to its Pokeball, before quickly fishing out another one and quickly checking the mark he made on it to tell which Pokemon resided in it. Nodding his head at the marking of the ball, he decided on his next Pokemon. "Go, Pontus." Naruto called out, revealing his next Pokemon that swiftly landed within the small pocket of water after being released from its Pokeball. Dragalge, or Pontus as Naruto affectionately calls him, is an aquatic Pokemon that has a body that resembles a common sea dragon. Its body is curved in a way that vaguely resembles the number 3. Its sides are a light purple with slender vertical lines, while most of the rest of its body is a dull brown. There is a light purple patch on its face surrounding its red eyes. It has a tubular, upturned snout and on the back of its head is a thin appendage. On top of its head is a red, leaf-like crest with 2 brownish-green antennae. On either side of its body is a skinny, leaf-like appendage and its tailfin also resembles a large leaf. There are 3 small spikes along its back that were currently half submerged under the water, allowing it to have a better time floating in the water. With both Pokemon revealed, let the battle continue. The referee interjected once more, allowing his call to once again begin the battle on the spoken command. "Talonflame, brave bird," Astrid called out. She knew she had to get some serious damage in before the inevitable happened and Talonflame went down. Giving a large chilling battle trill, before it was encast in a brilliant and fierce blue aura, before it zipped from its position and raced towards the Dragalge that was floating in the water, watching its every move. "Pontus, smokescreen to dodge and relocate," Naruto called out. Exhaling a rather thick grayish-black cloud of smog that lingered and slowly traveled throughout the battlefield, Talonflame zipped through the smog, and was unable to connect with its opponent going from the way that Talonflame suddenly went skyward and hovered above the thick, putrid smog and started flapping its wings, trying to dispel the thick blanket. Grinning lightly, Naruto noticed the small black shadow go up the waterfall before it was suddenly silent in the field once again. The only sound was the squawking of the Talonflame along with the sharp, brutish wingbeats as it tried to dispel the rest of the thick smog. Slamming his fist against his open palm, Naruto called out, "Pontus, now. Hydro pump." Widening her eyes, Astrid quickly called out, "Quick dodge it." However, it was far too late for the poor avian Pokemon, as right above it, the Dragalge burst out of the waterfall, with a large pressurized blast of water scored a direct hit on the Talonflame's back. The sudden impact and the super effective hit was enough to knock the Talonflame off guard, and the few seconds that it spent trying to regain the altitude along with shaking off the few specks of annoying water that had stuck to its feathers was enough time for Naruto to land the finishing blow. "Pontus, poison tail." Naruto called out once again. In a single fluid motion, Dragalge angled itself so its tail was facing downwards and the entire weight of its body was forcing its momentum down, thus causing more speed to be gained. Suddenly gained a sickly purple glow that spelt trouble to anyone coming into close contact with it. And unfortunately, the Talonflame was going to be the unlucky one to have an intimate encounter with the glowing tail. Slam! Squawking lightly, the Talonflame was once again knocked off center with the harsh hit. The momentum carried through and caused the Talonflame to turn over. Wings flapping erratically along with angry and panicked squawks filled the battlefield as the Talonflame tried to recenter itself so it could fly away from the surefire crash course that it was on. Crunch! Splash! Yet again, another dust cloud was formed once the Talonflame made its collision with the ground known, along with the much more softer sounding splash that rippled through the battlefield as the Dragalge landed almost gracefully in the spacious pool of water below. Talonflame is unable to battle, Dragalge wins. The referee called out to everyone within the stadium and for those who were watching at home. However, he couldn't help but sweat drop at the rather easy and sometimes boring job. "Trainer, send out your next Pokemon." All he really did was stand at the edge of the battlefield and watch the battle happen, and giving a few commands every now and again. But hey, the pay was good, so it was simply a case of sucking it up until he got paid after the tournament finished. Then he could live in comfort for the next 2 months before he really needed to find work once again. Grumbling lightly under her breath, Astrid returned her downed Pokemon back to its Pokeball, before fishing out another Pokeball that had a distinct, fiery, marking on it, allowing her to know what Pokemon resided in the Pokeball. With a call of, Pyroar, show time, she threw the Pokeball in the air, before it burst open, revealing her next Pokemon, which happened to be one of the icons of Kalos, that being the lion and lioness Pokemon, Pyroar. Now ladies and gentlemen, here is one of Astrid's ace Pokemon, one that shows such ferocity and strength that can intimidate any foe. Will that be the case once more? The announcer's voice once again rang through the arena, however, it was a rhetorical question that was bordering on a questioning statement that went unanswered. Pontus, start off with a hydro pump. As soon as Naruto gave the order, Dragalge expelled a large blast of highly pressurized water from its mouth as it raced towards the Pyroar. Pyroar, dodge it and use Flamethrower, Astrid ordered. Elegantly leaping towards the right side of the field and allowing the blast of water bypass him and tear through one of the final remaining boulders behind him, the Pyroar took a deep inhale, before his eyes glowed with a soft red hue and he exhaled a large torrent of flames towards the mock kelp Pokemon. Dive underwater and use Toxic, Naruto called out. Following his trainer's command, Dragalge gave a low, chilling cry before it sunk under the water, in a way like it had to move with a great deal of force to do due to its body structure. As the large torrent of spewed flames went overhead, some of the water evaporated into a thin layer of steam that gently coated a few inches above the water's surface, however, that was quickly displaced when a terrible, purplish hue came rushing towards the Pyroar. The dastardly attack was flying through the air and arching downwards as it was combating the forces of gravity. Don't let that hit you, Pyroar, Astrid called out, knowing how dangerous that particular poison can be if it lands on any one of her Pokemon. It would leave her at a disadvantage, so the best way to combat it was just not getting hit by it at all. Glancing around for a brief moment, the Pyroar spotted a moderately sized, broken piece of boulder from the previous bouts of skirmishes. Tilting its head in a way that allowed it to watch the opposing Pokemon and by extension, the dastardly purplish hue that was slowly gaining towards it, and the other eye was helping it to have vision of its next move, the Pyroar decided its move. Wrapping its hooked tail underneath the moderately sized broken boulder, Pyroar snuck one more glance towards the incoming toxic attack before it turned its whole body around in a bout of swift movement before it flicked its tail, causing the piece of broken boulder to be launched towards the incoming attack thanks to the momentum built up. As the rock made contact with the deadly poison attack, the rock was quickly melted into a near-liquid state thanks to the sheer power of the toxins. Luckily, the leftover toxins simply fell to the ground thanks to the less mass that it had to fight against gravity. Now, Flamethrower. Following the command, Pyroar exhaled yet another large torrent of angry orangish-red flames towards the mock kelp Pokemon. Counter with Hydro Pump yet again. Keeping its eyes firmly on the incoming stream of fire, Dragalge quickly blasted another large blast of pressurized water that traveled speedily towards the incoming stream of fire, and meeting dead-on in the middle that eventually led into a stalemate between the colliding elements. It took a few moments before the rather unique sound of what seemed to be sizzling from the intense flames to be squelched out by the ferocious doses of pressurized water, before a rather thick cloud of lightish gray steam to become the dominant sight within the battlefield, with the massive cloud of fog being so prominent that it covered half of the battlefield and causing some visibility issues. Use the cover to relocate, then fire off a sludge bomb. Quicken it up by firing a dragon pulse at it, Naruto commanded, wanting to take an advantage upon this situation. With a small, yet shrill cry that let Naruto knew that his Pokemon had heard him, Dragalge spewed out a rather large purplish ball that was coated within toxic bubbles that popped every so often. As it was far enough away, Dragalge was then covered in some sort of bluish-purple energy before another energy blast that was in a vague shape of a dragon came flying out of its mouth and raced towards the purplish ball of sludge. Causing a mini-explosion on impact, the two attacks soon merged and causing the now combined attack to race through the air whilst creating a rather pretty sheen of light purple and deep, midnight blue to surround the ball of sludge. Pyroar, dodge it and use Noble Roar to locate it. Unable to dodge quick enough, Pyroar was grazed along its hindlegs from the dual attack, causing it to limp lightly when too much pressure was placed on its right hind leg. However, it replied with a sharp and piercing roar that seemed to leave little gaps within the layer of dense steam. In the moment of silence that followed, Dragalge whimpered out, making Pyroar's ears flick and turn its attention to where the sound came from. Perfect, now use fire spin. Astrid called out, smiling slightly for the advantage that they had currently. With the location of its opponent now known, Pyroar launches a large tornado of fire breaks through the rest of layer of steam and engulfs Dragalge, who cries out in pain from the attack. Dragalge, dive underwater to extinguish yourself. Wincing from the burns that was all around its slimy body, Dragalge attempted to dive underwater to get rid of the blazing tornado of fire that was surrounding it, hoping that the water could at least lessen the pain from the burns. Not so fast, Pyroar, give Dragalge a nice, hot bath by using flamethrower on the water. Pyroar fires off a large torrent of fire at the water's surface, superheating the water and causing it to act like a geyser, causing massive damage to Dragalge, who now resurfaced and was once again wincing in pain from feeling the once cool water body now at the heat of a small geyser. Naruto growled in annoyance at the sheer annoyance that this Pyroar was causing. The Dragalge didn't have that much experience in battling, and that was his fault for not using the Pokemon in the earlier rounds. However, right now, he needed Dragalge to take this annoying lion out. So, he needed to play a whole lot more riskier. Dragalge, wrap around Pyroar with Poison Tail, then drag the Pyroar into the water with Hydro Pump. Pyroar, fight it off, quick. It was no use, as in a blink of an eye, Dragalge's tail that was coated with a sickly purple glow wrapped around Pyroar's underside, with the tail digging into the flesh and fur of its opponent to cause severe pain and damage. With the Pyroar squirming and trying to bite the offending tail, it left its claws in the ground to give some sort of better control and balance. However, the constrictive grip of the poison and dragon type was too much for the poor Pokemon, as the Hydro Pump fired from its mouth and started to make the very ground Pyroar was trying to grip too soft and muddy, which allowed for the Dragalge to start to slither backwards, making sure to keep a firm grasp on the Pokemon as the pair of Pokemon fell into the superheated pool of water. Dragalge's grip was too strong and the force they were moving at was too strong to counter. Dragalge and Pyroar were now submerged in the superheated water pool. Pontus, start your assault. Naruto called out as Dragalge's head was still above water. Glancing back at his trainer, Dragalge gave a small nod and a shrill cry before it allowed itself to be fully submerged, sinking under the water much like a water serpent before it begun its assault on the Pokemon that was still fighting its constrictive and painful grip. While not fully visible, the audience and trainers could both see the two shadows of Dragalge and Pyroar underneath the layer of steam rising from the surface. They could see a faint purple hue around Dragalge's tail, and they could vaguely see Pyroar scratching and biting at the mock kelp Pokemon. It didn't take that long as both trainers were now basically useless, with the battle under the boiling pool of water going on, and with the Pokemon now on their own as the commands could no longer reach the Pokemon's ears. It was now a waiting game. All they could really see were small air bubbles coming towards the surface which showed them both Pokemon were still breathing the water. However, that waiting game didn't take that long, as a few moments later, the Pyroar came floating up to the surface, a dastardly purplish hue racking its body, signaling that it was poisoned from either a toxic attack fired underwater or from one of the many poison tails that collided with it. Pyroar is unable. The referee begun to call the match. However, his attention was back onto the water when he noticed that Dragalge was floating up towards the surface, waiting for a moment to see if it was still in a fine state to properly call it off. However, he was greeted by another knocked-out Pokemon, as Dragalge was covered in large bite and scratch marks, along with its body having small burns around the tail and fins. Both Pokemon are unable to battle. The referee called out properly as the condition of both Pokemon were now known. The crowd once again was in uproarious applause and cheers at the battle they had just witnessed, although it was a rather brutal battle that soon delved into the depths of sheer will and uncalled for attacks as the trainers were left stranded after a certain time. It still wasn't bad as the cheering proved. Sometimes, there were many different tactics that were called and sometimes, the Pokemon were too lost in a rivalry or battle to even care at one point. Ladies and gentlemen, since 3 Pokemon have been lost to the red corner's side, it is time for a quick rest break while the new field is decided. The announcer's voice boomed out to the stadium, letting the 2 trainers currently locked head-to-head in a rather even battle to have a small break to recollect their thoughts or come up with new strategies. Both trainers have 5 minutes. Guzma wouldn't admit it to anyone, but he was feeling very nervous. In fact, this was probably the most nervous that he has ever felt after the time that he had closed off his heart and became the leader of Team Skull. Leaning back into his chair, he wiped a few beads of sweat that appeared on his forehead, taking a few deep breaths to try and calm his nerves along with trying to stop his rapidly beating heart. However, even during all of this, he still couldn't help but have a smile on his face. While he was rooting for Naruto all the way, he couldn't help but marvel at the fact that the other finalist, Astrid, was managing to keep up with him, even managing to counter and take advantage of some of Naruto's more eccentric and risky plays. He had seen Naruto's other opponents during the quarterfinals and the semifinals, and both of them couldn't even take out 2 of his Pokemon, yet, this Astrid lass was the first one to do so. He was told by Naruto during one of the few times that he was actually called by Plumeria, something that allowed him to keep track of Naruto's progress, that it was a fierce rivalry that formed between the two of them. Each time they met, they battled, to see who truly was the best trainer out of them. Yet, it was never figured out who started the rivalry. Was it the lass he was currently facing? Did she somehow manage to get through the many defensive walls that Naruto had built from his childhood? Was she someone that saw parts of herself in him and that made her try to connect with Naruto in some way? Or, was it Naruto that made first contact with her? Was he the one to go out of his way and somehow form a rivalry with her? One that seemed to make him a little more open to others and to broaden his little friend group. From what he had heard from one of the many calls with Lysandre, who was apparently Naruto's long-lost uncle who had finally reconnected with Naruto, seemed to have gained the attention and even attraction of other young teenagers. He was secretly jealous of that part, but he couldn't help but feel proud for him. To him, that little tyke deserved as much love as he could handle, and he only hoped that all the love would break down more barriers that he had and would not lead to heartbreak within the future. He knew that Astrid wasn't using Naruto for her own selfish gains, apart from having someone to constantly improve and become strong against, as Guzma and many others of Team Skull knew that Naruto was a very good judge of character. Despite his rather lonely and terrible upbringing for the better part of his early and most important years, he was still able to tell who were the ones to be avoided and the ones that one could trust with a glance after meeting them. It was truly something special and even cool to see in action. Like that one time when Naruto met one of the more troubled members of Team Skull years ago, when Naruto was only 8 years old, he stayed well away from him, saying that he was a bad person. With that warning set in place, Guzma and Plumeria, along with Rap, who was Naruto's friend and under the consideration of being Plumeria's apprentice, kept an eye on that member. Lo and behold, a few months later, they stumble upon him threatening and assaulting Naruto in his own bedroom, after Naruto told them that he had somehow found out his living quarters, with the clear signs of drug use by the way his eyes were bloodshot and just from how violent he was. Guzma and Plumeria had never kicked someone out of the group that quickly and promptly handed him over to the authorities, where that person was promptly arrested for child abuse along with possession of drugs and drug usage. Let it be known that incident caused Plumeria and Rap to become much more protective towards Naruto. It also led him to keep a closer eye on each new member that came in, and be much more harsher when it came to punishments and the leniency when they were a part of Team Skull. Shaking his head from those thoughts, he once again focused on the television in front of him, drowning out the cheers and chants that he could hear from the other members of Team Skull as they traveled through the rather thin walls of the hideout. She is a great battler, he muttered to himself, focusing on her as the television swapped to what she was doing, which was simply sitting down on a bench with her eyes closed and trying to block everything out. It almost reminds me of the rivalry that I had with Kukui, with Naruto representing myself, and that lass is Kukui. He muttered to himself once again, his gaze never wavering from the television screen. With a small sigh, he noticed that the battle was about to commence once again, so he got into a more comfortable position on the couch and allowed himself to fall under the trance that the battle had put him in. Perhaps he could lose a few pounds from the amount of sweat he was producing due to how nervous he was watching what probably was one of the most important battles of Naruto's life. Ooh, this is too close, I don't like it. Shauna whined out, clutching onto Miette for dear life, who unfortunately was the closest one to Shauna at the time, and it was clear that Miette was in some form of discomfort from the way that she was fidgeting around in her seat. It was also clear that Shauna was working up a sweat from moving around too much, and that sweat was starting to soak into Miette's clothing. Shush Shauna, air, please. Miette managed to gasp out in between harsh intakes of air, however, Much to her displeasure, Shauna ignored her, and instead opted to hold on just a little tighter. That may be the case, but you cannot deny that it is a fascinating battle between rivals. Lysandre spoke out, who seemed to be taking the intense battle the best as he wasn't sweating as much, but that didn't mean he was nervous, he just wasn't as nervous as the others with him. He didn't care if his nephew won or lost, he had already made him proud, and he would easily be able to tell that Naruto had made Kushina proud. In fact, if she were still alive, she would probably argue that she was the proudest mother in the world currently. Naruto will win, easily. Valerie spoke out, her soft and soothing voice sounding rather firm for once, and her wide purplish-gray eyes were firmly locked onto Naruto. Yet, if one were to look down at her hand that was currently on her lap, they would see that the little flag she had was cracked and chipped at the handle, showing how tight her grip got during the battle. It wouldn't even be surprising if she managed to completely snap the handle later on during the battle. What makes you so sure? Lysandre couldn't help but question. Almost instantly, it was like someone flipped a switch and the small chattering between everyone stopped and the temperature seemed to rise to an uncomfortable level, and he also felt many eyes on him. Too many for his liking. Taking his attention away from the battlefield where he was keeping his attention and shifted it towards the many other women in the room. Almost instantly he gulped under the various looks he was receiving. Many of them were looking at him like they were possessed. Hell, even Plumeria and Malva had this dark aura about them as their eyes seemed to glow with malice. Valerie on the other hand was just looking at him blankly, but he could almost feel some invisible pressure pushing down on him. Chuckling nervously, Lysandre tugged on the collar of his undershirt to relieve some of the heat. It helped a little, however, not with the murderous looks he was receiving. What? It wasn't a rhetorical question, I'm honestly wanting to know your answers. He quickly said with an uncharacteristic stutter in his voice as he tried to placate the incoming feminine fury that was directed towards him. Thankfully, it worked, and soon the harshness of the glares he was receiving died down to a manageable level, with the only one giving him a stink eyes now were Plumeria and Rap, which wasn't all that surprising considering those two knew Naruto the longest and were the most protective of him when it came to, well, anything really. Humping lightly, Malva tilted her glasses up, making a small glare reflect from the lenses. Well, considering that Naruto has the number advantage and most probably the factor of his unpredictability, it would be very hard for Astrid to outlast him when it comes to the battles. She said, although, the way that she suggested the word, outlast, did cause a few small blushes to appear on Rap's cheeks along with Plumeria. Valerie on the other hand felt the need to strangle something. She didn't know why, however, something with the way that Malva spoke a certain word irked her greatly. I was with Naruto when he was training for the tournament after earning his final gym badge from me. I watched as he and his Pokemon were training together and from some of the wild Pokemon. There is a very high probability that Naruto will win, unless Lady Luck is not on his side today. She spoke out with a certain airiness that confused both Miette and Shauna as they weren't used to the rather eccentric fairy gym leader. Rap lightly scoffed and rolled her eyes at the Lady Luck remark. In all the time in knowing Naruto personally, she knew that he must be Lady Luck's favorite mortal in the entire world. He had so much good luck that it should be illegal. If Lady Luck ever left Naruto's side, then that might as well be inviting the devil himself to favor him. Naruto was either known for two things concerning his timing and luck. He was either blessed by Lady Luck, or he had somehow gained the favor of the devil. From the stories that he told of her when he was younger and all alone, she didn't know which one was the case, all she knew that it was one of the two. I'll say, Naruto told Rap and I that he plans on using a Z move, which Pokemon will use it will probably be his Leopard, which is by far his strongest Pokemon on his team, and the one that shares the closest bond with him. Plumeria spoke out, trailing off slightly as memories overtook her when she remembered all the times Naruto's Leopard seemed to always win every battle that it took. Z move. Both Miette and Shauna spoke out at the same time, a little habit that they had somehow developed by traveling together for so long. They were curious, they had never heard of the term Z move before, and they were interested in what it meant. One of the main specialties of the Alola region. Rap spoke out, stars appearing in her eyes as she thought about the sheer power that those moves possessed. Think of them like Mega Evolution, but with a move. She added on, before seeing the confused and curious looks that the two younger teens were sending her. along with Tay intrigued look that Malva was sending her. By using a special crystal that you can get by winning a trial challenge or getting awarded one by Island Kahuna, it allows one to synchronize with a Pokemon, and the closer the bond, the more power the move has. They even have special names for each type. She finished off her little explanation. Yes, I have heard about them. While there are many copies of the special crystals, for people to use one, they not only need a special band known as AZ Ring, there is also a need for a Pokemon to have a move of the same typing as the crystal. Or in certain cases, there is a specific crystal for a certain Pokemon. I believe there are a few for Pikachu if I'm not mistaken. Lysandre added on from Rap's explanation, gaining a nod of confirmation from the Alola natives. For example, Naruto will most likely use his Dark-type Z crystal, or more commonly known as Darkanium Z, and once used, it will unleash a move called Black Hole Eclipse. He finished for Shauna and Miette, who were now really interested in learning more about the Alolan culture and differences, well, some more stuff that they hadn't learned from Naruto when he told some of his stories. That's right, there are 18 different Z moves that can be used, and that is not counting the Pokemon-specific ones, and each move is powerful enough to look like a moderately sized explosion under the right circumstances. However, there are a few that limit the damage to the battlefield and unleash every ounce of power directly to the Pokemon instead. Plumeria added on, deciding that was the best case scenario to at least set the tone for just how dangerous these Z moves can be for the two teams that are now really interested in what Z moves had to offer. Interesting. I hope to see this Black Hole Eclipse. If it lives up to its name, that can be quite frightening. Malva spoke to herself mostly, placing her index and middle finger under her chin as she had many different thoughts running through her mind and possible counters that could be made if Naruto ever took on the Elite Four challenge in the future. Wow, Shauna murmured out, all clear in her voice as small sparkles littered her eyes. Turning her gaze towards her best friend, she quickly grabbed Miette's hand and brought her close. It's decided, Miette, we are going to the Alola region as soon as possible. Imagine using one of these moves and trying to combine it in our performances. She whispered to her, basically shivering at the looks of awe that the audience would send her if she ever got her hands on a Z ring and Z crystal. Despite it being dangerous and risky, Miette muttered out, always being the one to bring the mood down when it came to Shauna's ideas, although that didn't stop a small smile forming on her face. Although, a vacation to the Alola region doesn't sound too bad. She murmured out herself, picturing herself on one of the many beaches that the region had to offer that she had heard so much about. She could possibly even find some new Pokemon to help her become more unique and out there when it came to performances. The possibilities were nearly endless. Hush, it's starting once again. Plumeria yelled out, her gaze once again taken away from the group of girls that had somehow gained an attraction towards Naruto. Now, instead, she was taking in every single moment of the battle that was about to start. She didn't want to miss a single second of it. This was her, Naruto's, time to shine and take this entire thing away from his rival. With that simple statement being said, all the girls seemed to zip around and somehow glue their entire attention on the trainer's box which belonged to Naruto. Lysandre on the other hand breathed a small sigh of relief when the pressure that was silently pushing him down and giving him a hard time to even breath suddenly vanished, making him feel lighter than normal. It also helped that the burning and scathing looks he was given finally died down. Trainers, 5 minutes have passed, return to your boxes so the battle can resume. With the call of the announcer ringing through the entire stadium, both Naruto and Astrid took a few more breaths to calm themselves and for themselves to be ready for what would be the final half of the battle. As they both stopped in the middle of their boxes, the crowd erupted into massive cheers and chants once again. The noise level so great that everything seemed to mesh and mingle together, and all that was heard was some form of cheering gibberish from the crowd themselves. Trainers, the battlefield has been decided for the final half of the battle. Be prepared for the announcer began once the elevated battlefield begun to rise from the depths of the stadium and slowly rise and take up the rest of the empty space, grass field with a lightly forested area with plenty of shrubbery. The announcer finished once the battlefield made its way to its correct position. As the name of the field implied, along with the very brief yet effective description that was given by the announcer, the field was exactly that. A large flat ground that had plenty of grass and resembled a forest clearing without that many shrubs, plants or dead fruit lying about. Off to the far side of either side of the large clearing, There were a few small shrubs that could be used as cover for an extremely small Pokemon, but there were also a few large groups of trees that had many branches on them. All in all, it was something that was something close to home for either trainer, and depending on the final Pokemon that would be used, it could be a neutral ground. Mamoswine, show time. Astrid called out her next Pokemon, releasing it from the confines of her Great Ball. However, it was clear that she was a little annoyed by the field choice this time around for her Pokemon. There really wasn't that much she could do to even think about hiding a Mamoswine in this sort of battlefield, unlike in the last one where Naruto exploited the water pool for his Dragalge for a home field advantage. With a resounding thud, the Mamoswine landed on the battlefield, kicking up a small cloud of dirt as it did so. Mamoswine is a large quadruped Pokemon resembling a woolly mammoth crossed with a boar that stands at a mammoth, pun not intended, height of 8 feet 02. Its brown fur is very thick to endure harsh cold and protect from snow and ice. Its tusks, which are smaller on a female Mamoswine than on a male, are made of pure, solid ice. Mamoswine has a blue mask-like pattern with a white rim around its face and eyes, resembling ski goggles. The fur on its muzzle is tan and shaggy, and its nose resembles that of a pig. Mamoswine's feet are black with 3 thick toes, and its tail is rather small compared to the rest of its body. Seeing the next choice in Pokemon, Naruto couldn't help but feel a little relieved. At least he knew that there were no hide-and-go-seek games involving this Pokemon. It was just too large and too distinct compared to its surroundings. Ray, assistance required. Naruto called out, releasing his next Pokemon from the comfort of its Pokeball. As the Pokemon materialized, it was revealed that Ray, as Naruto affectionately named the Pokemon, was actually a Bayonet, a Pokemon that stood at a small height of 3 feet 07, which was a rather small Pokemon that had a dark gray, doll-like Pokemon that is possessed by pure hatred. It has 3 short spikes on its head and a long zigzagging ribbon trailing off the back of its head. A zipper acts as its mouth, and it has purplish-pink eyes with slit pupils. Its long, flat arms have 3-fingered hands, while its legs are short and stubby. It has a yellow, brush-like tail. All in all, it is a very creepy Pokemon, and the lore behind it was even more scary and equal parts sad. Considering that Kalos was more believing of the lore and history behind every Pokemon, it made them be extremely careful about what they did and the consequences about said actions. Mamoswine vs. Bayonet. Let the battle resume. The referee called out, giving the signal to start the battle. Mamoswine, start off with Sucker Punch. Naruto quickly cut off Astrid, wanting to get some good, early damage into the mix. In an instant, Bayonet was covered in a sinister energy before it vanished and suddenly reappeared in front of a now spooked Mamoswine. Getting up close and personal in the Mamoswine's business, Bayonet threw an arm forward, before a massive energy surge blasted out in the shape of a fist before it slammed into Mamoswine's body, sending it skidding back a few inches. Icy breath. Astrid called out to her Mamoswine to use one of its only close-ranged attacks that were able to turn the tide of the battle in an instant. Mamoswine exhaled a rather small, but absolutely freezing blast of cold air that rapidly formed tiny icicles that were carried with the frosty breath. Dodge it with Shadow Sneak. Bayonet's shadow suddenly raced backwards, before it vanished in a blink of an eye and reappeared where her shadow once ended. Once it was far enough away from the blast, it gave a small, yet annoying taunt towards Mamoswine by making a gesture like it was wanting for the larger Pokemon to come towards it. Great, now it's taunting Mamoswine. Astrid thought to herself, a little annoyed at the audacity that little ghost-type Pokemon had. It wasn't that of a surprise to know that her Mamoswine wasn't exactly the most temperamental Pokemon in the world, as was annoyed easily, and she had a feeling that something like this would easily set it off. Seeing the puny Pokemon taunting it from afar riled the Mamoswine up. Snorting loudly, it scraped its massive feet against the ground, creating small ditches and flinging up dirt around its ankles as the Pokemon raised its head and allowed its tusks to face upward to give it a little more intimidation prowess. After doing that for a few moments, Mamoswine brought its head back down and gave a chilling glare towards its opponent, who didn't look fazed at all, instead, seemed to be looking at it in amusement. That really set the Mamoswine off, as it charged at the opponent with no real move intended to be used. It just wanted to squish the puny Pokemon beneath its feet. Its pride demanded on it. Ray, it's time to use Phantom Force. Naruto called out, seeing a perfect opportunity to use this move. Grinning like a loon, Baynet skittered towards one of the few trees surrounding the large forest-like clearing, before it seemed to melt into the very shadow that the tree casted itself, and now, it could be anywhere, and that wasn't even the scary part. With no opponent in sight, the Mamoswine skidded to a halt, causing 4 very distinct trenches to be dug into the earth. However, that didn't stop the momentum fully as Mamoswine ended up ramming straight into the rather thick tree, head first. That not only must have caused some damage, but it also managed to crack right through the tree as it toppled over backwards and slammed into the earth itself. Yikes, I don't want myself or my Pokemon to receive that treatment. Naruto thought to himself, eyeing the damage from Mamoswine's provoked rampage. Mamoswine, be on the lookout and prepare for Avalanche. Astrid commanded out, knowing that Avalanche would take some time to fire. However, since Mamoswine was more than likely to be hit, it would mean that the move would have double the power. If Naruto weren't to attack, it would mean that Baynet would be out in the open and could still take damage from the attack. A win-win situation in her book. Grunting once in acknowledgement, Mamoswine began to eye its surroundings, trying to figure out where the Baynet would come out from to attack it. As it prepared its attack, its entire body was slowly gaining a silvery white aura around it as a large and rather foreboding cloud formed above its head. Strike now, Ray! It took a few moments to register what was happening, and Mamoswine didn't even have a second to blink in confusion as from out of its own shadow Baynet appeared, a very unnerving grin on its face as it was coated in a dark purplish red color as it latched onto the Mamoswine, and the energy engulfed Mamoswine, and, moments later, the energy that was engulfing Mamoswine suddenly exploded in a brilliant display of purple and black with tints of red. Release it now, Astrid yelled out, hoping that her Pokemon was able to hear her command over the large explosion. It soon became obvious that Mamoswine did indeed hear her command, as the large and foreboding cloud that was hanging above both Pokemon suddenly started to shower down with large snowballs that were about the size of a small boulder. It also didn't help that falling along with the snowballs were small and sharp icicles that looked like it could easily break through skin. With the area being obscured by chunks of snow, ice and even thick gray particles from the cloud, all that one could hear were the cries from Mamoswine and the chilling shrieks of Baynet. As the chunks of snow and ice melted, turning into small puddles on the grass or small beads of dew on the blades, and the thick gray particles were finally cleared by the small breeze in the arena, both Naruto and Astrid were able to see their Pokemon for the first time since the last 2 attacks landed on each other. From the looks of it, the Mamoswine seemed to having a little trouble with keeping balance as one of its hind legs seemed to be heavily damaged with small scorch marks and many small scratches. Its head also had small cuts from when it ran into the tree as it charged towards the Baynet, but one could also see small shards of bark just stuck in its fur, with some having been jabbed into the skin. Baynet on the other hand seemed to have taken a little more damage due to Avalanche's secondary effect of being able to dish out more damage when the opposing Pokemon was just attacked. Small, uneven specks of snow and small chunks of ice were stuck on the Pokemon, almost like it was from the effects of freeze-dry. All around Ray's small body were scratch marks and small bruising, mostly around its head, arms and hands from where the sudden snowfall and icicles made the first point of contact, along with the heavy breathing that Ray was doing showed that it wasn't used to this sort of body temperature as it shivered at random intervals, but it was still fierce enough to continue looking the Mamoswine in the eyes. Seeing this, Naruto couldn't help but frown lightly. While he had the ability to Mega Evolve in his back pocket, he didn't exactly want to use it yet. However, it seems as though he had made a miscalculation when it came to how Ray could handle an avalanche along with whatever other attack Mamoswine used when the smokescreen was up. Now he really didn't have a choice. He needed the extra power that would come with Mega Evolution to have Baynet be able to last longer. Ray, it's time to show the power of our bond. Mega Evolve, Naruto called out, gently grasping the green gem that was now nestled above his clothing. What? Astrid stuttered out. She didn't even know that Naruto had a Mega Stone for Baynet. Out of all the times they had battled, never once was that revealed, and when she was studying his battles for this very final, he never used Baynet to begin with. A bright hue of light and energy suddenly engulfed Naruto, which 3 large tendrils of the energy suddenly broke free and raced towards the Bannet. After the very first point of contact with the light, the Bannet gave out a shrill cry, one that sent shivers down the younger audience's spine as it was suddenly encased within a rather thick, egg-like shell. As soon as the egg-like shell appeared, it suddenly burst apart in a brilliant light show, one that forced many of the younger audience members to look away or close their eyes, lest they be blinded from the bright lights. After the brilliant light show, Bennett now has gained a few inches in height, now standing at 3 feet 11 and has gained a new outward appearance, one that makes it look even more sinister than before. It has gained several additional zippers on its body, one running diagonally across its face, one on each hand and another on its body. The first zipper runs from its left eye to the tip of its central spike. The other 3 are all unzipped, revealing parts of Mega Bennett's cursed purple body. Its 3 long purple fingers and body revealing 2 pointed, purple legs are visible. Its zigzagging ribbon becomes somewhat erect, and now has 2 zipper rings around it and a short zipper on the tip. It gains 4 further spikes, one on the top and bottom of each hand and one on each hip. However, now, it has lost its brush-like tail. A powerful move made by the blue corner. Will this be enough to make Banetti's opponent cower to its sinister appearance and frightening power? Ray, start this off with Shadow Sneak. Naruto ordered to his new Mega Pokemon. Quick, dodge it and use Icicle Crash. Astrid quickly ordered. In a blink of an eye, Bennett gave another shrilling cry as her shadow suddenly grew to unimaginable sizes, and in a blink of an eye, Bennett's shadow had fully casted behind Mamoswine, where it quickly felt something off and shifted as quickly as it could on its injured hindleg. As soon as the Mamoswine shifted barely half a foot, Bennett's shadow quickly lunged to where the Mamoswine was previously. The attack missing by the barest of margins. Seeing an opening as the shadow needed to rest before Bennett attacked once again, Mamoswine shot out a barrage of icy breath upwards, before it eventually settled directly above the Mega Bennett, who was now looking at it, and the large frost cloud settled, before large 4-foot icicles started falling at speed directly towards the Bennett in the immediate area. Bennett, dodge, Naruto ordered his Pokemon. Nodding its head, it kept its eyes on the falling icicles before moving around them in a way that reminded some of the audience of moves that a ballerina would do, all while never looking at its own feet, instead, letting instincts and sight guide it around the falling icicles that would no doubt cause some serious damage. Mamoswine, keep up the pressure. Astrid called out, not wanting to have this Bennett a chance to have another attack. Obeying his trainer's order, Mamoswine continued the assault of icicle crashes, making sure to concentrate as hard as it could to keep the rather taxing attack up, with it subtly blowing the freezing cold air with less force in order for the icicles to continue following and trying to block off the Bennett. Come on girl, endure it. Naruto called out to his Pokemon, concern shining in his eyes as he watched his Pokemon, one of his best friends, take on the continuous onslaught of icicle crashes. Bringing both of her arms up, Bennett focused all of her willpower into staying conscious as the many sharp and powerful icicles kept on falling onto her with sickening force. She would do her damn hardest to stay conscious and take out her opponent. Her trainer deserved that much, especially after taking the time and care to raise her from a small little shuppet. Mamoswine grunted out, swaying side to side ever so slightly, sweat forming around its face and dripping down onto its own tusks as the frosty breath that it was exhaling started to falter as it was losing energy and starting to feel lightheaded. There, Naruto thought to himself, having noticed the swaying that the Mamoswine was having. Taking a quick glance towards the icicle crash attack, he also noticed that the icicles were getting weaker and started to have chips and cracks in them even before they came into contact with his Pokemon, Ray. Time to attack. Bah! It cheered out, bringing her arms down from her face and preparing for any attack as she finally took a few good steps back away from the icicles now that the sheer pressure had gotten to Mamoswine. Rush in with Shadow Claw, then use Return, show the power of our bond. Naruto called out to his Pokemon. Nodding its head quickly at hearing the command, Bennett lifted up one of its hands that was suddenly engulfed in a dark purplish miasma that extended out and acted like an aura hand with extremely long and dangerous-looking claws, whilst she lifted her other hand that was surrounded by a soft pink glow and now had a large, pink heart on its palm. Zipping towards the Mamoswine, who seemed surprised at the sudden appearance of Bennett, who had already appeared merely a few feet in front of it, whose appearance was now something akin to a mythical being. One side completely shrouded within a dense and dreary purplish black miasma, whilst the other side was now shrouded within a soft and glowing pink color. Even its eyes were different, with one having a darkish purple tint around the outside, whilst the other one seemed to glow an even brighter pink and had a massive, puzzling heart that replaced her iris. Mamoswine, Astrid called out in concern, trying to get one more burst of energy for her Pokémon, but she knew that it was pointless. She knew that Mamoswine would not be getting up from the combined attack that was swiftly coming its way, damn it. She gritted her teeth in frustration as she continued to lose more and more Pokémon whilst Naruto was in front of her by 2 right now. She was utterly helpless as she watched the Mega Bayonet place both hands upon the side of Mamoswine, and the 2 completely different attacks landed quite brutally. A massive slash attack from the shadowy claws and a small explosion of pink that had glittering hearts that had so much force behind the hit that Mamoswine was actually knocked backwards and into a tree, causing the tree to collapse and land on top of Mamoswine. Net, bah, swine. Mamoswine is unable to battle. Mega Bayonet wins. The referee called out, raising a flag up towards Astrid's side of the field. Silently returning Mamoswine to his Pokeball, Astrid whispered some words of gratitude to the fallen Pokémon, before she quickly fished out another Pokeball from her skirt pocket. However, before she could even reveal her Pokémon, she was surprised to hear a cry of, "Return, Ray." Just like that, Mega Bayonet gave a small nod towards her, she didn't know why, and was suddenly engulfed in the red light of the Pokeball before she was returned to the safety of her ball. With the red corner returning his Pokémon, both trainers please reveal your next Pokémon. The referee called out, raising his other flag towards Naruto's side of the field. As Astrid was wondering what Pokémon he would reveal next, Naruto was seemingly lost in thought, and he could also feel some excitement running through his body and making him feel a large dose of adrenaline that was making his heart pump in absolute joy and excitement. Why wouldn't he? This had to be one of the closest battles that he has ever had in a long, long time. Of course he was surprised with how even the battle seemed to be. However, the very knowledge of that made him grin. He was glad that Astrid was his rival. From the very first time he ran into her at Lumio's City all those months ago, he had sensed great potential in her, which was one of the reasons why he had deemed her as a rival, and even proclaimed it out in the middle of the open, where all the onlookers could tell that their rivalry would be fierce, and the people could reflect on the day where perhaps 2 of the best up-and-coming trainers were rivals. Sure, it also had the added effect of royally pissing her off, but that was just the bonus in his opinion. So far in every single battle that they had, he had won. What started off as a one-sided beatdown at the beginning, each and every battle was turning closer and closer, and it made him train more and more, and most likely, it was the same for Astrid as well. They were both people that brought out the competitive spirit in each other and made them burn the brightest. In all honesty, Naruto was glad to have a rival like that. No matter the circumstances, no matter the time of day, they would always be at each other's backs, always fighting to have the bragging rights of being the stronger person. Silently berating himself for losing concentration and reminiscing in the middle of the battle, Naruto was brought out of his thoughts when his opponent revealed her next Pokémon with a cry of, "Go, Edgeslash." Just like that, Naruto was focusing back on the battle at hand rather than getting lost in his thoughts. Edgeslash is a Pokémon whose body resembles a golden sword. The edge of the steel blade is white and somewhat serrated near the tip. Where the blade meets the hilt is a single, purple eye with a white slit pupil surrounded by black space. The handle forms a thick, striated spike. 2 cloth-like arms emerge from the sides of the hilt. Each arm is primarily black and transitions to a pale purple with a slight swirl pattern at the tip. The sash-like arms split into 4 tassels at the tips. It always carries an ornate shield in at least one of its arms. The shield is gold and has 3 brown rings surrounded by black in the middle. It also has a brown rim with 3 lines radiating toward the center. "Go, Scorpio!" Naruto yelled out as he threw the Pokeball that belonged to his Drapion, and in a bright burst of red light, his Pokémon materialized on his side of the field, snapping his pincers as he was free from the confines of his Pokeball and giving a loud and piercing battle cry meant to intimidate foes. With both Pokémon revealed, let the battle resume. The referee called out once more, signaling the start of the battle. Rush towards Edgeslash, Naruto called out. Having faced many Edgeslash in the past, there was always one strategy that came to mind, especially when it came to a Pokémon that knew many moves that made direct contact. With speed that very few people knew of, Drapion started to skitter towards the Aegislash, its pincers pinching and clicking in the air, almost like it was trying to convey a message towards its opponent. King's Shield, Astrid called out, falling right into the trap that Naruto had planned out. A clear translucent barrier that was patterned with small hexagons appeared in front of Aegislash, waiting for the opponent to run head first into the barrier so it can strike. Perfect, Naruto thought to himself. Drapion, use toxic spikes then use acupressure. Naruto yelled out to his Pokémon. Coming to a sudden halt that caused Drapion's feet to create a small trench, he suddenly spat out multiple webs of sharp purple spikes that were bubbling with poison. Once they made contact on the ground, they took rooting and started to slowly disappear, becoming invisible to the naked eye as they became entry hazards to any Pokémon that would touch the ground on the opponent's side of the battle. However, Drapion wasn't done yet, as Drapion placed both pincers down and started placing pressure on its own stress points. Then from the aftermath of doing that self-attack, he was suddenly enveloped in a sharp orange glow as he gave out a roar of approval. Yes, his attack went up. Naruto mentally cheered. Using that attack was always a gamble, and he had learnt that the different colors meant that different stats were raised. Orange was for attack, blue was for speed and green was for defense. He was lucky and the gamble paid off as Drapion's attack rose. Now his attacks would be more powerful. Be careful, Aegislash, Astrid spoke out. Concerned about Drapion had just increased. She had never used that move before and thus, she didn't know what the sharp orange color meant. However, she should not be complacent with this. Tilting its entire body forward in response, as if it was nodding its head, Aegislash seemed to gain a whole new demeanor to it, one that conveyed on why it was classified as the Royal Sword Pokémon. Go with Night Slash, Naruto yelled out, wanting to make use of the increase in attack along with the fact that King's Shield was more likely to fail with each consecutive use. Drapion once again skittered forward, its pincers sharpening and extending like claws as he raised them to bring more downwards force to the Aegislash. Let it hit you, and retaliate with Iron Head, Astrid called out. Giving a reverberating cry to let its trainer know it heard the command, Aegislash stayed still, allowing the Drapion to get within striking distance. As the sharp and claw-like pincers came down into a powerful blow against its shield-form body, Aegislash only gave a small cry as it was hit. Then within a blink of an eye, Aegislash made use of its ability and quickly unsheathed itself from its shield and brought one of its cursed clothed arms, and wrapped one around the handle of the shield as it was suddenly coated in a glistening silver and it promptly positioned itself so its hilt, or head area, was facing towards Drapion and it swiftly launched itself into Drapion, causing a rather sickening noise to ring out once contact was made. Latch on with Crunch, combine with Fire Fang. Hearing the command given to him by his trainer, Drapion opened its jaw and large, dark purple fangs formed and they looked like something out of a horror movie, and Drapion rapidly clenched its jaw shut, leaving a rather sharp crunching noise from energy impacting against steel. The energy fangs clamped around Aegislash as the large white protrusions eventually sparked with flames before they moved and interlocked behind the Aegislash, leaving it completely immobilized by the crunching attack combined with the fiery bite. Aegislash, get out of there with brutal swing. Ceasing the struggles momentarily and ignoring the burning on its metallic body, Aegislash was suddenly enveloped in a black wisp-like energy with splotches of deep, angry red as it started to thrash about. The thrashing was so violent that large energy waves were rolling off of the Pokémon and impacting against the armored body of Drapion, causing it to flinch slightly at each impact, and those winces were enough for the Drapion to stumble about in surprise, which in turn made the iron grip that it had on the Aegislash to weaken and the fire to peter out and the protrusions were ripped apart, once again resting on either side of Drapion's jaw. Feeling the weakening grip of the crunch attack, Aegislash continued to thrash about, with its clothed arm, smacking Drapion across the face and causing more pain for the Pokémon. Eventually, the grip of the crunch ceased and Aegislash was released from the grip of Drapion. However, its attack was not over as Aegislash positioned itself in a horizontal position and continued swinging like a Pokémon possessed, its free clothed arm swinging around with reckless abandon, with more dark energy rolling off it and colliding with Drapion, forcing it backwards and into a more defensive position. Quick, Iron Head once more, Astrid called out, sensing an opportunity to take the Drapion out. Instantly stopping with the heavy rotations, it straightened itself up once again and coated itself in a bright metallic sheen and positioned itself so its hilt was facing towards the off-balanced Drapion and zipped towards the opponent. Once again landed a heavy blow directly into Drapion's unprotected body, which flung it backwards and into a tree, and once again picking up a massive plume of dirt and showering the area with broken pieces of bark. Crash! Bang! As the dust finally settled, it was revealed that Drapion was flat on his back and had swirls in his eyes as he groaned and moaned out his name in pain, his body littered with scratches from the bark projectiles and even had some splinters around his body. Drapion is unable to battle. Aegislash wins. The referee called out, raising one of his flags and pointing it towards Naruto's side of the field. Trainer, reveal your next Pokemon. He added on. Tisking in annoyance, Naruto returned his downed Pokemon to its Pokeball, saying some words of praise to it, mostly for his attempt in the battle and weakening the Aegislash enough for his next Pokemon to take care of. Once he said those few words of praise, Naruto clipped the Pokeball back onto his belt and unclipping another one, this one having the marking to let him know that it was Plumeria's gift to him all those years ago. Go, Ivy, Naruto called out, throwing out the Pokeball and revealing his next Pokemon to the audience and Astrid. Salazzle is a dark gray Pokemon resembling a salamander or lizard and stands at a height of 3 feet 11, however, that doesn't stop the release of its pheromones that linger in the air, which seems to have affected Astrid's Aegislash, with how it seemed to maintain eye contact with the rather powerful Femme Fatale Pokemon. Is it seriously swaying side to side like a lovesick Lilliput? Naruto questioned himself with a small sweat drop appearing on his forehead as he watched the Aegislash make a fool of itself in front of his Pokemon. Salazzle has a thin body that is primarily black with a purple underside with several wavy, dark pink markings that make it stand out even more as a unique. It has a U-shaped marking with 2 additional lines inside on its chest and one on each hip resembling wisps of smoke. The dark gray on its head and neck extends slightly onto its chest in a V shape. It has a slender head with purple, almond-shaped eyes with slit pupils and 2 fang-like projections on each side of its lower jaw. There are 2 thin, wavy growths on its back at the base of its tail, which is whip-like with a dark pink underside. Its hands and feet each have 5 long, thin digits, almost human-like in a sense. Seeing the opponent that it was facing, Salazzle gave a little wink towards Aegislash and flicked her tongue, showing that it was forked much like a reptile's tongue would be. With the red corner's Pokemon revealed, let the battle resume. The referee called out once again, giving the signal for the battle to start. Flamethrower. Salazzle got down on all fours, before the wavy growths on its back straightened up and spiked upwards and the dark pink markings on its body light up to a hot pink color as it spewed a torrent of flames towards the Aegislash. King's Shield. Switching to its shield form, a little slower than normal due to the damage it took in the previous battle, Aegislash formed a hexagonal translucent barrier that glowed with a slight silver sheen, and the massive torrent of flames harmlessly collided to the barrier and spread effortlessly across the face of it, making it look like a wall of fire that was stopped in midair. Perfect. Use Torment. Before Astrid could even give a command for the next move to be taken by Torment, Salazzle was up on its hind feet and was sashaying and swaying her hips ever so slightly as she strutted towards the Aegislash, who had its entire attention on the seductive Pokemon before it, not even registering the fact that Salazzle had this look about her nor for the dull grayish sheen about her that was also surrounding it, until it felt an odd weight settle within its being. Great, looks like I need to end this quick, or bring that Pokemon down with Aegislash. Astrid thought to herself, taking a quick glance at Aegislash's condition. While it was still rather healthy, she knew that King's Shield would be basically worthless with its secondary effect as Salazzle would most likely not have any moves that make direct contact, plus the Pokemon was strong and healthy whereas Aegislash did take a few powerful hits from its previous opponent. While she didn't like using the move, she would do it. She needed to utilize everything that she had, even if it meant using a cheap move such as Destiny Bond. Aegislash, use Shadow Claw. Aegislash changed to its blade form and its sword-shaped body was tinted in a dark purplish-black color as it zipped towards its opponent, its intent clear in its eye. Catch it, Naruto commanded, knowing that it was the only way to deal with the speedy Aegislash and to prevent any more tricks from happening. Salazzle quickly brought its hands up and waited for the most opportune time to capture the pesky Royal Sword Pokémon. As the moment arrived, Salazzle clamped its hands over the sharp and extended blade, thanks to the help of Shadow Claw, which sadly meant that its hands were sliced and were inflicted damage from the powerful Ghost-type move. However, she now had a vice-like grip on the Pokémon and it was now unable to change back into its shield form. "Get out of there!" Astrid called out. Aegislash kept on grunting and flailed about trying to get out of the grip that the Salazzle had on it, even trying to wrap its cursed clothed hand around the Salazzle to try and deal some life-stealing move. However, no matter what he did, the Salazzle was not letting go. "End this with Flamethrower." Hearing the command of her trainer, Salazzle shot a smirk at the Aegislash before opening its mouth, allowing the now sweating Aegislash to see its quickly approaching demise. "Destiny Bond," Astrid called out, gritting her teeth in annoyance at having to use that move. Calming down slightly, Aegislash was quickly shrouded in a faint bluish-white mist that covered it from hilt to blade. If it had any facial features, it was for sure returning the smirk back at Salazzle tenfold. "Ivy, stop!" Naruto cried out, not wanting this attack to go through. The attack will surely take out the Aegislash due to its extremely poor defense in its blade form. Despite the pleas coming from her trainer, Salazzle was unable to stop herself from spewing a large torrent of flames point blank at the steel-type Pokémon, with the cries of Aegislash reverberating around the area. As soon as Aegislash became limp in Salazzle's hands, it quickly dropped the Pokémon down to the ground. However, it was not smiling. It knew what was coming, and there was just no stopping it. As the Aegislash landed on the ground with a small thud, a large swirl in its eye, the bluish-white mist that surrounding it took form of a misty apparition of Aegislash, before it flew through the air and phased right through the Salazzle. Saw. The wail of pain that erupted from Salazzle's throat as the apparition of Aegislash that went through her body was something that made some of the more emphatic ones wince, almost feeling the phantom pain from the attack themselves. Salazzle fell to the ground in a heap, swirls in both of its eyes as it was moaning in pain. Both Pokémon are unable to continue. The referee shouted out, after taking a few moments looking at each Pokémon that were currently laying still on the ground, swirls evident in their eyes to show that they were both knocked out. Both trainers, red corner, send out your final Pokémon, and the blue corner, send out your next Pokémon. He stated once again, both flags raised in the air as he made sure to keep his gaze on both trainers at once. Tisking in annoyance once again, Naruto returned his fallen Pokémon back to the confines of its Pokeball, didn't know that Astrid would use that type of move. Naruto thought to himself, a little peeved that a move that is so cheap would be used against him. Everyone who was close to him knew that he didn't like moves such as Destiny Bond or Sheer Cold and even Fissure, as he found them that they were cheap moves and didn't require strategy at all, and it was just a cheap way to knock a Pokémon out. The only move like that he could actually get behind in certain situations was Perish Song and Final Gambit, because those moves required not only precise timing, but also you needed a strategy to make sure that those moves would actually make an impact in a battle. Destiny Bond was just like giving a middle finger towards the opponent in a battle. On the other side of the field, Astrid had her head lowered somewhat as she returned her fallen Aegislash to its Pokeball. Despite having her Aegislash take out two Pokémon, although one was with a very cheap move, she still was behind in the battle and she knew that Leopard was still waiting to enter the battle for the first time, and from experience in battling that Leopard, she knew that it was a powerhouse, and considering Leopard's rivalry with her last Pokémon, she knew that it would try even harder to defeat it. Here we are, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. It is coming up to the end of the battle, with Astrid only having one more Pokémon remaining whilst Naruto himself has two Pokémon. The commentator announced out to the audience, intent of firing up the audience once again. While the audience was already on edge and cheering loudly, it never hurt to raise the volume even more, especially when the conclusion of the battle was so close. "Absol, time to shine," Astrid called out, throwing her Pokeball out so that her final Pokémon may enter the battle, and hopefully, win the battle for her. Absol is a quadruped, mammalian Pokémon with a dark blue to black body covered in white fur. It has a ruff around its neck and chest and a tuft on the top of its head adorned with a single blue-black oval. It has a feline face with almond-shaped, red eyes, a scythe-like tail, and a crescent-shaped horn on the side of its head. Its broad feet are equipped with 3 claws each, and dewclaw-like spikes protrude from the heels of its hind legs and the elbows of its front legs. Although, the most noticeable thing with Astrid's Absol was the fact that it had a small golden pendant with small golden beads that looped around its neck, and the pendant had a mega stone placed in the middle of it. Sol, here it is, ladies and gentlemen. Astrid's ace Pokémon has finally come out to play. Will it be enough for Astrid to take victory from the jaws of defeat, or will Naruto be able to pull through with the win? Looking down at his side, Naruto noticed how Sylvia seemed itching to battle with the Absol. He couldn't help but chuckle lightly at the fact that his partner Pokémon had developed a rather fierce rivalry with her fellow Dark-type Pokémon. You ready, Sylvia? He questioned softly, awaiting the response of his first Pokémon. While he didn't want to send her out right now, as he had another Pokémon that might have been a little roughed up, at least she would be able to help soften up the Absol. However, if his partner wished to battle right now, then who was he to deny it? Mew. Sylvia meowed out loudly, her ears twitching at the slightest of sounds as she glared at the battlefield, or more accurately, at the area where Absol was currently waiting at. All right then, he muttered out, taking in the body language and reply of his partner to know that she wanted to have a battle. Then it was a battle that she will have. Make me proud, Sylvia. He called out, extending his hand and pointing to the field. Without needing further instruction nor waiting a moment longer, Leopard leapt from the trainer's area, not before using her tail to brush against his hand, and landed on the battlefield, keeping her chilling gaze and growling lightly to her opponent and with the hairs on her entire body standing on edge to make herself look a little more threatening than what she actually was. With both Pokémon revealed, let the battle begin once more. The referee shouted out, lowering both flags that he held to hand by his sides. With the signal being given, it was time for both trainers to begin once again. With one fighting for their survival with one Pokémon remaining, and the other looking to end the battle and win the title as quickly as possible. Sylvia, start with Fake Out. Naruto ordered his Pokémon. Gaining a small gleam in its eye, Leopard sprinted towards the opposing Absol, its front paws glowing a dim white color. Quickly entering striking distance, Leopard slashed across the face of Absol, the small dim white glow temporarily blinding the Pokémon from the move as Leopard quickly slashed with its other paw across Absol's chest as the Pokémon flinched from the attack. With the attack done, Leopard leapt back a few feet away from the Absol in case of a quick retaliation attack and just stared at it from a distance, almost like she was silently judging it from a distance. Absol, retaliate with Megahorn. Astrid called out. Giving a cry of approval, Absol's crescent-shaped horn elongated and gained a much sharper edge to it. Lowering its head down slightly, Absol charged towards the Leopard, intent of spearing the Pokémon with its horn. Sand attack. Smirking at the charging Absol, Leopard turned around so its back was facing towards the incoming Absol, and used its sickle-like shaped tail and hind legs to flick up loose dirt and small clumps of hardened soil, and with how light each particle was the wind carried it into Absol's face, obscuring its vision whilst the clumps of soil were battering the Pokémon. To prevent any damage being done to its eyes, it clamped them shut and continued to blindly run in the direction where the Leopard was last. With eyesight out of the equation and sense of smell diluted and obscured from the particles of dirt that were lingering in the air, and because of that, Absol eventually lost track of Leopard, and ran headfirst into one of the few remaining trees that weren't destroyed in previous battles with a sickening crunch as its horn pierced through the bark and got stuck about half of the way through the tree trunk itself. Absol, get out of there! Astrid yelled out. Struggling further, Absol started to use the horn on its head as a saw to try and cut through the remains of the tree, but considering that how hard the tree was compared to the sharpness of the horn, which wasn't all that sharp as the megahorn had failed, it took a lot of effort to even bring enough momentum to make the sawing motion. Sylvia, Iron Tail, rushing elegantly towards the stuck Absol, Leopard's sickle-like tail was coated in a harsh metallic sheen and was ramrod straight. As Leopard got comfortable in her stride and was getting closer towards the Absol, who was now looking directly at the incoming attack, she leapt into the air with her two front paws and rotated her body so that her tail was the main point of contact. Crack! As soon as the attack landed, the sheer force of the blow all but shoved Absol through the tree, leaving a rather amusing sight of a cutout in the tree that was in shape of an Absol, yet somehow, the tree was still standing by the smallest of margins where it was untouched on either side. It was literally holding up by a few threads on either side, and it looked like a simple sneeze would be able to knock it over. As Absol shakily got up from having been literally hit through a rather thick tree trunk, it turned its gaze and threw a glare worthy of a legendary Pokémon. Spotting a few chunks of bark sticking out of its once pristine fur, it gently took it out with its teeth and gazed towards the leopard once again. Spit, Rio. Yelping a bit in surprise as it felt the piece of bark impact against the side of its head, Leopard licked its paw and rubbed the area that got it by the piece of bark that got spat out by the disaster Pokémon. Using its uniquely shaped tail, Leopard wrapped her tail around a piece of wooden debris from the tree and flung it with all of her might, which then went on to impact the grooming Absol right on its chest, getting it to yelp in surprise. Not to be outdone once again, Absol grabbed another piece of bark and spat it towards Leopard once again, who was waiting for such a thing and used her tail and battered it right back at the Absol. Watching the two Pokémon going at it in a complete catfight caused Naruto and Astrid to sweat drop and palm their faces lightly. Even the referee was watching on with a sweat drop, and he couldn't stop it as there weren't any rules being technically broken with what the Pokémon were doing. At least there was a chorus of chuckles and laughing fits happening with the audience in the stands. Knock it off, Sylvia. Focus on the battle, please. Absol, this isn't a time for petty hits. With the commands of both of their trainers reaching their ears, both Pokémon stopped what they were doing before backing off slightly, although they never took their eyes of each other and they were both growling, with Leopard's fur once again standing on end to make herself look more threatening whilst Absol was merely glaring at the feline Pokémon. Now, it's time to shine, Absol, Mega Evolve. Astrid called out, briefly touching the Mega Stone that was her ear ring. Almost immediately, a bright hue engulfed Astrid as the Mega Stone that was nestled in Absol's pendant also glowed a brilliant, dazzling light. As a beam of energy radiated from Astrid's ear ring and traveled towards Absol, another beam of light radiated out of Absol's pendant and met the other beam of light in the middle, causing two similar colored lights almost fighting each other before they finally merged together, and Absol was covered in an egg-like shell. With the egg-like shell being unable to hold in the massive amounts of energy, cracks began forming in it, with light beams breaking out of the shell, before it became too much and the entire shell exploded in a myriad of bright colors and with a Mega symbol being lighting up briefly above the shattered remains as the Absol Mega evolved. Mega Absol, its fur is longer overall, and the increased energy coursing through its body makes the fur at the back of its mane stand on end, so that it appears to have wings. The spikes on its heels and elbows grow larger, and the fur in these areas becomes longer as well. Its sickle-shaped horn widens, while an additional, smaller horn appears on the opposite side of its head. Its tail now has a more saw-like shape, and the oval marking on its forehead is now a rounded triangle. If it wasn't for the rather intimidating presence, some could argue that by looks alone it could look like an angelic and beautiful Pokémon. Here it is, ladies and gentlemen. Astrid's ace Pokémon, Mega Absol. Will it be able to turn this battle around, or will the might of Naruto's Pokémon be too much for it to handle? With the announcer's rhetorical question booming across the stadium speakers, the audience became rowdy once again, knowing that this was the last-ditch effort for Astrid to stay in the battle and keep her tournament dream alive whilst Naruto was applying untold amounts of pressure on the girl. He was in the prime opportunity to end this battle now and become the tournament winner. Absol, get going with play rough. Astrid called out to her Pokémon. Rushing towards the Leopard, the Absol rapidly approached striking distance with its newfound speed and tackled Leopard into the ground. Where a large plume of smoke suddenly appeared and in a comical fashion, the large plume of smoke moved around the battlefield as noises of meows and even whimpers started to sound out in the arena, sometimes limbs from either Absol or Leopard flashing out for a moment before they disappeared back inside the cloud. As the attack continued, small comical stars appeared around the edges of the smoke. However, the very next moment, Leopard was flung out of the large plume of smoke and skidded along the ground, using its claws to help slow the backwards momentum, and was glaring at the dust cloud once again, her body covered in small scratches and a few bite marks around her slender body as her fur was raised, with the normally soft locks of fur now as sharp as tiny needles. As the comical plume of smoke dissipated, revealing the Mega Absol, who was breathing quite heavily, also had many scratch marks. A few prominent ones were around its face, with large scratch being awfully close to its eye. The other ones were smaller and near the chest where the fur had been disturbed and ruffled from the catfight that just happened. Sylvia, use Hone Claws. Naruto called out to his Pokemon, preparing for the next move to come, which should hopefully be the final move of the tournament for him. Purring softly, Leopard made her way over towards a tree trunk, making sure to keep her eyes on the Absol at all times, and started to scratch at the bark in order for her to sharpen her claws up. Megahorn. Focusing the energy once again in its horns, Absol's large curved horn straightened up and became like a scythe, while the other smaller one gained a few inches and some sharpness to it. Charging forward towards where the Leopard was sharpening its claws, it made sure to lock onto the body of the Leopard, with the hidden eye behind the fur being able to see through the tiniest of gaps in the fur as it charged to negate the effect of the sand attack the first time. Dodge it! Taking her claws away from the tree trunk, which now had multiple scratch marks that varied in depth on the trunk, Leopard turned and faced the oncoming Pokemon, waiting for the opportune time to best dodge the attack to have the best possible time to counter. As the Absol came dangerously close to Leopard, she used her nimble and slender body to leap over the Pokemon, landed softly on all fours and turned to face the Absol, who was now trying her best to turn around and still focus on the attack. Here we go, Sylvia. Ready, Naruto called out, hoping that his Pokemon was ready for the biggest move that they had. Looking back at her trainer, Leopard gave a reassuring meow in response along with a small purr to go at it as she nodded her head. All right then, he muttered out, taping on the Z-ring that he had on his wrist. As soon as his hand made contact with it, a dark hue exuded from the stone as the same color energy wrapped around him like a second skin. Crossing his hands over his face, the Z-crystal sparkled under the light, then in one rapid movement, he brought his hands straight down before bringing them in front of him and crossing them over once again, with the Z-ring being on the top. With the energy slowly surrounding him like an aura skin, Naruto moved both of his arms upwards in a rather stiff movement as he then bent his body forward as brought his hands around and maneuvered them like he was scaring something. As the energy exploded off of Naruto and traveled towards his Leopard, the Pokemon gave a low growl as all the tremendous energy of her trainer's bond and the power of the Z-crystal was surrounding her body and at the same time rushing through it, almost like she was in the middle of evolution once again. As a symbol burst forward in front of the Leopard, she gave one more low growl, as she looked towards the sky, the area just above the charging Absol. With her mouth open and a devastating attack was forming within it, with a cry of, "Black hole eclipse," coming from Naruto, Leopard finally released all of the energy that she had stored in her mouth and launched it towards the air. As the small ball of condensed energy found its way into the sky, it suddenly expanded rapidly, almost tearing a hole in the very reality itself and turning the sky a deep, sinister red as a massive black hole opened up in the air. The very suction of the black hole was enough to rip out the very trees in the ground and suck them in towards the sky. The suction was so strong that a massive barrier was formed around the edge of the stadium to prevent any possible injuries or any of the people itself from being sucked into the devastating attack. Back on the battlefield, Absol was trying its damnedest to stay on the ground, claws buried in the ground, its momentum long stopped as it fought the very confines of pull of gravity itself. However, a stray branch slammed against its face, causing enough of a disturbance for Absol that it lost all the grip that it had on the ground as it was lifted into the very tear in the fabric of reality. The very ground itself wasn't even safe, as massive slabs of earth rose up from and caused massive craters everywhere under the intense pressure that was suddenly applied to it. Absol, no! Astrid yelled out in concern, covering her face with one arm to try and see what was happening. Even with the protective barrier that was up didn't stop the sheer power of the suction that managed to break through, as it was causing her very clothing to sway and blow like she herself was in the middle of a strong current of wind. As Absol disappeared into the black hole, it quickly shrunk before it was condensed into such a little ball of energy that it could no longer handle its own power, and that caused a massive implosion that rocked the very ground, and everyone knew that they didn't want to know what it felt like being on the inside. Crash! Absol came crashing back down to the earth with a sickening crunch as the sickening red sky slowly turned back to the orangish color, thanks to the sun setting. Not only did the Absol land in the deepest possible crater that there was, but there still was some small pieces of debris, mainly small chunks of earth and tiny splinters of bark, that managed to survive the explosion came falling down onto the Pokemon afterwards as a type of additional overkill. As the referee peered into the crater to see if the Absol managed to stay conscious after such a brutal attack. However, He saw that the mega energy had disappeared from the Pokémon's body, reverting it back to its normal form with swirls being in the Pokémon's eyes as it was seemingly steaming from intense heat that was within the massive implosion. Absol is unable to battle. The blue corner wins the tournament. The referee announced, still looking a little odd and frazzled from the sheer scale and power of the Z move. On the other side of the stadium on the big screen, all of Astrid's Pokémon were grayed out and the screen changed, showing Naruto's tournament picture along with the Pokémon he used in the battle, along with big, bright red letters appearing and spelling out, "Congratulations." Almost immediately multiple fireworks fired towards the sky and exploded in a myriad of different colors and patterns, lighting up the sky as the sun was setting in distance, causing the once blue sky to now be bathed in orange and a few other shades of colors. Naruto stood there, almost like he was stunned as everything finally came rushing into him, all the emotions of the battle finally flowing through him all at once as he struggled to contain the tears of joy that he felt. All the tears of joy that knowing that he had won the tournament, knowing that all the time he spent training each and every one of his Pokémon paid off, and for knowing that with this tournament win, that he made Team Skull, his family, proud of him. Knowing that he could bring back a trophy to Alola and a decent chunk of prize money along with it to help everyone within the Team Skull have a better day-to-day life. He was broken from his thoughts when he felt something rub against his body, shaking his head to get rid of the thoughts and trying to hide the small tears that were forming in his eyes. He looked down to see Sylvia gently licking his hand, making him laugh slightly at the feeling of the tongue brushing against his skin. Looking down at his Pokémon, he was pleased to see that apart from slight exhaustion and some scratches and bite marks, his very first Pokémon and his partner Pokémon was fine, with no real damage done to her body. Going down to his knees, Naruto hugged his Pokémon with all of his might, although he was careful in order to not agitate the bite and scratch marks. In response to his hug, Leopard started to gently lick his face, well, the parts that weren't covered by his mask. "Thank you," he muttered out, rubbing the side of Leopard's body. "You did amazing," he muttered out once again. He didn't even care that the reporters and many audience members kept on taking photos of him whilst he was in this position. He just put all of his attention into giving his partner, and continuing to pet her. She was the reason why he was still alive to this day, and she had been by his side ever since. It was only right that she would finish off the battle, perhaps one of the most important in his life. Pulling his mask down ever so slightly, Naruto placed a small, gentle kiss on Leopard's forehead, getting her to flick her ears at the sensation that was on her face, but that didn't stop her from giving Naruto more licks. Chuckling once more at the kisses that he was receiving, he pulled his mask back up to where it was before. Glancing up towards the remnants of the battlefield, he saw that Astrid looked a little downtrodden as she approached her ace Pokémon and most likely, her partner Pokémon. Seeing her like that, it just didn't feel right to Naruto. Getting up, he looked down towards his Pokémon and gestured with his head for her to follow him. Meowing lightly in response, Leopard followed as Naruto made his way over towards Astrid. Walking over to her partner Pokémon, Astrid couldn't help but feel a little disheartened. Having come so far in this tournament, only to fall short in the final battle, it really did feel like she got punched in the gut. Not that she didn't know what it felt like, and to her, it felt like if she could have done one or two things differently, maybe trained a bit harder or played a bit more smarter during this battle, then perhaps the final result could have been different. However, there was no changing the result now. What's done is done and nothing can be done about it no matter how much you wished it was different. As she continued to gently rub and pet her downed Pokémon, "Thank you. I'm so proud of you," she whispered out. She continued doing that for a few more moments. Just petting and whispering her praise to her ace Pokémon. She had to admit, she wasn't expecting Naruto to have a Mega Evolution on his team, nor did she ever expect that absolutely devastating move that Leopard pulled out of nowhere. After finding out that Naruto was from the Alola region, it piqued her curiosity and she decided to put some of her time into researching the region, and she had to admit that the region was definitely different from what she expected. They had their own customs, many new Pokémon, new gimmicks and even new forms of Pokémon that were already found around the world, some of them with massive differences in type and looks, while others didn't look all that different but also had a different type. She had looked into some things that had stood out to her, mainly Z-rings and Z-crystals and to an extent, Z-moves. She knew that they were powerful and flashy, but she just didn't expect how flashy and destructive that the moves could be until she was literally standing and watching one unfold right in front of her. Shaking her head from those thoughts, she pulled out Absol's Pokeball and returned him to its confines for her to heal him and the rest of her Pokemon at the Pokemon Center at a later date. Seeing two shadows coming towards her, she looked up and saw that Naruto was approaching her, along with his trusty Leopard. However, Naruto seemed to be showing some concern for her. Seeing his hand come down towards her, she couldn't help but a small smile appear on her face as she grasped it as he helped pull her up from the ground. "That was a great battle," Naruto spoke out. "That certainly was my biggest challenge in the entire tournament, perhaps even my time in this region," he said once again, a light amount of praise in his voice. "Thanks," she muttered out, finally taking her hand out of his grip and decided to use that hand and rub her other arm, looking down slightly. "That was my toughest battle, yet, even when going all out, I still couldn't win," she murmured out, still feeling a twinge of disappointment. Feeling Naruto's hand gently grasp her chin and tilting her head downwards, she couldn't help but blush at the intimate action. "Nonsense. I believe that this match was on a knife's end. It could have gone either way. Lady Luck was just smiling upon me today," he denied her claim. "I still believe I made the right choice when I made you my rival," he declared to her. Feeling something rubbing against her, she turned her attention towards the Leopard, and noticed that she was rubbing her body along hers, and also giving a few licks here and there, causing her to giggle lightly. "I guess," she muttered out, giving a few pats towards the feline Pokemon, getting a small purr in response. "Excuse me." Turning around to see who called out, Naruto saw that the match official was being followed by the tournament official along with a few cameramen and camera women, who were being followed by a few reporters. He couldn't help but sweat drop at the amount of people following the match official and tournament official. Glancing once more at Astrid, Naruto took a few steps away from her and walked towards the officials. "Congratulations on your win. This was the first time that someone from another region had won this tournament," the tournament official said, rubbing his mustache lightly as he set his gaze upon him. "I must say, that final move that you did was really something," he praised, before pulling a small check out of his breast pocket and handing it over to Naruto. "Please, accept the tournament winnings and the trophy for your accomplishments," he added on, lightly nudging the match referee. Accepting the check from the tournament official, Naruto saw that it was worth 25,000 Poke Dollars, a rather handsome chunk of change for winning the tournament, and if spent wisely, could last for nearly a year. Turning his gaze towards the trophy, he couldn't help but marvel at it. It certainly was a beautiful trophy made seemingly of platinum mixed with tinges of gold and had a simple poke ball as its decorations, along with a small plaque that had, "Lumio's conference winner." Giving the check back to the tournament official, he asked, "Can I get this split? I want to give half of it to Astrid, my friend and rival." Blinking in surprise, the man rubbed his mustache yet again, before finally answering, "I guess I can do that. You are a very generous man," he added on afterwards before giving him a couple of pats on the back. As the match referee stepped forward with the trophy in hand, he presented it to Naruto. "Congratulations on your win. I hope to see you take on the Kalos Elite Four someday. Perhaps you can become the champion of the region," he stated to Naruto. Accepting the trophy from the match referee, he gave a small nod of appreciation, before noticing that the cameramen and camera women were waiting patiently for a few photographs with him holding the trophy, whilst the reporters were going over a few question cards to answer him. Giving in to their silent demands, Naruto was then subjugated by many bright flashes from the cameras as they continued to photograph him from all sides, all of them trying to get the best possible images to broadcast on the local news networks. Naruto. Blinking a few times, Naruto turned on his heel and watched as Plumeria and Malva, followed by everyone else, rushing towards him, all with large and proud smiles on their faces, but no one had a larger smile or possibly being prouder than his uncle. Placing the trophy down on the ground, he stepped away from it before he opened out his arms, already expecting a massive onslaught of hugs. "Thanks,"